Hello and welcome. I'm so glad you found your way here tonight. However your day was, long or busy or tiring, it is over now. It is finished, and there is nothing left for you to do, nowhere you need to go, no one you need to be. There is only this quiet moment, this soft, warm place, this gentle night. Tonight I am going to tell you stories, many quiet stories, soft, slow, gentle stories, to carry you gently all the way through the night. Stories of quiet houses and peaceful gardens, stories of the sea and the forest and small calm villages, stories with nothing frightening in them, nothing loud, nothing fast, only calm and peace and rest. And as you listen, something lovely will happen. Quietly, without any effort, you will learn English. The simple, warm, everyday English of these gentle stories will move through you softly, like a slow and quiet river. You don't have to try. You don't have to remember. You only have to listen and let the words carry you towards sleep. The words will be simple, the sentences will be short, and I will say many things slowly and gently, more than once, so your resting mind can catch them and keep them without any work at all. You do not need to understand every word. If a word floats by that you do not know, let it go, another will come. The story will carry you. That is all you need to do tonight. Just listen. Just rest. Just breathe. So now make yourself comfortable. Rest your head on your soft pillow. Let your shoulders drop away from your ears. Let your arms grow heavy. Let your whole body sink gently into the warmth of your bed. Take one slow breath in and let it go slowly. Let the day fall away behind you. And let us begin, softly, together with our first quiet story. Story 1. The little house by the sea far away at the edge of the land. There is a little house by the sea. It is a small house, white house, a quiet house. It stands alone on a soft green hill, and below the hill there is the wide blue sea. And in this little house there lives a kind woman named Clara. Clara loves her little house. She has lived here for many years, and every day in this quiet place by the sea is soft and slow and peaceful. Our story begins in the early morning. It is early. The sun is not up yet. The sky is soft and gray, and in her small bed, in her small room, Clara is sleeping. She is warm. She is calm. And the only sound is the sound of the sea far below. A soft sound, a slow sound. The waves moving in and out, in and out. Slowly, Clara opens her eyes. The morning light is soft. It comes through the window, gray and then gold, and it fills the little room with a warm and gentle glow. Clara does not move. Not yet. She lies in her warm bed, and she listens to the sea, in and out, in and out. There is no hurry. There is nothing to rush. She has all the time in the world. After a while, Clara sits up. Slowly, she stretches her arms high above her head, and she looks out of her window at the sea, the wide blue, quiet sea, shining in the morning light. "Good morning, sea," Clara says softly. "Good morning." And she rises slowly to begin her gentle day. Clara walks to her small kitchen. It is warm and bright, and the morning light falls softly on the wooden table. She fills her kettle with water. She puts it on the stove, and soon the water is hot, and she makes a cup of warm tea. She holds the warm cup in her two hands, and she sits by the window and she looks at the sea and she drinks her tea slowly. The tea is warm and good, and Clara feels calm and happy and at peace. After her tea, Clara goes outside. The morning air is cool and fresh, and it smells of the sea, salty and clean. She walks down the soft green hill slowly toward the water, and she stands on the sand at the edge of the sea, and she watches the waves. The waves come in softly and go out slowly, in and out, in and out. The water is calm, the morning is quiet, and the sky is turning from gray to soft pale blue. A few white birds fly over the water, slowly their wings soft against the sky, and far away on the sea there is a small boat, moving gently over the calm water. Clara stands there for a long time, watching the sea. She feels the cool wind on her face, she feels the soft sand under her feet, and she feels calm, so peaceful. After some time, Clara walks back up the hill slowly to her little house. She has some small, gentle things to do today. She waters the flowers in her garden, she sweeps the floor of her house, and she sits in the warm sun and she rests. In the afternoon, Clara sits by her window with a book. She reads slowly and quietly. The sun is warm. The house is calm, and outside the sea moves softly, in and out, all through the long, gentle afternoon. As the evening comes, the sky above the sea turns soft and golden. The sun goes down slowly over the water, and the sky fills with gold and orange and soft pink. Clara sits on her step and she watches the sunset over the sea. And she feels grateful, grateful for her little house, grateful for the quiet sea, grateful for this gentle, peaceful day. Then the stars come out, one by one, soft and bright, high above the dark and quiet sea. And Clara goes inside to her warm little house. She makes a small supper. She sits quietly in the soft light of her lamp, and then slowly she gets ready for bed. She lies down in her warm bed in her small room in her little house by the sea. She listens to the soft sound of the waves far below, in and out, in and out, and slowly, gently, Clara drifts toward sleep, calm and warm and safe. And the sea sings on softly all through the quiet night, in and out, in and out, a gentle song for a gentle sleep. And so our first story ends, softly, and Clara sleeps peacefully in her little house by the sea, and you too can rest now, warm and calm and safe, as we move slowly, gently toward our next quiet story. Story 2. The lighthouse keeper on a quiet coast. Far from any town, there stands a tall white lighthouse. The lighthouse stands on the rocks at the edge of the sea. It is tall and old and strong, and at the top of the lighthouse there is a great light that shines out over the water all through the night to guide the ship safely home. In the lighthouse there lives an old man. His name is Thomas. He is the lighthouse keeper. For many, many years, Thomas has taken care of the light, and he loves his quiet life, alone with the sea and the sky and the great shining light. Our story begins in the soft light of the evening. The sun is going down over the sea. The sky is turning gold and orange and soft pink, and Thomas, the old lighthouse keeper, walks slowly up the stairs inside the lighthouse to prepare the light for the night. The stairs go round and round up the inside of the tall tower. Thomas climbs them slowly, step by step. He is not in a hurry. He has climbed these stairs many thousands of times, and he knows every step like an old friend. At the top there is a small round room with windows all around, and from these windows Thomas can see everything. He can see the wide sea all around. He can see the sky and the first soft stars, and he can see the rocks below where the waves break, softly white against the dark stone. Thomas prepares the great light. He cleans the glass carefully until it shines, and then slowly he lights the lamp, and the great light begins to turn, round and round, sending its bright beam out over the sea, around and around, a soft, steady light sweeping over the dark water to keep the ship safe. Thomas sits down in his chair by the window, and he watches the sea and the sky and the turning light. Night is coming, soft and quiet. The stars are growing brighter, and the sea is dark and calm and wide. Far out on the water, Thomas sees the small lights of a ship moving slowly across the sea. He watches it kindly, and he knows that his light is helping that ship, guiding it, keeping it safe through the dark and quiet night. This makes him happy. This is his work. This is his gift to the world, a steady light in the darkness. The night is peaceful. The great light turns slowly, round and round. The sea moves gently far below, and the stars shine soft and bright in the wide, dark sky. Thomas makes himself a cup of warm tea. He sits quietly in his chair, and he drinks it slowly. And he thinks his soft, calm thoughts, alone in his tower above the sea. He thinks about all the ships he has helped over the years, all the sailors guided safely home by his steady light, and he feels grateful and content. It is a good life, a quiet life, a life of service and peace. High above the sea, the hours of the night pass, slowly and softly. The light turns round and round, and Thomas watches over the sea, calm and steady and kind. And then, slowly, far away, the sky begins to change. The dark becomes soft gray, and then, softly, gold. The morning is coming. The long night is ending, and the sun begins to rise slowly over the calm and quiet sea. Thomas watches the sunrise from the top of his tower. The sky fills with soft, warm light. The sea shines gold and silver, and the stars fade gently, one by one, into the pale morning sky. Now the night is over. The ships are safe, and Thomas slowly puts out the great light. His work for the night is done. He climbs down the round stairs, slowly, step by step. He goes to his small, warm room, and now in the soft light of morning it is time for him to rest. Thomas lies down in his bed. His body is calm, his heart is peaceful. He has done his work. He has kept the light, and now he can sleep, warm and safe and content. And as the sun rises softly over the sea, the old lighthouse keeper drifts gently into a deep and peaceful sleep, and the sea moves softly, far below, in and out, in and out. a quiet song for a quiet rest. And so, our second story ends softly. Rest now, like the kind old keeper of the light, warm and calm and safe, as we move gently toward our next quiet story. Story 3: The Old Woman and Her Garden. In a quiet village, at the end of a narrow lane, there is a small stone cottage with a beautiful garden. In the cottage lives an old woman named Rose. She has lived here all her life, and her greatest joy in all the world is her garden, a small, green, beautiful garden full of flowers and fruit and gentle growing things. Our story begins on a soft, warm morning in the late spring. Rose wakes slowly in her small bedroom. The morning light comes through the window, soft and golden. And through the open window she can hear the birds singing sweetly in her garden, and she can smell the flowers, soft and sweet on the morning air. Rose smiles. She loves this time of the morning. She rises slowly and she makes herself a cup of tea, and then, with her warm tea in her hands, she opens the door and she steps out into her beautiful garden. The garden is full of life. There are roses, red and pink and white. There are tall flowers and small flowers and soft green leaves everywhere. There are bees moving slowly from flower to flower, and there are birds singing in the old apple tree in the corner of the garden. Rose walks slowly through her garden, drinking her tea. She looks at each flower kindly, like an old friend. "Good morning, roses," she says softly. "Good morning, little bees. Good morning, sweet birds." She finishes her tea, and then, slowly, she begins her gentle work in the garden. First, Rose waters her plants. She fills her watering can, and she waters the flowers, slowly and carefully. The water falls softly, like gentle rain, and the flowers drink and lift their heads, bright and happy in the morning sun. Then Rose looks after her vegetables. She has a small patch where she grows good things to eat. There are green beans climbing up their poles. There are red tomatoes growing sweet in the sun. And there are soft green lettuces and small orange carrots under the dark, rich soil. Rose kneels down slowly, and she works in the soil with her gentle hands. She pulls out a few small weeds. She checks her growing plants, and she feels the warm sun on her back and the cool soil under her fingers, and she is happy, so calm and content. A small bird lands nearby and watches her with its bright black eyes. Rose smiles at the little bird. "Hello, little one," she says softly, and the bird sings a sweet short song and then flies away up into the blue sky. The morning passes slowly and gently in the garden. The sun grows warm. The bees hum softly, and Rose works calmly among her flowers and her plants, happy in her quiet growing world. At midday, Rose rests. She sits on an old wooden bench in the shade of the apple tree. She has a small, simple lunch, some fresh bread, a ripe tomato from her garden, and a cup of cool water. And she eats slowly, and she rests in the soft shade, and she looks at her beautiful garden. In the afternoon, Rose sits in her garden with her sewing or her book. The sun is warm. The bees are humming. The birds are singing softly in the trees, and the whole garden is calm and green and full of gentle growing life. As the evening comes, the light turns soft and golden. The flowers glow in the last warm sun, and the air grows cool and sweet and quiet. Rose walks through her garden one last time in the gentle evening light. She says good night to her flowers. She breathes the soft, sweet air, and she feels grateful for her garden and her quiet, peaceful life. Then, slowly, Rose goes inside to her small stone cottage. She has a simple supper. She sits quietly in the soft light of the evening, and then slowly she gets ready for bed. She lies down in her small bed in her quiet cottage at the end of the narrow lane. Through the open window she can smell the flowers, soft and sweet in the night air. She can hear the last soft songs of the birds going to sleep in the trees, and she feels calm and warm and at peace. And slowly, gently, old Rose drifts toward sleep, thinking soft thoughts of her beautiful garden growing quietly in the dark under the soft and shining stars. And so our third story ends softly. Rest now, like kind old Rose, among her flowers, warm and calm and safe, as we drift gently toward our next quiet story. Story 4. The baker of the quiet village. In a small quiet village, there is a little bakery on the corner of the square. Every morning before the sun comes up, a warm, sweet smell fills the village. It is the smell of fresh bread, baking, and it comes from the little bakery, where a kind baker named Peter is at work, in the soft, warm light of the early morning. Our story begins in the deep quiet before dawn. It is very early. The village is asleep. The sky is still dark, and the stars are still shining. But in the little bakery, a warm golden light is glowing, and inside, Peter the baker is beginning his gentle work. Peter loves the early morning, loves the quiet. He loves the warm bakery, and the soft smell of flour, and the gentle work of making bread. It is peaceful work. It is calm work. And he has done it happily for many years. First, Peter makes the dough. He takes the flour, soft and white, and he pours it into a large bowl. He adds the water and the yeast and a little salt, and then slowly, with his strong, gentle hands, he mixes it all together into a soft, smooth dough. Then Peter kneads the dough. He pushes it and folds it and turns it slowly on the wooden table. Push and fold and turn. Push and fold and turn. It is slow, gentle work, and the dough becomes soft and smooth and warm beneath his hands. When the dough is ready, Peter covers it, and he lets it rest. The dough rests quietly in the warm bakery, and slowly, slowly it rises and grows, soft and full. While the dough rises, Peter sits down, and he rests too. He makes himself a warm cup of coffee, and he sits by the window, and he looks out at the quiet, dark village and the soft, shining stars, and he drinks his coffee slowly in the warm and peaceful bakery. After a while, the dough is ready. It has risen soft and full. And now, Peter shapes it gently into loaves, round loaves and long loaves, soft and white. He works slowly and carefully with his kind and gentle hands. And soon the table is full of soft, pale loaves ready for the oven. Peter opens the great oven. It is warm and glowing inside, and he places the loaves in, one by one, carefully, and then he closes the door and he waits. Slowly the bread bakes, and slowly the warm, sweet smell of fresh bread fills the little bakery and drifts out into the village. It is a wonderful smell, a warm and gentle and happy smell, the smell of morning, the smell of home. As the bread bakes, the sky outside begins to change. The dark becomes soft gray, and then, slowly, gold. The sun is rising. The morning is coming, and the village is beginning slowly to wake. Peter opens the oven, and there is the bread, golden and warm and beautiful. He takes the loaves out carefully, and he places them on the shelf to cool, and the whole bakery glows, warm and golden, in the soft morning light, full of the smell of fresh, warm bread. Soon, the first people of the village come to the bakery. They open the door and the little bell rings softly. "Good morning, Peter," they say, and Peter smiles and he says, "Good morning. The bread is fresh and warm." And he gives them their bread, soft and golden, and they thank him, and they go home, happy, with warm bread for their breakfast. Peter is happy. His work is good, his bread is warm, and his little bakery is full of light and warmth, and the sweet smell of morning. And later, when his morning work is done, and the village is awake and full of the smell of fresh bread, Peter will rest. He will sit quietly in his warm bakery, tired and happy in the soft golden light, and he will feel grateful for his gentle work and his quiet village and his warm and peaceful life. And so, our fourth story ends softly. Rest now, warm as fresh bread, in the golden morning light, calm and safe and peaceful, as we drift gently toward our next quiet story. Story 5. A walk in the forest deep in the countryside. There is a great green forest, and through the forest there winds a soft and quiet path. Today in our story you are walking on that path, slowly through the peaceful forest. There is no hurry. There is nowhere you must be. There is only the quiet forest, and the soft green path, and the gentle, peaceful walk. You step onto the path, and you walk slowly into the trees. The forest is cool and green and quiet. Tall trees rise up all around you, their branches high above, soft and green against the sky, and the sunlight comes down through the leaves in soft golden beams, falling gently on the path before you. You walk slowly along the soft path. Under your feet, the ground is soft with moss and fallen leaves, and with every step you feel calm. With every step you feel peaceful. With every step the quiet of the forest fills you, softly like cool, clean water. All around you the forest is full of gentle life. You hear the birds singing softly high in the trees. You hear the wind moving slowly through the leaves, a soft and gentle whisper. And you hear the quiet trickle of a small stream somewhere nearby, moving softly over the smooth stones. You walk on, slowly, and the path leads you deeper into the green and peaceful forest. You pass tall old trees with soft gray bark. You pass small green ferns growing low along the path, and you pass soft green moss growing on the old gray stones. A small deer stands quietly among the trees. It looks at you, gently with its soft dark eyes, and then slowly it turns and walks away softly into the deep green forest. And you smile and you walk on calm and quiet. You come to the small stream. The water is clear and cool, and it moves softly over the smooth gray stones. You stop for a moment, and you listen to the gentle sound of the water, and you feel so calm, so peaceful, so quiet and content. You walk beside the stream, slowly following it through the trees. The water moves softly beside you, singing its quiet song. The sunlight falls gently through the leaves, and the forest is cool and green and calm all around you. After a while, you come to a small open place in the middle of the forest. It is a soft green clearing full of gentle light, and in the middle of the clearing there is a large flat rock, warm in the soft sun. You sit down slowly on the warm rock to rest, and you look around you at the beautiful, peaceful forest, the tall trees, the soft green grass, the gentle golden light, and you breathe the cool, clean air, sweet with the smell of the trees and the earth and the green growing things. You rest here in the quiet clearing for a long, gentle time. There is no hurry. There is nothing to do. There is only this peaceful forest, this soft, warm rock, this gentle, quiet moment, and you feel calm and rested and at peace deep in the heart of the green and peaceful forest. The afternoon grows soft and golden. The light moves slowly through the trees, and the forest holds you gently in its cool, green, quiet, calm, and safe, and still. And so, our fifth story ends. Softly, rest now, in the peace of the quiet forest, calm and safe and still, as we drift gently toward our next quiet story. Story 6. The Night Train. On a quiet night, a small train moves slowly across the countryside through the soft and gentle dark. The train is warm and quiet and calm. Its windows glow with soft golden light, and inside, a few peaceful travelers sit, resting, as the train carries them gently through the night. In our story, you are on this train. You have a soft, warm seat by the window, and you are traveling slowly and comfortably through the quiet night. The train moves gently along the tracks. There is a soft, steady sound, a gentle rhythm, the soft click and hum of the wheels on the rails. It is a calm sound, a steady sound, a sound that carries you gently toward sleep. You look out of the window into the soft, dark night. Outside, the countryside moves slowly by. You see the dark shapes of the hills, soft against the starry sky. You see the small lights of a faraway village, glowing warm in the dark. And you see the wide, dark fields, quiet and peaceful under the shining stars. The train moves on slowly, and gently through the night, the soft rhythm of the wheels goes on, steady and calm, and you sit, warm and comfortable in your soft seat, by the window watching the quiet world go by. Inside the train it is warm and softly lit. The other travelers are quiet and calm. Some are reading softly, some are resting with their eyes closed, and some, like you, are watching the quiet night out of the window as the train carries them gently on their way. Sometimes the train passes through a small sleeping station. You see the soft lights of the platform glowing in the dark. You see the quiet, empty benches, and then, slowly, the station is behind you and the train moves on into the soft and gentle dark. You rest your head softly against the seat. The train rocks you gently with its calm and steady rhythm. Click and hum, click and hum, soft and slow and steady, and your eyes grow heavy, and your body grows soft and warm and calm. Outside, the stars shine soft and bright in the wide, dark sky. The dark hills move slowly by, and the small lights of the faraway villages glow warm and gentle in the quiet night. The train carries you on slowly and gently. There is nowhere you must be until the morning. There is nothing you must do. There is only this warm, quiet train, this soft, gentle rhythm, this peaceful journey through the calm and quiet night. You feel so calm, so comfortable, so safe and warm and content, and slowly, gently rocked by the soft rhythm of the train, you begin to drift toward sleep. Click and hum, click and hum. Soft and slow and steady, the train moves on through the gentle dark. The stars shine softly high above, and you drift slowly, gently, deeper and deeper into a warm and peaceful sleep. The night train carries you on, softly, through the quiet countryside, toward the morning, and you rest, warm and safe, and calm as the gentle rhythm of the wheels sings you softly to sleep. And so, our sixth story ends softly. Rest now, rocked by the gentle train through the quiet night, calm and safe and warm, as we drift gently toward our next quiet story. Story 7. The Fisherman and the Calm Sea. In a small fishing village by a quiet bay, there lives an old fisherman named Sam. Every morning, Sam goes out in his little boat onto the calm and gentle sea, and our story begins on one such morning, soft and quiet and still. It is early, the sun is just rising over the calm sea, filling the sky with soft gold and pink, and Sam walks down to the water slowly to his little boat resting on the quiet shore. Sam's boat is small and old and painted soft blue. He loves his little boat. It has carried him safely over the sea for many, many years, and now he pushes it gently into the calm water, and he climbs in, and he begins to row slowly out onto the quiet sea. The sea is calm this morning. The water is smooth and soft and still, and Sam rows slowly with his old wooden oars. Dip and pull, dip and pull. The oars move softly through the calm water, and the little boat glides gently out over the quiet sea. Soon Sam is far from the shore, alone on the wide, calm sea. He stops rowing and he lets his little boat rest softly on the still water, and he looks around him at the beautiful morning. The sea is calm all around. The water is soft and smooth and shining in the golden morning light. The sky is wide and soft and clear, and far away he can see the small village on the shore, quiet and peaceful in the morning sun. Sam takes out his fishing line, and he lets it down gently into the clear water, and then he waits, calmly and patiently, on the quiet sea. There is no hurry, there is no rush. He is happy just to be here on the calm water in the soft morning light. He watches the sea and the sky. A few white birds fly over the water, slowly calling softly to one another. The gentle waves rock his little boat, softly, up and down, and the warm sun rises higher, slowly in the clear and peaceful sky. Sam waits, patiently, and he rests. He feels the gentle rocking of the boat. He hears the soft sound of the water lapping against the wood, and he breathes the fresh, clean air, salty and sweet, of the calm morning sea, and he feels so peaceful, so calm, so content. After a while, there is a soft tug on his line, a fish. Sam pulls the line in slowly and gently, and there on the end of the line is a fine silver fish. Sam smiles, and he thanks the sea softly for its gift, and he places the fish gently in his boat. He lets his line down again, and he waits calmly once more. And so the morning passes, softly and slowly, on the calm and quiet sea. Sam fishes and rests and watches the gentle water, happy and peaceful in his little blue boat. When the sun is high and warm, Sam has caught enough, and so slowly he begins to row back toward the shore. Dip and pull, dip and pull. The little boat glides gently over the calm water back toward the quiet village. Sam reaches the shore and he pulls his little boat gently up onto the soft sand. And he sits down for a moment on the warm shore, and he rests, and he looks out at the calm and beautiful sea, and he feels grateful, grateful for the gentle sea, grateful for the quiet morning, grateful for his simple, peaceful life by the water. And so, our seventh story ends softly. Rest now, gentle as the calm sea, rocking softly in the morning light, calm and safe and peaceful as we drift gently toward our next quiet story. Story 8. The cabin in the snow high in the mountains deep in the winter. There is a small wooden cabin, warm and bright in the soft falling snow. All around the cabin the world is white and quiet and still. The snow falls softly from the gray sky. It covers the tall pine trees and the quiet hills in soft white blankets, and everything is calm and peaceful and still. But inside the little cabin, it is warm and cozy and bright. A fire is burning softly in the fireplace, glowing warm and golden. And in the cabin, safe and warm from the snow, there is a peaceful, quiet evening. In our story, you are in this warm cabin on this soft, snowy night, and there is nothing you need to do but rest and be warm and watch the gentle snow. You sit in a soft chair by the fire. The fire glows, warm and golden, before you. It crackles softly, a gentle, comforting sound, and the warmth of the fire fills the little cabin, soft and warm and cozy. You look out of the window at the falling snow. Outside, the snow drifts down slowly from the gray evening sky, soft white flakes falling gently, one by one, covering the world in soft, quiet white. The tall pine trees stand still, their branches heavy with snow, and the hills roll away, soft and white, into the gentle, snowy dark. It is so quiet outside, so calm, so still. The snow falls without a sound, soft and slow, and the whole world is wrapped gently in soft white silence. Inside, by the fire, you are warm and safe and comfortable. You have a soft, warm blanket over your knees. You have a cup of warm tea or cocoa in your hands. and you sit quietly and you watch the fire and the falling snow, and you feel so calm and cozy and content. The fire crackles softly, the snow falls gently, and the little cabin is warm and bright and peaceful in the middle of the soft, white, quiet night. You take a slow sip of your warm drink. It is sweet and warm and good. You feel it warm you gently from the inside, and you sink softly deeper into your comfortable chair, warm and calm and safe. Outside, the snow keeps falling, slowly, softly, all through the quiet evening. It covers the world in soft white. It makes everything gentle and quiet and still. And you watch it calmly from your warm place by the fire, feeling so peaceful and so content. The evening grows late. The fire glows, soft and golden. The snow falls gentle and slow, and a soft, warm sleepiness begins to fill you gently as you rest in your cozy chair by the warm and glowing fire. You feel so warm, so safe, so comfortable. There is nothing to worry about, nothing to do. The snow will fall softly all through the night. The fire will glow warm and gentle, and you can rest now, deeply and peacefully warm and safe in your little cabin in the soft and quiet snow. And so our eighth story ends softly. Rest now, warm by the fire as the gentle snow falls, calm and safe and cozy, as we drift gently toward our next quiet story. Story 9. The little bookshop on a quiet street in an old town. There is a small and gentle bookshop. It is an old shop with a soft wooden door and a small window full of books. And inside it is warm and quiet and full of the soft, sweet smell of old paper and gentle stories. It is a peaceful place, a calm place, a place to rest and read and dream. In our story, on a soft, rainy afternoon, you step into this little bookshop, out of the gentle rain. The little bell above the door rings softly as you enter, and inside it is warm and quiet and calm. Outside, the rain falls gently on the quiet street. But in here, in the little bookshop, it is dry and warm and peaceful. The shop is full of books. There are tall wooden shelves all around, filled with books of every kind. Old books and new books, big books and small books, books with soft leather covers, and books with bright, colorful ones, and they fill the little shop from floor to ceiling with their quiet, gentle presence. A kind old bookseller sits behind the desk, reading softly in the warm light of a small lamp. He looks up, and he smiles at you gently. "Good afternoon," he says softly. "Please come in. Look around. Take your time." And you smile and you say, "Thank you." And you begin to walk slowly among the shelves. You walk softly through the little shop looking at the books. You run your fingers gently along their soft spines. You take one down and you open it and you read a few soft words. And then you put it back gently and you take down another. There is no hurry. You have all the time in the world. Outside, the rain falls softly on the window. It makes a gentle, soothing sound. Pitter, patter, pitter, patter, soft and steady and calm. And inside, in the warm little shop, you wander slowly among the books, peaceful and quiet and content. You find a comfortable old chair. in a quiet corner of the shop by the window, and you sit down softly with a book you have chosen, and you begin to read slowly in the warm and gentle light. The story in your book is calm and gentle and good, and you read it slowly, softly, as the rain falls outside and the warm shop holds you gently in its quiet peace. Pitter-patter goes the rain on the window, soft and slow and steady, and you read and you rest, warm and calm in your quiet corner. The afternoon passes softly and slowly. You read your gentle book. The rain falls softly on the window, and the little bookshop is warm and quiet and full of soft, sweet peace. Your eyes grow heavy slowly as you read. The words become soft and gentle. The warm shop and the soft rain and the quiet book all hold you gently in their peaceful calm, and a soft, warm sleepiness begins to fill you, slowly as you rest in your comfortable chair. You let the book rest softly in your lap. You lean back in your warm chair, and you listen to the gentle rain on the window. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter, soft and slow and calm, and you feel so peaceful, so quiet, so warm and safe and content in the little bookshop out of the gentle rain. And so our ninth story ends softly. Rest now, warm in the quiet bookshop, as the soft rain falls, calm and safe and peaceful, as we drift gently toward our next quiet story. Story 10. The river and the little boat. Through a green and gentle valley there flows a wide, slow river, and on the river there drifts a small wooden boat, moving softly with the gentle current. In our story, you are lying in this little boat, resting, as it drifts slowly down the calm and quiet river. There is no need to row. There is no need to steer. The gentle river carries you softly, all on its own. And all you must do is lie back and rest, and watch the peaceful world drift slowly by. You lie back softly in the little boat on a soft cushion, and the boat drifts gently down the slow and quiet river. The water is calm and smooth and soft, and it carries you gently without a sound through the green and peaceful valley. Above you the sky is wide and soft and blue. A few white clouds drift slowly across the gentle sky, and the warm sun shines down softly, filling the valley with soft golden light. On either side of the river, the green banks slide slowly by. There are tall green trees leaning gently over the water. There are soft green reeds swaying slowly in the gentle breeze. And there are wild flowers growing along the banks, bright and soft in the warm sun. The little boat drifts on slowly down the quiet river, and you lie back, and you rest, and you watch the peaceful world go softly by. You hear the gentle sound of the water moving softly around the boat. You hear the soft song of the birds in the trees along the bank, and you hear the quiet whisper of the breeze moving gently through the green reeds. A family of ducks swims by slowly on the calm water. A mother duck and her small, soft ducklings following behind her in a gentle line. They move softly past your boat and on down the quiet river, and you smile softly and you watch them go. The river carries you on slowly and gently around a soft, wide bend, past a small green island full of trees. Under the soft shade of a great old willow, its long green branches trailing gently in the water, and on, down the calm and quiet river, through the green and peaceful valley, you feel so calm, so peaceful, so gently rocked and carried by the soft and quiet water. There is nowhere you must go. There is nothing you must do. There is only this gentle river, this soft little boat, this peaceful drifting rest. The warm sun shines softly down. The gentle water carries you on, and your eyes grow heavy slowly as the little boat drifts softly down the calm and quiet river. And a soft, warm sleepiness fills you. Gently rocked by the soft and gentle water, you let yourself rest completely. You let the river carry you. You let the soft boat rock you, gently up and down. And you drift slowly, gently, deeper and deeper, into a warm and peaceful sleep as the quiet river carries you softly on through the green and gentle valley. And so, our 10th story ends softly. Rest now, drifting gently down the quiet river, calm and safe and peaceful, as we drift gently toward our next quiet story. Story 11, The Shepherd on the Green Hills Far Away. Among the soft green hills, there lives a gentle shepherd named Jack, and with him, on the wide green hills, there lives his flock of soft white sheep. Our story begins on a soft warm morning, high on the peaceful hills. The morning is soft and golden. The sun is rising slowly over the green hills, filling the valleys with soft warm light. And Jack the shepherd walks slowly out onto the hills to be with his sheep. The hills roll away all around him, soft and green. Under the wide blue sky, the grass is soft and green and cool with the morning dew. And here and there across the green hills, the soft white sheep graze quietly in the gentle morning light. Jack walks slowly among his sheep. "Good morning, my woolly friends," he says softly, and the sheep look up at him gently with their soft, calm eyes. And then they go back to grazing quietly on the soft green grass. Jack finds a soft green place on the top of a gentle hill, and he sits down to watch his flock. From here, he can see everything. He can see all his sheep grazing quietly across the green hills. He can see the soft valleys below full of golden light, and he can see far away the soft blue line of the distant hills meeting the wide and gentle sky. Jack rests on the soft green hill, and he watches his sheep calmly and kindly. There is no hurry in the life of a shepherd. There are only the long, slow, peaceful days out on the green and quiet hills, the soft sheep grazing gently, the warm sun moving slowly across the sky, and the soft wind whispering gently through the green grass. A gentle breeze moves over the hills, soft and cool. It moves through the green grass, making it ripple softly like the waves of a green and gentle sea. It carries the sweet smell of the grass and the flowers and the fresh, clean air of the high green hills. And Jack breathes it in softly, and he feels so calm and so at peace. His faithful dog rests beside him on the soft green grass, calm and quiet in the warm sun. And together the shepherd and his dog watch over the peaceful flock through the long and gentle morning. The soft white sheep graze quietly across the green hills. The lambs rest softly beside their mothers in the warm sun, and everything is calm and peaceful and still, high on the green and gentle hills. Jack lies back softly on the green grass, and he looks up at the wide blue sky. He watches the soft white clouds drifting slowly across the gentle blue, and he listens to the soft sounds of the hills, the quiet grazing of the sheep, the gentle whisper of the wind in the grass, the soft, far songs of the birds high in the sky. And he feels so peaceful, so calm, so content. The warm sun shines softly down, the gentle wind whispers through the grass, and a soft, warm sleepiness fills the shepherd. Slowly, as he rests on the green and peaceful hill, his eyes grow heavy, his body grows soft and calm, and he rests gently in the warm sun, watched over by the wide and gentle sky, safe among his peaceful sheep on the soft green hills. And so, our 11th story ends. Softly, rest now, calm as the shepherd, on the soft green hills, peaceful and safe and still, as we drift gently toward our final quiet story. Story 12. The quiet evening in the rain in a small warm house. On a quiet evening, the soft rain is falling gently outside. In our story, you are in this warm and cozy house on this soft rainy evening, and there is nothing you need to do but rest and be warm and listen to the gentle rain. You sit by the window in a soft and comfortable chair. Outside, the evening is soft and gray and full of gentle rain. The rain falls softly from the quiet sky. Pitter, patter, pitter, patter, soft and slow and steady on the roof and on the window and on the quiet garden outside. Inside it is warm and dry and cozy. A soft lamp glows gently in the corner, filling the room with warm, golden light, and you sit quietly by the window, wrapped in a soft, warm blanket, listening to the gentle rain. You look out of the window at the soft, rainy evening. The garden outside is green and wet and glistening in the soft gray light. The rain falls gently on the leaves and the flowers and the grass, and little drops of water hang softly from the branches, shining like small, quiet jewels. The rain makes a gentle, soothing sound. Pitter-patter on the window, soft and steady on the roof, a quiet, gentle music that fills the evening with calm and peace. And you listen to it softly, and you feel so calm and cozy and content. You have a warm cup of tea in your hands. You take a slow, gentle sip. It is warm and sweet and good, and you feel it warm you softly from the inside as you sit by the window in the soft golden light, listening to the gentle rain. The evening is soft and quiet and peaceful. There is nowhere you must go. The rain is falling, and you are warm and dry and safe inside your cozy home. And there is nothing to do but rest and be warm and listen to the soft and gentle rain. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. The rain falls softly all through the quiet evening. It washes the world gently, clean and fresh. It fills the air with the soft, sweet smell of rain, and it makes everything quiet and calm and peaceful. You sink softly deeper into your comfortable chair. You pull the warm blanket gently around you, and you feel so warm and safe and cozy as the gentle rain falls softly outside your window. Your eyes grow heavy slowly as you listen to the rain. The soft, steady sound fills your mind gently with calm and peace. Pitter, patter, pitter, patter, soft and slow and steady, and a warm, gentle sleepiness begins to fill you softly as you rest in your cozy chair by the softly glowing lamp. You let yourself rest completely in the warmth and the quiet and the soft sound of the rain, and you drift slowly, gently, deeper and deeper into a warm and peaceful sleep as the gentle rain falls softly all through the calm and quiet night. And so our final story ends softly. Rest now, warm and cozy, as the gentle rain falls, calm and safe and peaceful. And now, let us drift together gently into a deep and quiet sleep. Story 13. The mountain village at dawn high in the great mountains, wrapped in soft morning mist, there is a small and peaceful village. The village sits in a green valley between the tall gray mountains. It has a few small stone houses with soft smoke rising slowly from their chimneys. It has narrow, winding paths, and all around it rise the great mountains, tall and quiet, their peaks soft with snow, high in the pale morning sky. Our story begins in the soft, still hour of dawn. It is early. The village is sleeping, and a soft white mist lies gently over the valley, wrapping the little houses and the quiet paths in soft and quiet white. The sky is pale and soft and growing slowly light, and everything is calm and still and quiet. In one of the small stone houses, an old woman wakes slowly. Her name is Marta. She has lived in this mountain village all her long and peaceful life, and she loves these soft, quiet mornings best of all. Marta rises slowly, and she makes a small fire in her stone fireplace. The fire glows warm and gold, and it fills her little house with soft, gentle warmth. And she makes herself a cup of warm milk, and she sits by the fire, and she looks out of her small window at the soft, misty dawn. Slowly, the sky grows lighter. The soft mist begins to lift gently from the valley, and little by little the great mountains appear, tall and gray and beautiful, their snowy peaks catching the first soft gold of the morning sun. Marta opens her door, and she steps outside into the cool, fresh mountain air. The air is clean and sweet and cool. It smells of the pines and the snow and the green mountain grass. And she breathes it in, softly, and she feels so calm and so alive. She walks a little way up the quiet path above the village, and she stops, and she looks out over the beautiful valley, the little village below with its soft rising smoke, the green fields wet with morning dew, the tall dark pines on the mountainsides, and the great gray mountains all around rising into the soft and golden sky. The sun rises slowly over the mountains. Its soft golden light spills gently down into the valley. It touches the snowy peaks, and they shine soft and bright. It touches the green fields, and they glow fresh and gold. And it touches Marta's face, warm and gentle as she stands on the quiet path above her peaceful village. Slowly the village begins to wake. A soft light appears in a window. A door opens gently somewhere below, and the quiet, gentle sounds of the morning begin, softly, in the peaceful mountain village. Marta stands for a long, gentle time, watching the beautiful morning. She feels the warm sun on her face. She feels the cool, clean air, and she feels so grateful for her mountain home and her long, peaceful life and this soft and beautiful dawn. And then slowly she turns and she walks back down the quiet path to her warm little house by the glowing fire, and she rests there, calm and warm and content, as the soft golden morning fills the peaceful mountain valley. And so, this story ends softly. Rest now, calm as the mountain village, wrapped in soft morning mist, peaceful and safe and still. As we drift gently toward our next quiet story, Story 14, A Night Under the Desert, Stars Far Away. In a wide and quiet desert the night is, soft and warm and full of stars. The desert is vast and still. By day it is golden and warm under the wide blue sky, but by night when the sun has gone down it becomes soft and cool and quiet under a great sky full of shining stars. In our story, you are resting in this peaceful desert on a soft, warm night beneath the wide and starry sky. You are lying on a soft blanket on the warm desert sand. Near you, a small fire glows, softly, warm and golden in the quiet dark. And above you, stretching from one side of the world to the other, is the great desert sky, full of countless soft and shining stars. The night is warm and still. The air is soft and dry and sweet, and there is a deep, deep quiet all around you, the great and peaceful silence of the wide desert night. You look up at the sky, and it is full of stars. So many stars, more stars than you have ever seen. Bright stars and soft stars, big stars and small stars. They fill the whole sky from edge to edge, shining softly in the deep and quiet dark. And across the middle of the sky there flows a great, soft river of stars, pale and beautiful, stretching all across the night. You watch the stars quietly in the warm and peaceful dark. They shine softly high above you, and now and then a shooting star crosses the sky, a soft bright line, here and then gone, falling gently across the quiet night. The small fire crackles softly beside you. It glows warm and gold in the quiet dark, and its gentle warmth reaches you softly as you lie on the warm sand beneath the great and starry sky. The desert is so still, so quiet, so peaceful. There is no sound but the soft crackle of the fire and the gentle whisper of the warm night wind moving softly over the sand. And you lie there, calm and warm and safe, beneath the countless shining stars. You feel so small and so peaceful. Beneath the great, wide sky, all your thoughts grow quiet and still. All your cares drift away softly into the deep and gentle dark. And there is only this warm sand, this soft fire, this great and beautiful sky full of soft and shining stars. You breathe slowly in the warm night air, in and out, in and out. And with every breath you feel more calm. With every breath you feel more peaceful. With every breath you drift a little deeper towards sleep beneath the wide and starry desert sky. The fire glows, softly, warm and gold. The stars shine gently high above. The warm wind whispers softly over the quiet sand, and you rest, calm and warm and safe held gently by the great and peaceful desert night. Your eyes grow heavy, slowly, as you gaze up at the shining stars, and a soft, warm sleepiness fills you gently beneath the wide and quiet sky. And you drift, slowly, gently, deeper and deeper into a warm and peaceful sleep beneath the countless soft and shining stars of the great desert night. And so, this story ends softly. Rest now beneath the warm and starry sky, calm and safe and peaceful as we drift gently toward our next quiet story. Story 15. The quiet harbor in a small seaside town. There is a quiet little harbor where the boats rest gently on the calm water. It is evening now in our story. The sun is going down over the sea, and the little harbor is soft and golden and calm, and you are walking slowly along the quiet harbor in the soft evening light. The harbor is peaceful, the water is calm and smooth and still, and all along the harbor the little boats rest gently on the quiet water. Small fishing boats, painted soft blue and red and green. They float softly side by side, their masts rising up quiet and still against the golden evening sky. You walk slowly along the old stone harbor wall. Below you, the calm water laps softly against the stone and against the sides of the little boats. Lap, 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 lap. A soft, gentle, quiet sound, and the boats rock ever so gently up and down, on the calm and peaceful water. The evening sky is beautiful. The sun is low over the sea, and it fills the sky with soft gold and orange and gentle pink, and all of it shines softly on the calm water of the harbor, gold and pink and orange, gently rippling on the quiet sea. A few seabirds fly slowly over the harbor, calling softly to one another in the soft evening air, and then they settle gently on the old stone wall and on the masts of the little boats, resting quietly as the evening comes. The town behind the harbor is soft and quiet and warm. Little lights are beginning to glow gently in the windows of the houses, and soft warm smells drift out of evening meals cooking in the peaceful town. You find a quiet bench at the end of the harbor wall, looking out over the calm water and the resting boats and the golden sea, and you sit down slowly to rest and to watch the peaceful evening. You sit there, quietly in the soft golden light. You watch the little boats rocking gently on the calm water. You listen to the soft lapping of the sea against the stone, lap, 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 and you feel so calm, so peaceful, so quiet and content. The sun sinks slowly into the sea. The golden light softens gently into soft evening blue, and one by one the first soft stars appear high in the darkening sky, and their light shines softly on the calm and quiet water. The little harbor grows soft and dark and peaceful. The boats rest quietly side by side on the calm water. The gentle sea laps softly against the stone, and a deep, gentle quiet settles softly over the peaceful harbor in the soft and gentle dark. You sit for a long, calm time in the soft evening quiet, and a gentle sleepiness begins to fill you softly as you rest by the peaceful harbor, watching the quiet boats and the soft, dark water and the first soft stars shining gently overhead, and you feel so calm and so at peace. And slowly, gently you drift toward sleep, rocked by the soft, quiet lapping of the calm and gentle sea in the peaceful little harbor under the soft and shining stars. And so this story ends softly. Rest now, calm as the quiet harbor in the soft evening light, peaceful and safe and still, as we drift gently toward our next quiet story. Story 16. Snowfall in the Sleeping City. It is late at night in a great city, and softly, quietly the snow is beginning to fall. The city is sleeping now. The busy streets are quiet and empty. The tall buildings rise up, dark and still, their windows soft and dark. And down below in the quiet streets, the soft snow falls gently from the dark night sky. In our story, you are watching this quiet snowfall from a warm window high up in the sleeping city. You stand at your window wrapped in a soft, warm blanket, and you look out over the quiet city at the gently falling snow. Below you, the streets are soft and white and still. The snow lies gently on the roofs and the roads and the quiet parked cars, and it falls softly through the light of the street lamps, drifting down slowly in soft white flakes through the quiet dark. The city is so quiet in the snow. All the busy sounds of the day are gone. There is only the soft, deep quiet of the night and the gentle falling of the snow. It falls without a sound, soft and slow, covering the great city in soft, quiet white. You watch the snow fall gently through the soft glow of the street lamps below. Each lamp is a soft circle of golden light, and through it the white flakes drift, slowly down and down, settling gently on the quiet white streets. Here and there in the dark buildings, a soft window glows, warm and gold, where someone else like you is awake and warm, watching the quiet snow. But most of the city sleeps softly, wrapped in the gentle falling white. Inside your warm room, it is soft and quiet and cozy. A gentle lamp glows, warm and low, and you stand at your window, warm and safe, watching the peaceful snow fall over the sleeping city. The snow falls slowly all through the quiet night. It drifts down softly from the dark sky. It settles gently on the great sleeping city, and it makes everything soft and white and beautiful and still. You feel so calm and so peaceful watching the quiet snow. There is something so gentle, so soothing about the soft falling flakes drifting slowly down through the quiet dark, and a soft, warm sleepiness begins to fill you. Gently as you watch the peaceful snowfall, you leave your window softly and you go to your warm, soft bed. You lie down, gently wrapped in your warm blanket, and you know that outside all through the night the soft snow will keep falling gently over the sleeping city, covering it softly in quiet white, and you feel so warm and safe and cozy in your soft bed as the snow falls gently outside, and slowly, gently you drift toward sleep, wrapped in the deep and peaceful quiet of the snowy city night. And so, this story ends softly. Rest now, warm and safe, as the snow falls over the sleeping city, calm and peaceful and still, as we drift gently toward our next quiet story. Story 17. The summer meadow on a warm and golden afternoon. In the middle of the summer, there is a wide and beautiful meadow. The meadow is full of soft green grass and bright wild flowers. It stretches out, gently, under the wide blue sky, warm and golden in the summer sun. And in our story, you are resting here, in this peaceful meadow on this soft and gentle afternoon. You are lying in the soft green grass, in the warm summer sun. Above you, the sky is wide and blue and soft. A few white clouds drift slowly across the gentle blue, and the warm sun shines down, softly filling the meadow with warm and golden light. All around you, the meadow is full of gentle life. The soft green grass sways slowly in the warm summer breeze. Bright wild flowers grow everywhere, red and yellow and soft blue and white, nodding gently in the warm air. And butterflies drift softly from flower to flower, their wings bright and soft in the golden sun. You hear the gentle sounds of the summer meadow, the soft hum of the bees moving slowly among the flowers, the gentle whisper of the breeze in the long green grass, the soft songs of the birds high in the warm and gentle sky, and, far away, the soft, sleepy sound of a stream moving quietly through the meadow. The warm summer breeze moves softly over the meadow. It carries the sweet smell of the grass and the flowers warm and soft in the golden sun. It moves the long grass gently in soft green waves, and it touches your face, softly, warm and gentle. As you lie in the peaceful meadow, you feel the warm sun on your skin. You feel the soft grass beneath you. You feel the gentle breeze moving softly over you. And you feel so calm and so peaceful, so warm and so content, resting in the beautiful summer meadow. You watch the soft white clouds drifting slowly across the wide blue sky. They move so gently, so slowly, changing softly as they go, and you follow them quietly with your eyes as they drift gently across the warm summer sky. The bees hum softly among the flowers. The butterflies drift gently on the warm air. The long grass sways slowly in the gentle breeze, and the warm sun shines down softly over the peaceful golden meadow. You feel so relaxed, so calm, so at peace. All your thoughts grow soft and slow and quiet, and a warm, gentle sleepiness begins to fill you softly as you rest in the warm sun, in the soft green grass, in the beautiful summer meadow. Your eyes grow heavy slowly in the warm and gentle sun. Your body grows soft and calm and still, and you drift slowly, gently toward sleep, warmed by the summer sun, rocked by the gentle breeze, cradled softly in the soft green grass of the peaceful golden meadow. And so this story ends softly. Rest now, warm in the summer meadow under the wide blue sky, calm and peaceful and still, as we drift gently toward our next quiet story. Story 18. The Candlemaker's Workshop on a Quiet Lane. In an old town there is a small candlemaker's workshop, warm and glowing in the soft evening light. Inside the workshop the air is warm and soft and sweet, with the gentle smell of wax and honey. Rows of candles hang quietly from the wooden beams, and in the corner a small fire glows warm and gold. It is a peaceful place, a gentle, quiet, glowing place. In the workshop works an old candle maker named Anna. For many, many years, She has made her candles here in this warm little workshop, and she loves her gentle, quiet work in the soft glow of the evening. In our story, you are here in this warm workshop on a soft, quiet evening, watching the old candle maker at her gentle work. Anna melts the wax slowly in a great pot over the small fire. The wax melts softly into a smooth golden liquid, warm and gentle, and the sweet smell of the wax and the honey fills the warm little workshop, soft and gentle and calm. Then, slowly, Anna dips the candles. She takes a long thread and she dips it gently into the warm golden wax, and then she lifts it out and she lets it cool, and then she dips it again, and each time she dips it, the candle grows slowly a little thicker, a little rounder, soft and smooth and golden. She works slowly and calmly and patiently. Dip and lift and cool. Dip and lift and cool. It is slow, gentle, quiet work, and the candles grow slowly in her gentle hands, soft and golden in the warm firelight. You sit quietly in a soft corner of the warm workshop, and you watch her work. The fire glows, warm and gold. The candles hang softly from the beams. The sweet smell of the wax fills the warm air, and the old candle maker works slowly and gently in the soft and quiet evening. Outside, the town is growing dark and quiet, but in here, in the warm workshop, all is soft and golden and calm. The little fire crackles softly, the warm wax gleams gently, and the finished candles hang quietly in soft golden rows, ready to bring their gentle light to the quiet homes of the town. When her work is done, Anna lights one of her candles, and it glows softly with a small, warm, gentle flame. The soft light flickers gently, filling the workshop with warm golden light and soft dancing shadows, and it is so beautiful, so peaceful, so calm. You watch the soft candle flame flickering gently in the warm and quiet workshop. It dances softly, so gently, and it fills you with a deep and gentle peace as you sit in the warm glow in the soft and quiet evening. The warm workshop holds you gently in its soft golden light. The sweet smell of honey and wax fills the calm air, and the soft candle flame flickers gently before you, warm and quiet and peaceful, and a soft, warm sleepiness begins to fill you, slowly as you sit in the gentle candlelight. Your eyes grow heavy, your body grows soft and calm, and you drift slowly, gently toward sleep, in the warm and glowing workshop of the old candle maker, held softly in the gentle golden light. And so, this story ends softly. Rest now, warm in the soft candlelight, calm and peaceful and still. And now, let us drift gently toward our quiet rest. Story 19. The old water mill beside a slow and gentle river. In a green and quiet valley there stands an old stone water mill. The mill is old and gray, and covered softly with green moss and ivy. Beside it turns a great wooden wheel, slowly round and round, in the flowing water of the river. And inside, in the warm and dusty light, the mill grinds its grain softly all through the long and peaceful day. In our story, you are visiting this old water mill on a soft and golden afternoon. You walk down to the mill along a soft green path, beside the gentle river. The river flows slowly and softly over smooth gray stones, and it turns the great mill wheel round and round with a soft and steady sound. Splash and turn, splash and turn. The water falls gently over the wheel, and the wheel turns slowly, round and round. You stand by the river and you watch the great wheel turning. It is old and wooden and green with moss, and it turns so slowly, so steadily in the flowing water round and round, round and round, and the water splashes softly and sparkles in the warm golden light. Inside the mill it is warm and dusty and soft with golden light. The old miller works there quietly grinding the grain into soft white flour, and the great stones turn slowly deep within the mill with a soft and gentle rumble, grinding, grinding all through the peaceful day. The old miller smiles at you kindly. "Welcome," he says softly. "Come in and rest a while." And you step inside, into the warm and dusty mill, and you sit down quietly in a soft corner to rest and to watch. The air inside is warm and soft and sweet with the smell of grain and flour. Soft golden dust drifts slowly in the beams of afternoon light, coming through the small dusty windows, and the great stones turn slowly with their gentle, steady rumble, grinding the soft white flour. You sit quietly and you rest in the warm and peaceful mill. You listen to the soft, steady sounds, the gentle splash of the water on the great turning wheel, the soft, deep rumble of the grinding stones, the quiet flow of the river outside, all soft and slow and steady, filling the warm mill with a gentle, peaceful calm. The afternoon light grows soft and golden through the dusty windows. The great wheel turns slowly in the flowing water. The stones grind gently deep within the mill, and the whole warm place is filled with a soft, sleepy, golden peace. You feel so calm, so relaxed, so gently at rest. The soft, steady sounds of the mill fill your mind gently with quiet and peace, and a warm, gentle sleepiness begins to fill you, slowly as you rest in the warm and dusty golden light. Your eyes grow heavy. Softly, your body grows calm and still, and you drift, slowly, gently, toward sleep in the warm old mill, beside the gentle river, rocked by the soft and steady turning of the great old wheel. And so this story ends softly. Rest now calm as the old mill beside the gentle river, peaceful and safe and still, as we drift gently toward our next quiet story. Story 20. The quiet monastery in the hills, high in the green and gentle hills, far from any town, there is an old and peaceful monastery. It is a place of deep quiet and gentle calm. It has old stone walls, soft with age. It has a quiet garden full of herbs and flowers, and it has a peaceful courtyard with a soft stone fountain where the water flows gently all through the quiet day. In our story, you are resting at this peaceful monastery in the soft light of the evening. You sit in the quiet courtyard on an old stone bench in the soft evening light. Before you the gentle fountain flows, softly its clear water falling gently into a smooth stone pool. Splash and trickle, splash and trickle. A soft, gentle, peaceful sound filling the quiet courtyard with calm. All around you, the old stone walls rise up, soft and gray, and warm in the last golden light of the day. Green plants grow gently along the walls. Soft flowers bloom quietly in the corners of the courtyard, and the evening light falls softly over everything, warm and gold and gentle. The monastery is so quiet, so calm, so deeply peaceful. There is no hurry here. There is no noise. There is only the soft flowing of the fountain, and the gentle whisper of the evening breeze, and the deep, soft silence of the peaceful hills. Somewhere far off a soft bell rings. Gently its quiet sound floats softly on the evening air, calling the peaceful hours of the day. And then it fades gently into the deep and quiet silence, and all is calm again. You breathe slowly in the soft evening air. It is cool and clean and sweet, with the smell of the herbs and the flowers of the quiet garden, and you feel your body grow soft and calm and still. In the deep peace of the quiet monastery, the gentle fountain flows softly before you, splash and trickle, splash and trickle, and you watch the clear water falling gently, catching the last soft gold of the evening light, and your mind grows quiet and calm and still, as peaceful as the soft flowing water. The sun sinks slowly behind the green hills. The soft golden light fades gently into soft evening blue, and the first quiet stars appear softly high above the peaceful monastery in the deep and gentle sky. You sit quietly in the soft evening dark, listening to the gentle fountain and the soft whisper of the breeze, and a deep, gentle peace fills you softly in the calm and quiet monastery. All your thoughts grow still, all your cares drift away, and there is only this deep quiet, this gentle peace, this soft and holy calm. And a warm, gentle sleepiness begins to fill you slowly in the peaceful evening. Your eyes grow heavy, your body grows soft and calm and still, and you drift slowly, gently toward sleep, held softly by the deep and quiet peace of the old monastery in the green and gentle hills. And so this story ends softly. Rest now in the deep peace of the quiet monastery, calm and safe and still, as we drift gently toward our next quiet story. Story 21. A tropical island at dusk far away in a warm blue sea, there is a small and peaceful island. The island is beautiful. It has soft white sand and tall green palm trees swaying gently in the warm sea breeze. It has clear blue water, warm and calm, lapping softly on the shore, and it is quiet and peaceful and gentle, this small green island in the wide warm sea. In our story, you are resting on this peaceful island. At dusk, as the warm day softly ends, you are lying in a soft hammock, hung gently between two tall palm trees near the shore. The warm sea breeze moves softly through the palm leaves above you, making a gentle whispering sound, and the hammock sways ever so slightly back and forth, rocking you gently in the warm evening air. Before you, the sea stretches out wide and calm and blue, all the way to the soft evening sky. The warm waves roll in gently and break softly on the white sand. Whoosh and hush, whoosh and hush. a soft, slow, gentle sound, filling the warm evening with calm. The sun is setting slowly over the wide blue sea, and the sky is full of soft, warm colors, gold and orange and soft rose pink, spreading gently across the evening sky. And all of it shines softly on the calm blue water, gold and pink and orange gently rippling on the warm and peaceful sea. The warm breeze moves softly over the island. It carries the sweet, warm smell of the sea and the flowers and the green palm trees. It moves the palm leaves gently above you with a soft and whispering sound, and it touches your skin, softly warm and gentle as you rest in your swaying hammock. The palm trees sway slowly in the warm breeze. The gentle waves roll in softly on the white sand. Whoosh and hush, whoosh and hush, and you rock gently in your soft hammock, back and forth, warm and calm and peaceful. The sun sinks slowly into the sea. The warm colors of the sky soften gently into soft evening blue, and the first soft stars appear high above the island, shining gently in the warm and darkening sky. You feel so warm, so calm, so peaceful, rocking gently in your hammock in the soft island dusk. The warm breeze whispers softly in the palms. The gentle waves roll in softly on the shore, and you sway gently back and forth in the warm and peaceful evening air. Your eyes grow heavy slowly in the soft warm dusk. Your body grows calm and soft and still, and a warm, gentle sleepiness fills you softly as you rock gently in your hammock beneath the swaying palms, beside the calm and gentle sea, and you drift slowly, gently toward sleep, rocked softly by the warm sea breeze on the peaceful island, under the first soft stars of the warm and gentle night. And so, this story ends softly. Rest now, rocking gently on the peaceful island shore, calm and warm and safe, as we drift gently toward our next quiet story. Story 22. The Station Cafe on a Rainy Night. On a rainy night, in a quiet town, there is a small, warm cafe in the corner of an old train station. Outside, the rain is falling softly on the quiet station and the dark, wet streets, but inside the little cafe it is warm and bright and cozy. And in our story, you are sitting here in this warm cafe out of the gentle rain on a soft and peaceful night. You sit at a small table by the window with a warm drink before you. Outside, the rain falls softly on the glass, pitter, patter, and it runs down the window in soft, slow streams, blurring the soft golden lights of the quiet station. The little cafe is warm and quiet and calm. A few other travelers sit softly at their tables, resting and quiet out of the rain. A soft, low music plays gently somewhere in the background, and the warm air smells of coffee and cake and soft, sweet things. You hold your warm drink in your hands. It is warm and sweet and good, and you take a slow, gentle sip, and you feel it warm you softly from the inside as you sit in the cozy cafe, watching the gentle rain. Outside on the quiet platform, the soft golden lamps glow, warm and gentle in the rainy dark. The rain falls softly through their light in soft silver streams, and now and then, far off, You hear the soft, low sound of a train somewhere in the night, gentle whistle floating softly through the rain. But you are in no hurry. You have no train to catch tonight. You are simply here, warm and dry and peaceful, in the cozy little cafe, watching the soft rain fall on the quiet station, in the gentle dark. The rain falls softly all through the peaceful night, pitter patter on the window, soft and slow and steady. The warm cafe glows gently in the rainy dark, and you sit quietly and you rest, warm and calm and content. You watch the soft rain running gently down the window. You watch the warm golden lamps glowing softly on the quiet platform. You listen to the soft, low music and the gentle patter of the rain and the far, soft sounds of the night. And you feel so calm, so peaceful, so quiet and content. The warmth of the cafe and the softness of the rain and the quiet of the night all hold you gently in a soft and peaceful calm. And a warm, gentle sleepiness begins to fill you, slowly as you rest in the cozy little cafe. Out of the gentle rain, your eyes grow heavy softly, your body grows calm and warm and still, and you drift slowly, gently towards sleep, warm and safe in the cozy station cafe, as the soft rain falls gently all through the quiet and peaceful night. And so, this story ends softly. Rest now, warm in the cozy cafe as the soft rain falls, calm and safe and peaceful, as we drift gently toward our next quiet story. Story 23, The Beekeeper's Garden on the Edge of a Quiet Village. There is a beautiful garden full of flowers and gentle bees. And here lives an old beekeeper named Grace, who tends her bees and her flowers with quiet and gentle care. In our story, you are visiting this peaceful garden on a warm and golden summer afternoon. The garden is full of soft, sweet life. There are flowers everywhere, of every soft color, nodding gently in the warm sun. There are herbs growing soft and green, filling the warm air with their gentle scent. And among the flowers the bees move slowly, softly, from bloom to bloom, humming their gentle, sleepy song. At the edge of the garden stand the beehives, soft wooden boxes, warm in the golden sun. And around them the bees fly slowly and gently, going out to the flowers and coming home again in a soft and peaceful dance. Old Grace, the beekeeper, moves slowly and calmly through her garden. She is gentle and quiet, and the bees are calm around her. She tends her flowers softly. She checks her gentle bees, and she moves through her garden slowly, at peace with the soft and humming world. You sit on a soft wooden bench in the warm and peaceful garden, and you rest, and you watch. The warm sun shines down gently. The soft flowers nod slowly in the gentle breeze, and the bees hum softly all around, a gentle, sleepy, peaceful sound. The soft humming of the bees fills the warm garden gently. It is a soft, low, gentle sound, rising and falling softly in the warm air. Hmm. A quiet, drowsy, peaceful hum that fills the garden with a soft and sleepy calm. The warm air is sweet, with the smell of the flowers and the herbs and the soft, sweet honey, and you breathe it in gently and you feel so calm and so peaceful resting in the warm and humming garden. Grace brings you a small taste of her honey, golden and sweet, on a soft piece of bread. Taste it, she says, softly. It is made from all the flowers of my garden, and you taste it, and it is sweet and soft and golden, full of the warmth of the summer sun. And you say softly, "Thank you, it's wonderful." You sit quietly in the warm garden, tasting the sweet honey, listening to the soft humming of the gentle bees. The warm sun shines down, the soft flowers nod, and the whole garden hums gently with a soft and sleepy peace, and a warm, gentle sleepiness begins to fill you slowly in the soft and humming garden. The gentle hum of the bees, so soft, so low, so steady, fills your mind gently with quiet and calm and peace. Your eyes grow heavy, your body grows soft and still, and you drift slowly, gently towards sleep in the warm and peaceful beekeeper's garden, held softly by the gentle, sleepy humming of the bees. And so this story ends softly. Rest now, calm in the warm and humming garden, peaceful and safe and still, as we drift gently toward our next quiet story. Story 24. The hot spring in the snow high in the snowy mountains. Hidden among the tall, dark pines, there is a warm and peaceful hot spring. All around the world is white and cold and quiet with snow. But the hot spring itself is warm, so warm, a soft pool of gentle steaming water, resting quietly among the snowy rocks, and soft white steam rises from it slowly into the cold, still mountain air. In our story, you are resting in this warm, hot spring on a soft and snowy evening. You are sitting in the warm water up to your shoulders in the gentle, steaming pool. The water is warm, so warm and soft and soothing. It wraps around you, gently warming your whole body, softly from your toes to your shoulders, and you feel so warm, so relaxed, so deeply, gently at ease. All around you, the snow is falling softly from the soft gray evening sky. It drifts down slowly through the tall, dark pines, and it settles gently on the snowy rocks and the white ground all around the warm pool. But where it touches the warm, steaming water, it melts softly and disappears into the gentle warmth. You look around you at the beautiful, peaceful scene. The tall, dark pines, heavy with soft white snow, the snowy rocks all around the warm pool, the soft gray sky full of gently falling snow, and the soft, white steam rising slowly from the warm water into the cold, still air. It is so quiet here, so calm, so deeply peaceful. There is no sound but the soft, gentle bubbling of the warm spring and the soft, quiet hush of the falling snow. And you rest, warm and calm, in the gentle, steaming water, in the middle of the soft and snowy quiet. The warm water soothes you gently. It warms your body softly, and it eases every muscle, and it melts away every care. You lean back softly against a smooth, warm rock, and you rest your head, and you look up at the soft falling snow. The snowflakes drift down slowly from the gray evening sky. They fall softly through the steam and the dark pines, so gently, so quietly, and you watch them calmly as you rest in the warm and soothing water, feeling so peaceful, so relaxed, so deeply at ease. The warm water holds you gently. The soft snow falls quietly all around. The white steam rises slowly into the still air, and you rest warm and calm and safe in the gentle hot spring, in the peaceful snowy quiet, and a warm, deep sleepiness begins to fill you slowly in the soothing warmth of the spring. Your body is warm and soft and completely relaxed. Your mind is quiet and calm and still, and you drift slowly, gently toward sleep, held softly by the warm and gentle water beneath the soft and falling snow in the deep and peaceful quiet of the snowy mountains. And so this story ends softly. Rest now warm in the gentle spring beneath the soft falling snow, calm and safe and peaceful. And now let us drift together gently toward our quiet rest. Story 25. The Autumn Orchard in the golden days of autumn. When the leaves turn red and amber, there is an old apple orchard at the foot of a gentle hill. The orchard belongs to an old man named Henry. He has cared for these apple trees for more than 50 years, planted many of them himself when he was young. And every autumn, when the apples ripen, his granddaughter Lily comes to help him with the harvest. Our story begins on a soft golden afternoon in the middle of the orchard. The trees stand in gentle rows, their branches heavy with ripe red apples. The autumn leaves drift down slowly, one by one, turning softly in the still air before they settle on the soft grass below. And the low afternoon sun pours through the branches, warm and golden, filling the whole orchard with a soft amber light. Henry and Lily move slowly between the trees, gathering the apples. Henry reaches up gently and turns each apple softly until it comes away in his hand. You see, he tells Lily kindly, when an apple is ready, it lets go easily. You don't have to pull, you just lift it gently and it comes. Lily watches him, and she tries. She reaches up to a low branch and she cups a red apple in her small hands, and she lifts it gently and it comes away softly into her palm. "I did it, Grandpa," she says softly, and Henry smiles. "You did," he says. "Well done." They work together, slowly, in the warm golden light, filling their baskets with the ripe red apples. There is no hurry. The afternoon is long and soft and gentle. And as they work, Henry tells Lily quiet stories about the orchard when he was a boy, about the seasons, about the patient, gentle work of growing things. "An orchard teaches you to be patient," he says, softly as he sets another apple in the basket. "You plant a small tree, and you wait. You wait many years, and then, one autumn, the branches are full of fruit. Good things take time, Lily. The best things always take time." Lily listens quietly as she gathers the apples. She likes her grandfather's soft, slow voice. She likes the warm, golden light and the sweet smell of the ripe apples, and the soft sound of the leaves drifting gently down around them. When their baskets are full, Henry and Lily sit down to rest on an old wooden bench beneath the largest apple tree. Henry takes out 2 apples, and he polishes them softly on his sleeve, and he hands one to Lily, and they sit together quietly, and they eat their apples, sweet and crisp and cool. In the warm golden light of the autumn afternoon, Above them, the leaves drift down, slowly red and amber and gold. Around them, the orchard glows, soft and warm, in the low autumn sun. And they sit together, the old man and the young girl, resting and content at the end of a gentle day of gathering. As the sun sinks lower, the light grows soft and deep and golden. A cool breeze moves through the orchard, and more leaves drift down, turning softly as they fall. And Henry rests his head back against the old tree, and Lily leans softly against his shoulder, and they watch the falling leaves together in the peaceful golden light. And there, in the warm and gentle orchard, wrapped in the soft amber glow of autumn, they grow quiet and drowsy and calm, the day's work done, the baskets full, the sweet apples eaten, and a soft and gentle peace settles over them, deep and warm, as the golden afternoon slowly fades into a soft and quiet evening. Rest now, calm and warm, in the golden autumn orchard as the leaves drift softly down. Let the peace of that gentle place settle over you too as we move on quietly to our next story. Story 26, The Old Observatory on a Hill Above a Sleeping Town. There stands an old stone observatory with a great round dome open to the night sky. Inside the observatory lives an old astronomer named Elias, who has spent his whole life watching the stars. And on this clear, quiet night, a curious young boy from the town named Sam has climbed the hill to visit him, for the boy loves the stars, and he has never looked through a great telescope before. Our story begins beneath the open dome, in the soft dark of the observatory. The great telescope points up, through the open dome, at the deep and starry sky. Elias stands beside it, gentle and patient, and Sam stands close by, gazing up in wonder at the countless stars shining softly overhead. "Have you ever looked closely at the moon?" Elias asks softly, and Sam shakes his head. "Then come," says the old astronomer kindly. "Look here," and he helps the boy climb up to the eyepiece of the great telescope, and he shows him how to look. Sam looks through the telescope, and he gasps softly with wonder, for there, close and clear and bright, is the moon, its soft gray seas, its pale mountains, its round dark craters glowing gently in the dark. "It's so beautiful," Sam whispers. "It's so close." And Elias smiles softly in the dark. "The universe is full of beautiful things," he says. "You only have to look." Slowly, gently, Elias shows the boy the wonders of the night sky. He turns the great telescope softly, and he shows Sam the rings of a distant planet, pale and golden in the dark. He shows him a cluster of stars, like scattered diamonds glittering softly against the black. And he shows him a faraway galaxy, a soft and misty spiral of light, so distant that its light has traveled for millions of years just to reach this small boy's eye. On this quiet night, Sam looks and looks in silent wonder, and Elias tells him the soft, patient names of the stars and the old gentle stories that people have told about them for thousands and thousands of years. Then they step away from the telescope and they lie back, together, on the cool stone floor beneath the open dome, and they simply gaze up at the whole vast sky full of soft and shining stars. There are more stars than anyone could ever count, Elias says, softly into the dark, and around many of them there are worlds we will never see. The sky is very big, Sam, and we are very small. But that is not a sad thing. It is a beautiful thing. To be small, and to be here, and to be able to look up, and to wonder, that is a gift. Sam lies quietly gazing up at the endless stars, and he feels the truth of it softly in his heart. He feels small and calm and full of quiet wonder beneath the great and shining sky. The night is deep and still and clear. The stars turn slowly overhead, wheeling softly across the dark. And the two of them lie there, the old astronomer and the young boy side by side, gazing up in peaceful silence at the vast and beautiful universe. Slowly, gently, the boy's eyes grow heavy. The soft turning of the stars, and the deep quiet of the night, and the old man's gentle voice all fill him with a warm and peaceful calm. And there, beneath the open dome, wrapped in the soft light of 1,000 stars, Sam drifts quietly towards sleep, full of wonder and peace. Rest now, small and calm beneath the endless stars as the quiet sky turns softly overhead. Carry that gentle wonder with you as we drift on, softly, to our next story. Story 27. The potter at her wheel in a small studio full of soft gray light. A potter named Mira sits quietly at her wheel, shaping a bowl from a lump of soft wet clay. The studio is peaceful and calm. Soft light falls through a wide window, filling the room with a gentle, cloudy glow. Finished pots and bowls line the wooden shelves in soft, earthy colors, warm browns and soft grays and pale, gentle blues. And in the middle of the room sits Mira, at her wheel, lost in the quiet, patient work of her hands. Our story begins as she places a fresh lump of clay upon the wheel. Mira wets her hands in a bowl of cool water, and she presses them, gently, against the soft gray clay. Then, slowly, she begins to turn the wheel. It spins, softly, round and round, and the clay spins with it, round and round beneath her steady hands. At first the clay is rough and uneven, but slowly, patiently, Mira begins to shape it. She presses, gently with her wet hands, and the clay grows smooth and round and true. Round and round it spins beneath her fingers, and slowly, softly, it begins to rise and to take its shape. There is a deep calm in her work. She does not hurry. She breathes slowly and steadily, and her hands move softly, patiently with the turning clay. Round and round the wheel spins in the soft gray light, and the bowl grows slowly beneath her gentle hands, rising up, smooth and round and true. Mira presses her thumbs softly into the center of the spinning clay, and slowly, gently, she opens it, hollowing it out into a soft, round bowl. She lifts the walls, gently, higher, thinner, smoother, as the wheel turns, round and round, and the clay obeys her patient hands, rising softly into a graceful, gentle shape. There is something deeply peaceful in watching her work. The soft turning of the wheel, the quiet patience of her hands, the slow and gentle growing of the bowl. It is calm and steady and unhurried, like the soft rhythm of a quiet breath. Round and round the wheel turns. Smooth and slow, her hands move with it, and the bowl rises softly in the gentle gray light, taking its quiet, graceful form. At last the bowl is finished. Mira slows the wheel, softly, and it turns more and more gently until it comes, at last, to rest. And there it sits, a simple, beautiful bowl, smooth and round and true, shaped patiently from soft gray clay by her quiet, gentle hands. Mira looks at it softly, and she smiles. It is good. It is simple and honest and true. And she wipes her hands slowly, and she carries the soft new bowl gently to the shelf, to rest and to dry among the others. Then she sits back down at her quiet wheel in the soft gray light, and she rests. Her work is calm and patient and good, and she feels a deep, quiet contentment in the peaceful stillness of her studio, surrounded by the gentle things she has made with her own two hands. The soft gray light falls gently through the wide window. The finished pots rest quietly on the wooden shelves, and a deep, calm peace fills the quiet studio, soft and still. Let that quiet, patient calm settle into you now. The soft turning of the wheel, the gentle work of loving hands, the deep peace of a thing made slowly and well. Rest softly as we turn to our next story. Story 28, The Lavender Fields in the Warm South, where the summers are long and golden. There are wide fields of lavender, stretching softly toward the distant hills. The fields are a soft sea of purple and blue, row upon row of gentle lavender, swaying slowly in the warm summer breeze. And the air above them is warm and sweet, and heavy with the soft, calming scent of the lavender flowers, a scent so gentle and so soothing that it seems to slow the whole world down. In our story, a young woman named Josephine walks slowly through these fields in the soft golden light of the late afternoon, gathering lavender into a wide woven basket. She moves gently between the rows, and as she walks, she runs her hands softly over the tops of the lavender flowers, and the sweet scent rises up around her, warm and calming in the golden air. Now and then she stops, and she cuts a small bundle of the fragrant stems, and she lays them gently in her basket. The bees move slowly among the flowers, humming their soft and drowsy song. Butterflies drift gently over the swaying purple rose, and the warm breeze moves through the lavender in soft, slow waves, carrying its sweet and calming scent across the wide and peaceful fields. Josephine is in no hurry. She loves this gentle work, the warm sun on her back, the sweet scent all around, the soft hum of the bees, the slow sway of the flowers. She walks and she gathers, slowly and calmly, through the long golden afternoon, and her mind grows quiet, and her heart grows calm, soothed by the gentle fragrance of the lavender. When her basket is full of the sweet purple flowers, she carries it slowly to the edge of the field, and she sits down beneath the shade of an old olive tree to rest. And she looks out over the wide and beautiful fields, softly glowing purple and gold in the late afternoon light. The sun sinks slowly toward the distant hills, and its warm golden light spills across the lavender, turning the soft purple flowers to shades of rose and amber and deep violet. The bees hum on, softly, drowsily. The warm breeze moves gently through the fields, and the sweet scent of lavender fills the warm and golden air. Josephine leans back against the old olive tree, and she breathes in the soft, calming scent, slowly, deeply. and she feels the deep peace of the place settle over her. The warm sun, the sweet fragrance, the gentle hum of the bees, the slow sway of the endless purple rose. Her eyes grow heavy softly in the warm and drowsy afternoon. The sweet scent of the lavender, so gentle, so calming, fills her softly with a deep and peaceful ease. And there, in the shade of the old olive tree, at the edge of the wide and golden fields, she grows quiet and drowsy and calm and drifts slowly, gently towards sleep, soothed by the sweet and gentle fragrance of the lavender. Breathe in that soft calm now, sweet and gentle as the lavender fields in the golden light. Let it soothe you softly and carry you toward rest as we move on quietly to our next story. Story 29. The cabin on the still lake deep in the quiet north woods. There is a small wooden cabin at the edge of a wide and still lake. The lake is calm this morning, so calm that it holds the whole world upside down within it. The tall, dark pines along the shore, the soft gray hills beyond, the pale morning sky, all mirrored perfectly in the still silver water. A soft mist drifts gently across the surface, and everything is quiet and calm and hushed. In our story, an old man named Walter and his young grandson Oliver step out from the cabin into the soft dawn to fish upon the still lake. They walk down to the water slowly, and they climb into a small wooden rowboat tied at the little wooden dock. Walter takes up the oars, and he rows gently out onto the glassy lake. Dip and pull, dip and pull. The oars slip softly into the still water, and the little boat glides out smoothly, leaving soft ripples spreading gently behind them, out across the silver mirror of the lake. "We must be quiet on the water," Walter says softly to the boy. "The lake is peaceful at dawn. We don't want to disturb it." And Oliver nods quietly, and he sits very still, gazing out at the calm and misty water, at the tall pines mirrored in its silver surface. Walter stops rowing, and he lets the little boat rest softly on the still water. He hands Oliver a fishing rod, and he shows him gently how to cast the line, how to let it fly out softly and drop with a small quiet splash into the calm lake. And then they wait together in the soft gray dawn. There is a deep and gentle peace on the still lake. The mist drifts slowly across the water. The tall pines stand quiet and dark along the shore, and the pale sky brightens softly as the sun begins to rise somewhere behind the hills, filling the mist with a soft and golden glow. They wait, quietly and patiently. Upon the still water, now and then a fish rises softly and touches the surface and sends soft rings spreading gently across the calm lake. A loon calls far off, its soft and lonely cry floating out across the water, and the little boat rocks ever so gently on the calm and silver lake. "It's so quiet, Grandpa," Oliver whispers softly, and Walter smiles gently. "Yes," he says, "this is my favorite time, before the world wakes up, when the lake is still and the mist is soft and everything is calm. I've been coming here since I was smaller than you, and it's always been just like this, quiet and peaceful and good." They sit together, the old man and the young boy, quietly fishing on the still lake as the soft dawn brightens slowly into gentle morning. The sun rises, At last, over the hills, and its warm golden light spills across the water, burning away the soft mist, and setting the whole calm lake alight with soft and shining gold. Oliver leans back softly against his grandfather, and Walter puts a gentle arm around him, and they watch the golden morning together upon the peaceful lake. There is no hurry to catch anything. It is enough simply to be here, together, and quiet, and calm, in this beautiful and peaceful place, as the soft morning light fills the world with gold, and in the gentle rocking of the little boat and the soft warmth of the rising sun, and the deep calm of the still and silver lake, the young boy grows drowsy and peaceful and content, and rests softly against his grandfather in the quiet golden morning. Let that stillness be yours now, the calm lake, the soft mist, the gentle golden dawn. Rest quietly in it as we drift on to our next story. Story 30, The Candlelit Chapel in an Old and Quiet Village. Down a narrow cobbled lane there is a small stone chapel, very old and very peaceful. It is evening, and the chapel is nearly empty and softly dark, but all along the walls and before the small stone altar, dozens of candles are burning gently, small flames of soft golden light flickering quietly in the cool and peaceful dark. And the whole small chapel glows softly with their warm and gentle light. In our story, a weary traveler steps into this quiet chapel out of the cool evening, simply to rest for a while in the soft and candlelit peace. The traveler walks in softly, and the heavy wooden door closes gently behind them, shutting out the cool of the evening and the sounds of the world outside. And within, all is quiet, deeply, softly quiet, filled with the warm glow of the many candles and the deep and gentle peace of the old stone chapel. The traveler sits down softly on a smooth wooden bench near the front of the chapel and simply rests in the warm and flickering light. Above, the old stone arches rise softly into the shadowed dark. The small stained glass windows glow faintly with the last soft light of the dying day, and all around the many candles burn gently, their small golden flames flickering softly in the still and peaceful air. There is such a deep calm here. The heavy stone walls hold out the world and hold in a soft and ancient quiet. The warm candlelight flickers, gently casting soft, dancing shadows on the old gray stone, and the air is cool and still, and touched faintly with the soft, sweet smell of the burning candles, and the old stone, and the passing centuries. The traveler breathes slowly in the deep quiet, and feels the weariness of the long day begin to lift softly and drift away. There is nothing to do here, nowhere to go, nothing to think about. There is only this, the warm candlelight, the deep quiet, the soft and ancient peace of the old stone chapel. The small golden flames flicker gently all around in the cool and quiet dark. The traveler watches them softly, the way they dance and sway and glow so gently, so peacefully, and feels a deep calm settle slowly over their heart, quiet and warm as the candlelight itself. Outside, the evening deepens softly into night. The last faint light fades from the stained glass windows, and the chapel grows darker and softer, lit only now by the warm and gentle glow of the many candles. And still the traveler sits, quietly resting, wrapped in the deep and peaceful calm of the candle-lit chapel. Slowly, gently, a soft and heavy peace begins to fill the traveler. The deep, drowsy calm of a weary body come at last to rest in a warm and quiet place. Their eyes grow heavy in the soft flickering light. Their breathing slows softly and deepens. And there, on the smooth wooden bench, in the warm glow of 100 gentle candles, wrapped in the deep and ancient quiet of the old stone chapel, the weary traveler rests softly and drifts gently toward a deep and peaceful sleep. Let that soft, candle-lit peace hold you, too, now, warm and quiet and deeply calm. Rest in it as we move gently on. Story 31. The Winter Reading Room. In a great old house on a cold and snowy afternoon, there is a warm and quiet reading room, lined from floor to ceiling with books. Outside, the snow is falling softly, and the world is white and cold and still. But inside the reading room, all is warm and golden and snug. A fire crackles gently in the hearth. Deep, soft armchairs stand near the fire, and all around the tall wooden shelves rise up, filled with thousands of books, their soft old spines glowing warmly in the firelight. In our story, you have come to this warm reading room on this cold and snowy day to spend a quiet afternoon among the books beside the gentle fire. You choose a book softly from the tall shelves, an old one with a soft, worn cover and pages soft and yellowed with age, and you carry it gently to the deepest, softest armchair beside the crackling fire, and you settle into it, slowly wrapped in a soft, warm blanket. The fire glows, warm and golden, before you. It crackles softly, and now and then a log settles gently with a soft sigh of sparks, and its warmth reaches you softly, filling the deep armchair and the soft blanket and your whole tired body with a gentle, drowsy warmth. You open your old book softly and you begin to read. The words are gentle and the story is calm, and it carries you softly away into quiet worlds and soft imaginings as the fire crackles gently and the snow falls softly outside the frosted window. Now and then you look up from your book and you gaze out at the falling snow. It drifts down slowly past the tall window in soft white flakes covering the quiet garden and the still trees in soft deep white. And the world outside is hushed and calm and white, while inside you are warm and golden and snug beside the gentle fire. The reading room is so quiet, so peaceful. There is only the soft crackle of the fire and the gentle turning of your pages and the deep soft hush of the falling snow. And the warm golden light of the fire glows softly on the thousands of old books all around, filling the room with a deep and gentle calm. You read on, softly, in the warm and quiet room, and slowly, gently, the warmth of the fire and the softness of the chair and the calm of the falling snow begin to make you drowsy. The words on the page grow soft and slow. Your eyes grow heavy in the warm, golden light, and the old book rests, softly open in your lap. You lean your head back, gently against the deep, soft chair. You pull the warm blanket softly around you, and you gaze drowsily into the gentle flames as the fire crackles softly and the snow falls quietly outside the frosted glass. There is nowhere you must be, nothing you must do. There is only this, the warm fire, the soft chair, the quiet books, the gentle snow. And wrapped in the deep and drowsy warmth of the winter reading room, you close your eyes softly, and you drift gently toward a warm and peaceful sleep as the snow falls quietly all through the soft gray afternoon. Rest now, warm and drowsy by the crackling fire as the snow falls soft outside. Let the quiet of that golden room settle over you. As we turned gently to our final story. Story 32, the riverside tea house beside a gentle river. Beneath the shade of old willow trees, there is a small and peaceful tea house, very old and very calm. It is a quiet wooden house with soft paper screens and worn wooden floors and a wide veranda that looks out over the slow and gentle river. The willow trees trail their long green branches softly in the flowing water, and the whole peaceful place is filled with a soft and gentle calm and the faint sweet fragrance of green tea. In our story, you have come to this riverside tea house on a soft and misty morning to rest and to drink a quiet cup of tea and to watch the gentle river flow. An old tea master greets you softly with a gentle bow, and he leads you to a quiet place on the veranda, looking out over the slow green river. And there you kneel softly on a soft cushion at a low wooden table as the old master prepares the tea with slow and patient care. You watch him quietly as he works. Every movement is soft and slow and graceful. He warms the little clay pot gently with hot water. He measures the green tea leaves carefully into the warm pot. He pours the hot water over them slowly in a soft and gentle stream, and a soft, sweet fragrance rises up, warm and green and gentle, filling the quiet air. There is no hurry in any of it. The old master works slowly, patiently, with deep and quiet care, and you kneel softly, and you watch, and the slow grace of his movements fills you gently with a deep and peaceful calm. At last, the tea is ready. The old master pours it slowly into a small clay cup, and he sets it before you softly with a gentle bow, and you lift it carefully in both hands. The cup is warm and smooth against your palms, and you breathe in the soft green fragrance, and you take a slow, gentle sip. The tea is warm and soft and gently sweet, with a faint green freshness like a spring morning, and it warms you softly from within and fills you with a deep and quiet calm. You set the cup down gently and you gaze out softly over the slow and peaceful river. The river flows by slowly and calmly, its green water moving softly beneath the trailing willows. A soft mist drifts gently across the water. The long willow branches sway slowly in the soft morning breeze, trailing their green tips in the gentle current, and the whole peaceful scene is soft and quiet and still. You kneel there, softly, sipping your warm tea, watching the gentle river flow, and a deep peace settles over you, the soft warmth of the tea, the slow grace of the old master, the quiet flowing of the green river, the gentle sway of the willows in the soft morning mist. There is nothing you must do, nowhere you must be. There is only this quiet moment, soft and warm and calm. The morning drifts on slowly and gently. You finish your warm tea softly, and you rest quietly on the peaceful veranda, gazing out over the slow green river, feeling calm and warm and deeply at peace. And in the soft warmth of the tea, and the gentle flowing of the river, and the deep quiet of the peaceful tea house, a soft drowsiness settles over you, gently. Your body grows calm, and soft and still, and you drift slowly, gently toward a warm and peaceful rest, soothed by the quiet flowing of the gentle river, beneath the soft green willows, in the calm and misty morning. Let that gentle peace carry you now, soft and warm as green tea on a misty morning. And now, at the end of all our quiet stories, let us drift, together, gently into a deep and restful sleep. Story 33. The meadow at moonrise on a warm and quiet evening. At the edge of a sleeping village, there is a wide green meadow, open to the soft night sky. The day has ended, and the sun has gone down, and now a soft blue dusk lies gently over the meadow. The grass is cool with the coming dew. The wildflowers have folded their petals softly for the night, and the first faint stars are beginning to shine high above in the deepening sky. In our story, an old woman named Nora walks out slowly into this quiet meadow, as she does every evening, to watch the moon rise over the distant hills. She walks softly through the cool grass to a small wooden bench at the top of a gentle rise, looking east toward the low, dark hills. And she sits down slowly, and she folds her hands in her lap, and she waits quietly for the moon. The evening is warm and still and deeply peaceful. A soft breeze moves gently through the grass, carrying the sweet, cool scent of the meadow at night. Somewhere, a single bird sings its last soft song of the day, and then falls quiet, and the sky deepens slowly from soft blue to deep violet to gentle dark as more and more stars begin to shine. And then, softly, the moon begins to rise. First, a faint silver glow appears. Behind the low, dark hills, it grows slowly brighter and brighter, and then, gently, the edge of the moon appears above the hills, a soft curve of pale silver light, and slowly, silently, the great round moon rises up into the deep night, sky full and bright and beautiful, casting its soft silver light across the whole quiet meadow. Nora watches it, softly as she has watched it, on so many quiet evenings over so many long years. The soft silver moon, rising slowly over the hills, filling the meadow with its gentle light, and she feels the deep, familiar peace of it settle over her, quiet and calm as the moonlight itself. The whole meadow is bathed now in soft silver light. The cool grass shimmers faintly silver green in the gentle glow. The folded flowers glow softly, pale in the moonlight, and a soft mist begins to rise, gently, from the cool grass drifting silver and slow across the quiet meadow in the soft light of the moon. Nora sits quietly on her small wooden bench, wrapped in the deep peace of the moonlit night. The moon climbs slowly higher into the star-filled sky, growing smaller and brighter and more silver as it rises, and its soft light falls gently over the whole sleeping world, the quiet meadow, the folded flowers, the distant hills, the little sleeping village below. There is such a deep and gentle peace in it, the soft silver moon, the quiet stars, the cool and misty meadow, the deep, still silence of the night, and Nora feels her heart grow calm and quiet and full in the soft moonlight, as she has on so many peaceful evenings in this quiet and beautiful place. Slowly, softly, a gentle drowsiness begins to settle over her in the warm and peaceful night. Her eyes grow heavy in the soft silver light. Her breathing slows and deepens softly. And there, on her small wooden bench, in the quiet moonlit meadow wrapped in the soft silver glow of the rising moon, she grows calm and drowsy and deeply at peace. Let the soft moonlight settle over you now, too, silver and gentle and calm. Rest in its quiet glow as we drift on to our next story. Story 34. The Old Clockmaker's Shop Down a Narrow Street. In an old town there is a small clockmaker's shop full of the soft and gentle ticking of 100 clocks. The shop is old and warm and dim, lit by a single soft lamp, and all along its walls and on its shelves and in its dusty corners stand clocks of every kind. Tall grandfather clocks, and small carved cuckoo clocks, and round brass clocks of gold and glass, and all of them tick softly together in a gentle, drowsy rhythm, filling the warm shop with their soft and peaceful sound. In our story, a young apprentice named Tom is learning the gentle craft of clockmaking from the kind old clockmaker who owns the shop. The old clockmaker sits at his workbench in the soft lamplight bent over a tiny clock, its small brass parts spread carefully before him, and Tom sits beside him, watching quietly as the old man works with patient and gentle hands. "You must be patient, Tom," the old clockmaker says softly as he fits a tiny gear into place with a small pair of tweezers. A clock is a patient thing. Each little piece has its place. Each one does its part. And when they all work together softly in time, then the clock keeps time and ticks and lives, and Tom watches quietly as the old man's careful hands set each tiny piece gently into place. All around them, the many clocks tick softly together, tick and talk, a gentle, drowsy, peaceful rhythm filling the warm, dim shop. Some tick fast and some tick slow. Some are deep and some are soft, but all of them together make a gentle, soothing music, quiet and steady in the warm lamplight. The old clockmaker works on, slowly and patiently, in the soft glow of his lamp, and Tom watches quietly and listens to the soft ticking all around, and feels a deep and gentle calm settle over him, quiet and steady as the ticking of the clocks. At last, the old man fits the final piece into the little clock, softly, and he winds it, gently, and he holds it up to his ear. And there, softly, steadily, the little clock begins to tick, tick and talk, tick and talk, small and gentle and alive. And the old clockmaker smiles softly, and he sets it carefully on the shelf among all the others. "There," he says, gently, "it lives again. It will keep its quiet time now for 100 years." And he sits back softly in the warm lamplight, content and calm, surrounded by the gentle ticking of his 100 clocks. Tom sits quietly beside him in the warm and drowsy shop, listening to the soft ticking all around. tick and tock, tick and tock. So gentle, so steady, so deeply, softly peaceful, and the sound fills his mind softly and slows his thoughts and settles over him like a warm and gentle blanket. Outside, the old town grows dark and quiet and still, but inside the warm little shop, the soft lamp glows gently and the 100 clocks tick on, softly, together in their gentle, drowsy rhythm. Tick and tock, tick and tock, steady and slow and calm. And in the warm, soft lamplight, wrapped in the gentle ticking of the clocks, a deep drowsiness settles over young Tom softly. His eyes grow heavy, his head nods gently, and there in the warm old shop, soothed by the soft and steady ticking, he drifts slowly, gently toward a deep and peaceful sleep. Let the soft, steady ticking soothe you too now, gentle and slow and calm. Rest in its quiet rhythm as we move on to our next story. Story 35. The Mountain Inn in the snow high on a snowy mountain pass. Far from any town, there is a small and welcoming inn, warm and bright in the middle of a great winter storm. Outside, the snow falls thick and fast, and the wind moves softly through the tall, dark pines, and the whole mountain world is white and wild and cold. But inside the little inn, all is warm and golden and snug. A great fire roars gently in a wide stone hearth. Soft lamps glow warmly on the wooden walls, and a few weary travelers rest here, safe and warm, waiting out the storm. In our story, you are one of these travelers, come in from the cold and snowy night to rest by the fire in the warm mountain inn. You step in, out of the storm, and the heavy wooden door closes gently behind you, shutting out the cold and the wind. And at once you are wrapped in warmth, the deep golden warmth of the great crackling fire, and the soft glow of the lamps, and the gentle comfort of the cozy inn. The kind innkeeper greets you warmly. Come in, she says softly. You must be frozen. Come, sit by the fire. I'll bring you something warm. And she leads you to a deep, soft chair right beside the roaring hearth, and she brings you a warm blanket and a steaming cup of something sweet and hot. You sink into the soft chair gratefully, and you wrap the warm blanket around you, and you hold the steaming cup in your cold hands, and you feel the warmth spread through you, slowly, softly, driving away the cold of the storm, and you sigh gently with deep and peaceful contentment. The great fire crackles warmly before you, its golden flames dancing softly in the wide stone hearth. Its warmth pours over you, gently filling the soft chair and the warm blanket, and your whole tired body with a deep and drowsy heat. And you gaze into the flames softly as they dance and flicker and glow. The other travelers rest quietly around the warm room, some reading softly, some talking in low, gentle voices, some simply gazing into the fire like you. And outside, the snow falls thick and soft against the frosted windows, and the wind sighs gently through the pines. But here, inside, all is warm and golden and safe and deeply, peacefully snug. You sip your warm, sweet drink slowly, and you feel it warm you, gently from within. You pull the soft blanket closer, softly around you, and you rest deeply in the warm golden glow of the great fire, safe and snug in the cozy mountain inn, while the wild storm blows, harmless outside. There is such a deep comfort in it, to be warm and safe and snug, while the snow falls and the wind blows outside. And a warm, heavy drowsiness begins to settle over you, softly, in the deep golden heat of the fire. Your eyes grow heavy in the soft firelight. Your body grows warm and soft and completely at ease. And there, in the deep, soft chair wrapped in your warm blanket, before the gently crackling fire, in the cozy mountain inn, you close your eyes softly and you drift gently toward a warm and peaceful sleep as the snow falls quietly all through the long winter night. Rest now, warm and safe by the roaring fire as the storm blows soft outside. Let that deep golden warmth carry you as we turn to our final story. Story 36. The spring greenhouse in a quiet corner of an old garden. There is a small glass greenhouse, warm and green and full of gentle growing things. It is early spring, and outside the air is still cool, and the garden is only just beginning to wake. But inside the little greenhouse, it is warm and soft and green, full of the gentle warmth of the spring sun, shining through the glass and the soft green smell of earth and leaves and growing things. In our story, an old gardener named Arthur spends a quiet morning here among his seedlings, tending the small green shoots of spring. The greenhouse is full of gentle life. On the long wooden tables stand rows of small clay pots, each holding soft, dark earth and tiny green seedlings, just beginning to grow. Green leaves unfurl softly toward the light. Small, pale shoots push up gently through the soft, dark soil, and everywhere there is the soft, green, hopeful smell of new life, waking quietly in the warm spring air. Arthur moves slowly among his seedlings, tending them with gentle, patient care. He waters them, softly, from a small can, and the water falls, gently, like soft spring rain, onto the dark, warm earth. He turns the little pots carefully so each small shoot may reach toward the soft, warm light, and he checks each one tenderly, like a father checking on his sleeping children. "Grow slowly, little ones," he says softly to the tiny green shoots. "There's no hurry. Take your time. Soon it will be warm enough, and I'll plant you out in the good earth in the garden, and you'll grow tall and green and strong. But for now, just rest and grow softly here in the warm." And the little seedlings seem to listen, quietly reaching their soft green leaves toward the gentle light. The warm spring sun shines softly through the glass, filling the greenhouse with a soft green golden light. It falls gently on the rows of little pots and the small green shoots and the old gardener's weathered gentle hands, and the air is warm and soft and green and full of the quiet, hopeful smell of spring. Arthur works on, slowly and peacefully among his gentle seedlings. There is a deep contentment in it. The warm sun, the soft green shoots, the quiet, patient work of helping small things grow. And a soft calm settles over him, gentle and warm as the spring sunlight, as he tends his little garden of new life. When his work is done, Arthur sits down softly on an old wooden stool in the warm green greenhouse to rest. He looks out, over his rows of little seedlings, all reaching softly toward the light, and he feels a deep and gentle peace, the quiet joy of a gardener among his growing things in the soft, warm light of a spring morning. The warm sun shines gently through the glass. The little green shoots grow slowly, softly toward the light, and the whole small greenhouse is filled with a soft green warmth and a deep and gentle peace. And in the warm spring sunlight, and the soft green quiet, and the gentle drowsy warmth of the greenhouse, old Arthur's eyes grow heavy, softly. His weathered hands rest gently in his lap, and there among his growing seedlings, in the soft, warm light of the spring morning, he drifts slowly, gently, toward a warm and peaceful rest, surrounded by the quiet, hopeful life of spring. Let that soft green warmth settle over you now, gentle and hopeful and calm. And now, at the close of all our quiet stories, let us drift together softly into a deep and restful sleep. Story 37. The Winter Inn, on the loneliest road through the northern hills. Far from any town there stands an old stone inn called the Wayfarer's Rest, and on a wild and snowy night, in the deep of winter, a young traveler named Anna came knocking at its door. Anna had been walking all day through the cold and the snow, and she was tired and frozen, and glad beyond words to see the warm golden light glowing in the inn's small windows. She knocked softly on the heavy wooden door, and it opened at once, spilling warm light and the smell of wood smoke out into the snowy dark. Come in, out of the cold," said a kind old woman, drawing Anna gently inside. "You poor thing, you're half frozen. Come, sit by the fire. You're safe now. You're welcome here." The old woman's name was Martha, and she and her husband Joseph had kept the Wayfarer's Rest for more than 40 years, offering warmth and shelter to weary travelers on the lonely mountain road. And with them lived their young granddaughter, Ellie, a quiet, gentle girl, with soft, brown hair, who now peeped shyly at Anna from behind her grandmother's skirts. Anna sank gratefully into a deep chair beside the great stone hearth, where a fire roared, warm and golden. Martha wrapped a soft woolen blanket around her shoulders, and Joseph brought her a steaming bowl of thick vegetable soup and a piece of warm brown bread. "Eat now," he said kindly. "Warm yourself inside and out. There's no hurry. The storm will blow all night, but you're safe and warm in here." Anna ate the good warm soup slowly and felt the cold of the long day melt away, softly replaced by a deep and grateful warmth. The fire crackled gently before her. The soft lamps glowed on the old wooden walls, and outside, beyond the frosted windows, the snow fell thick and fast, and the wind sighed softly through the pines. But here, inside, all was warm and golden and safe. When she had eaten and warmed herself thoroughly, Anna sat back in her deep chair, wrapped in her soft blanket, and the family gathered close around the fire in the warm and cozy room. Little Ellie, grown less shy now, sat on a small stool near Anna's feet, gazing up at her. "Did you come very far?" the girl asked, softly. "Very far," said Anna with a gentle smile. "Over the hills and through the valleys all through the long, cold day. But it was worth every step to find such a warm and welcoming place as this." Old Joseph settled into his own chair by the fire and he began to tell stories, as he loved to do, on winter nights. Soft, gentle stories of the mountains and the travelers he had known, and the long, slow turning of the seasons on the lonely road. His voice was deep and warm and slow, and it filled the cozy room gently as the fire crackled and the snow fell soft outside. Martha sat nearby, knitting quietly, her needles clicking softly in the firelight. Ellie leaned against Anna's knee, listening, her eyes growing heavy in the warmth, and Anna sat deeply content, wrapped in her warm blanket, listening to the old man's gentle stories, watching the golden flames, feeling safer and more at peace than she had felt in a long, long time. The evening drifted on, slow and warm and golden. Outside, the storm blew softly against the walls, but it could not touch them here. Inside, the fire glowed, the lamps shone warmly, the old man's voice rose and fell gently, and a deep and peaceful comfort filled the cozy inn. At last, when the fire had burned low and little Ellie had fallen fast asleep against Anna's knee, Martha rose, softly. "Come," she said gently to Anna. "You must be so tired, after your long day. Let me show you to your room. It's warm and the bed is soft. You'll sleep well tonight." She led Anna up a narrow wooden staircase, by the soft light of a candle, to a small cozy room tucked warmly beneath the eaves. A fire glowed gently in a small hearth. A soft bed, piled high with warm blankets and quilts, stood beneath a small frosted window, and the whole room was warm and snug and deeply peaceful. "There now," said Martha softly. "Sleep as long as you like. The storm will pass by morning, and in the morning there'll be a warm breakfast and clear skies, and you can go on your way, rested and strong. But for tonight, just rest. You're safe here. Sleep well, my dear." And she smiled warmly, and she closed the door softly behind her, leaving Anna alone in the warm and cozy room. Anna undressed slowly in the gentle firelight, and she climbed into the soft, warm bed, and she sank gratefully into its deep and gentle softness. The blankets were warm and heavy over her. The pillow was soft beneath her head. The fire glowed gently in the little hearth, and outside, the snow fell softly past the frosted window. She lay there, warm and safe, and deeply content, listening to the soft crackle of the fire, and the gentle sigh of the wind, and the deep quiet of the sleeping inn. She thought drowsily of the kind old couple, and the sweet gentle child, and the warm soup, and the golden fire, and the good old man's gentle stories. And she felt so grateful, so peaceful, so deeply at rest. Her eyes grew heavy, softly in the warm and gentle dark. Her body sank deeper into the soft, warm bed, and the last soft light of the fire flickered gently on the low wooden ceiling as the snow fell quietly outside, and the old inn held her safe and warm through the long winter night. And Anna drifted, slowly, gently, deeper and deeper, into a warm and dreamless sleep, safe in the wayfarer's rest on the lonely mountain road. Rest now, warm and safe as a weary traveler in a welcoming inn, while the storm blows soft outside. Let that deep warmth carry you as we move on to our next story. Story 38, The Cottage Garden Through the Seasons. At the end of a quiet country lane, behind a low stone wall, There is a small thatched cottage with a beautiful garden, and in the cottage lives a gentle old woman named Edith, who has tended this garden lovingly through all the seasons for more years than she can count. Our story follows this garden and its gentle keeper softly through one full turning of the year, through spring and summer and autumn and winter, and all the quiet peace it holds. It begins in the early spring when the garden is just waking from its winter sleep. The mornings are still cool and soft, but the sun is growing warmer day by day, and Edith walks out, slowly, into her waking garden to see what has stirred in the night. Everywhere, small green things are pushing up, softly, through the dark earth. The first snowdrops nod, white and gentle in the cool spring air. The daffodils raise their bright, yellow trumpets softly toward the sun, and on the old apple tree in the corner, the first soft buds are swelling gently on the bare gray branches. Edith moves among them tenderly, greeting each one softly, like an old friend returning. "Welcome back," she murmurs. "Welcome back, little ones. I've missed you all through the long winter," and the garden seems to waken gently at the sound of her kind voice. Then comes the summer, and the garden bursts into its full and glorious life. The mornings are warm and golden now, full of birdsong and the soft hum of bees, and Edith's garden is a riot of soft and gentle color, roses climbing the old stone wall, red and pink and creamy white, tall foxgloves and delphiniums standing in soft spires of purple and blue, and everywhere soft green leaves and bright petals and the warm sweet scent of 100 summer flowers. Edith spends her warm summer days here, among her flowers, doing the slow and gentle work she loves. She waters the thirsty plants in the cool of the evening. She trims the roses softly and gathers them into fragrant bunches. And in the warm afternoons, she rests on an old wooden bench beneath the apple tree, now heavy with green leaves. And she listens to the drowsy hum of the bees, and she feels the warm sun on her face, and she is deeply, quietly content. Then comes the autumn, and the garden softens slowly into its gentle golden rest. The air grows cool and crisp, and the light turns soft and amber. The leaves on the old apple tree turn red and gold, and drift down slowly, one by one, to lie in soft drifts upon the grass. And the tree is heavy now with ripe red apples, which Edith gathers gently into her wide woven basket, filling her cottage with their sweet autumn smell. The autumn flowers bloom softly, the last roses, and the golden chrysanthemums, and the soft purple asters, glowing warm against the amber light. And Edith works slowly in the cool golden days, gathering the last of the harvest and putting the garden gently to bed for the coming winter, tucking soft straw around the roots and gathering the fallen leaves and thanking her garden softly for another year of beauty and abundance. And then at last comes the winter, and the garden sinks into its deep and peaceful sleep. The snow falls softly and covers everything in soft white silence, the bare branches and the low stone wall and the sleeping flower beds. The old apple tree stands quiet and bare against the gray winter sky, and the whole garden rests softly beneath its blanket of snow, dreaming quietly of the spring to come. Edith watches it from her warm cottage window, wrapped in a soft shawl, with a cup of warm tea in her hands. The fire crackles gently behind her. The snow falls softly past the frosted glass, and she gazes out peacefully at her sleeping garden, so quiet and white and still, and she feels a deep and gentle contentment. For she knows that the garden is only resting. She knows that beneath the soft white snow, in the dark quiet earth, her flowers are sleeping, softly, dreaming of the spring. And she knows that when the spring returns, as it always does, the garden will waken again, gently, green and bright and full of life. And so the seasons turn slowly, softly, one into the next, spring to summer, summer to autumn, autumn to winter, and winter again to spring, in a gentle, endless, peaceful circle. And through them all the old woman tends her beloved garden with patience and love and quiet joy, and the garden gives back to her in return its beauty and its peace and its deep and gentle rhythm, season after season, year after year. Edith sits by her warm fire on this quiet winter evening, gazing out at her sleeping, snow-covered garden and thinking softly of all its seasons, the green of spring, the gold of summer, the amber of autumn, the white of winter. And a deep and peaceful contentment fills her, warm as the fire, gentle as the falling snow, and her eyes grow heavy softly in the warm and quiet room, and her thoughts grow slow and gentle and calm. And there, by her warm, crackling fire, wrapped in her soft shawl, gazing out at her peaceful sleeping garden, the gentle old woman drifts slowly, softly toward sleep, dreaming like her garden of all the quiet seasons turning gently one into the next in their soft and endless, peaceful round. Let the gentle turning of the seasons soothe you now, the quiet, patient rhythm of the growing world, always turning softly toward rest and then toward waking again. Rest in that peace as we drift on to our next story. Story 39. The slow boat down the river. There is a great slow river that winds gently for many miles through a soft green country of meadows and willows and quiet villages. And upon this river travels an old wooden boat, broad and gentle and slow, carrying a few peaceful passengers over several unhurried days down the length of the winding water. In our story, you are a passenger on this slow boat, drifting gently down the great river with nothing to do but rest and watch the peaceful country slide slowly by. The boat is old and comfortable and calm. It has a soft deck where you may lie beneath a woven awning out of the sun. It has a gentle old boatman named Silas who guides it slowly down the river with a long wooden pole and a deep and patient calm, and it moves so gently, so slowly down the wide green water that you scarcely feel it move at all. The first day the boat drifts out from the little town where your journey began and into the wide and quiet countryside, and you lie on the soft deck beneath the shade of the awning, and you watch the green banks slide slowly by, meadows full of soft grass and wildflowers, old willow trees trailing their long green branches in the water, and here and there a small stone bridge or a quiet grazing cow or a heron standing still in the shallows, watching the boat drift past. Old Silas guides the boat slowly from the stern, humming a soft and gentle tune. Now and then he speaks, softly, about the river and the country it flows through. This river's in no hurry, he says gently, and neither are we. It knows its way to the sea. It's been flowing this same slow way for 1,000 years. All we have to do is float along with it and let it carry us gently wherever it goes. And you rest deeply on the soft, warm deck and let the river carry you slowly down through the peaceful green country. The gentle water moves softly beneath the boat with a soft and soothing sound, lap and ripple, lap and ripple. The warm sun shines down softly through the woven awning. A gentle breeze moves over the water, cool and sweet, and the green banks slide slowly by, hour after peaceful hour, as the great slow river carries you gently on your way. As evening comes, on that first day, Silas guides the boat softly to a quiet mooring beneath a great old willow tree at the edge of a peaceful meadow. And there the boat rests gently for the night, rocking ever so softly on the calm water. You share a simple warm supper on the deck as the sun sets golden rose over the quiet river, and then you lie back softly on the gentle deck, and you watch the first stars appear high above, and you listen to the soft sounds of the evening, the gentle lapping of the water, the soft song of a night bird, the quiet whisper of the willow leaves as the boat rocks you gently towards sleep. And so the slow days pass, one gentle day into the next, as the boat drifts softly down the winding river. Each day the peaceful country slides slowly by, green meadows and old stone villages and quiet grazing fields and soft green willows leaning over the water. Each day the warm sun shines and the gentle breeze blows, and the great slow river carries you softly onward. And each evening the boat moors gently in some quiet and beautiful spot, and you rest deeply beneath the stars, rocked softly by the calm water. There is nothing to do on the slow boat but rest and watch and drift. There is nowhere you must be until the journey's gentle end, and the deep, unhurried peace of it fills you, slowly, day by day. The slow river, the gentle boat, the passing country, the calm old boatman, the deep and endless quiet of the drifting water. On this evening the boat rocks gently at its quiet mooring beneath a great old willow at the edge of a peaceful meadow. The stars are out, soft and bright high above the calm dark river. The water laps softly against the wooden hull, lap and ripple, and the willow leaves whisper gently in the soft night breeze. You lie on the soft deck, wrapped in a warm blanket, gazing up at the soft bright stars and the dark willow branches swaying gently against the sky, and you feel the deep and gentle peace of the river settle over you. The slow days, the calm water, the endless quiet, the gentle rocking of the boat. All your cares have drifted away softly down the river behind you, and there is only this, the calm dark water, the soft bright stars, the gentle rocking boat, and deep and peaceful rest. The boat rocks you softly at its quiet mooring. Lap and ripple goes the gentle water. The willow leaves whisper softly overhead, and your eyes grow heavy in the warm and starry dark, and your body sinks deeper into the soft deck, and you drift slowly, gently rocked by the calm and quiet river into a deep and peaceful sleep beneath the soft, bright stars. Rest now, rocked gently on the slow, dark river beneath the quiet stars. Let its deep, unhurried peace carry you softly as we move on to our next story. Story 40, The Little Mountain Train Through a Range of Great and Beautiful Mountains. There runs a small and gentle railway, climbing slowly up through the high green valleys, and winding softly along the mountainsides, stopping at little stations and quiet villages along the way. And upon this railway travels a small old train, painted soft red and green, that carries a few peaceful passengers, slowly up through the mountains, on a gentle afternoon journey. In our story, you are aboard this little mountain train, settled comfortably in a warm seat by the window, watching the beautiful mountains slide slowly by. The little train moves slowly and gently up through the mountains. It does not hurry. It climbs softly up the winding track with a gentle rhythmic sound, a soft and steady clackety-clack, as its wheels roll slowly over the rails, and it sways ever so gently from side to side, rocking you softly in your warm seat by the window. Outside, the mountains rise up, great and green and beautiful, all around. Below the winding track, deep green valleys fall away, soft with forests and meadows. Above, the high mountain peaks rise into the clear blue sky, their tops soft with snow, shining in the afternoon sun. And here and there a silver waterfall tumbles down a distant mountainside, or a small flock of sheep grazes on a high green slope, or a little cluster of red-roofed houses nestles in a quiet fold of the hills. The little train climbs slowly higher and higher into the beautiful mountains. Clackety-clack, clackety-clack. It winds softly around a great green shoulder of the mountain, and a whole new valley opens up below, deep and green and beautiful, with a silver river winding along its floor. It crosses a high stone bridge over a deep ravine where a waterfall tumbles far below, and it rocks you gently all the while in your warm and comfortable seat as the beautiful country slides slowly by. Now and then the little train slows softly and pulls into a small mountain station in a quiet village along the way. The brakes sigh gently, and the train comes slowly to rest, and you watch peacefully through the window as a passenger or two steps down onto the little platform, and the station master in his neat red cap waves his flag softly and calls out the name of the village in a gentle, sing-song voice. And then, with a soft whistle and a gentle lurch, the little train pulls slowly away again and climbs on softly up into the mountains. There is a deep and gentle peace in the journey, the slow and steady rhythm of the train, the soft swaying of the carriage, the beautiful mountains sliding slowly by, the quiet little stations, the clear mountain air. You settle deeper into your warm seat, and you rest your head softly against the window, and you let the gentle rhythm of the train rock you softly as you gaze out at the peaceful, passing mountains. Clackety-clack, clackety-clack. The little train climbs on slowly through the high green valleys. The afternoon sun shines softly over the beautiful mountains. The carriage sways gently from side to side, and a warm, soft drowsiness begins to settle over you in your comfortable seat by the window. The train climbs higher into the soft golden light of the late afternoon. The mountain peaks glow gently, gold and rose, in the setting sun. The deep green valleys grow soft with evening shadow, and the little train winds on softly, up through the beautiful mountains, rocking you gently in your warm and comfortable seat. You gaze out drowsily at the beautiful golden mountains sliding slowly by. Your eyes grow heavy in the warm afternoon light. The gentle rhythm of the train, clackety-clack, clackety-clack, fills your mind softly with a soothing, drowsy calm. And the carriage sways gently from side to side, rocking you softly like a cradle as the little train carries you slowly up through the peaceful mountains. There is nowhere you must be, nothing you must do. There is only this: the warm seat, the gentle rocking, the beautiful mountains, the soft golden light, the soothing rhythm of the little train. And you let it carry you, softly, deeper and deeper into a warm and peaceful rest. Your head rests softly against the window. Your body sways gently with the rocking of the train. And there, in your warm seat, rocked by the gentle rhythm of the little mountain train, watching the golden peaks slide softly by, you close your eyes gently, and you drift slowly, softly, into a deep and peaceful sleep as the little train carries you on gently through the beautiful evening mountains. Rest now, rocked softly by the gentle mountain train, as the golden peaks drift slowly by. Let its soothing rhythm carry you as we move on, quietly, to our next story, Story 41. The Shepherd and the Lost Lamb. High on the soft green hills, where the sheep graze quietly beneath the wide-open sky, there lived a gentle old shepherd named Thomas, and his faithful sheepdog, Bess. And in the fold of the hills below, in a small stone cottage, they made their peaceful home. One soft golden evening, as the sun sank slowly toward the western hills, Thomas walked out, as he always did, to bring his flock home for the night. He walked slowly across the green hillside, with Bess trotting at his side, calling to his sheep in a gentle, familiar voice. And from all across the soft green hills the sheep came, softly at the sound of his call, drifting together, slowly into a gentle woolly flock, to be led home to the fold. But as Thomas counted his sheep, in the soft evening light he found that one small lamb was missing, a little lamb, the youngest of the flock, soft and white and new. He counted again, carefully, and again, but no, the little lamb was not there. Somewhere out on the wide green hills in the gathering dusk, the little lamb was lost. Now Thomas was a gentleman, and he loved every one of his sheep, and most of all the little lambs. And he would not leave one lost, out on the hills, through the cool and lonely night. So he settled the rest of the flock safely in a sheltered fold, and then he set out, with faithful Bess, to find the little lost lamb. "Come, Bess," he said softly, "let's find our little one and bring her home." And Bess wagged her tail gently, and off they went together, back out across the soft green hills in the last golden light of the evening. They walked slowly and carefully across the darkening hills. Thomas called out gently as he went, a soft, familiar call that his sheep knew well, and he listened, carefully in the soft evening quiet, for the small answering cry of the little lost lamb, Bess trotted ahead, her nose to the ground, searching softly through the cool green grass. The sun sank slowly behind the western hills, and the sky turned soft and rose and gold. The first faint stars began to shine high above the darkening hills, and a soft, cool mist began to rise gently from the green valleys below. But Thomas walked on patiently, calling softly, searching every fold and hollow of the hills for his little lost lamb. And then, at last, as the soft golden light was fading into gentle dusk, Bess stopped and pricked up her ears and gave a soft, low bark. And Thomas listened, and there, softly on the cool evening breeze, he heard it, the small, thin cry of a little lamb calling softly from somewhere down the hill. "There she is," said Thomas gently. "Good girl, Bess. There's our little one." And they hurried down the hillside, softly following the small, sweet sound. And there, at the bottom of a grassy hollow, they found her, the little lost lamb, soft and white, huddled in the cool green grass, crying softly for her flock. Thomas knelt down gently beside the little lamb, and he spoke to her softly. "There now, little one," he murmured. "There now, you're safe. I've found you. Don't be afraid. Let's get you home." And the little lamb looked up at him with her soft dark eyes, and she gave a small glad cry, and she nestled against him, trusting and calm. And Thomas lifted the little lamb gently into his strong, warm arms, and he wrapped her softly against his chest to keep her warm. And she settled there safely in his arms and grew quiet and calm, comforted by his gentle warmth. And then, with Bess trotting happily beside him, Thomas turned and carried the little lamb home softly across the darkening hills beneath the first soft stars. The little lamb rested, warm and safe in the shepherd's gentle arms, as he walked slowly home through the soft, cool dusk. Her small eyes grew heavy, softly, and she nestled closer into his warm embrace. And by the time they reached the sheltered fold where the rest of the flock lay resting, quietly in the soft straw, the little lamb was nearly asleep, warm and calm and safe. Thomas set her down gently in the soft, warm straw beside her mother, who welcomed her softly with a gentle nuzzle. And the little lamb settled down contentedly among the flock, warm and safe and home at last. And Thomas stood for a moment in the soft starlight, looking at his sheep, all resting quietly together in the sheltered fold, and the little lost lamb found and safe among them. And he felt a deep and gentle contentment warm in his kind old heart. "There," he said softly to faithful Bess, "all safe, all home. It's time for us to rest, too." And they walked slowly back to the small stone cottage. In the soft, cool night, beneath the wide and starry sky, and later, in his small, warm cottage by the last soft glow of the fire, old Thomas sat in his chair, tired and content, with Bess resting at his feet. He thought softly of the little lamb, safe now and warm, and asleep among the flock, and a deep and gentle peace filled him, warm as the fire, soft as the starlight. And his eyes grew heavy slowly, and his head nodded gently, and there, in his warm chair by the soft dying fire, the good old shepherd drifted softly into a deep and peaceful sleep, his heart at rest, his flock all safe and home. Rest now, safe and warm as a little lamb carried gently home. Let that deep contentment settle over you as we move on to our next story. Story 42. A day on the quiet farm in a soft green valley, among gentle rolling fields, there is an old farmhouse with a red barn and a duck pond and a warm and welcoming kitchen. And here lives a kind farming family, old Grandma Rose and her son and his wife, and their two young children, living a peaceful, gentle life, close to the good earth and the changing seasons. Our story follows one soft and peaceful day upon this quiet farm, from the gentle morning to the soft and drowsy evening. The day begins early, in the soft gray light before the dawn. The farm is quiet and still, wrapped in a soft morning mist. And in the warm farmhouse kitchen, Grandma Rose is the first to rise. As she always is, she lights the old stove softly, and soon the kitchen glows warm and golden and fills with the good smell of fresh bread baking and coffee brewing and porridge bubbling softly on the stove. One by one, the family wakes and gathers in the warm kitchen for a good breakfast as the sun rises softly over the green fields outside. The children, sleepy-eyed and tassel-haired, eat their warm porridge with honey. The grown-ups drink their coffee and talk softly of the day's gentle work. And Grandma Rose moves about the warm kitchen, humming softly, tending to them all with quiet love. After breakfast, the gentle work of the farm begins. The father goes out to the fields to tend the good green crops growing softly in the morning sun. The mother goes to the garden to gather fresh vegetables for the day, and the two children have their own small, happy tasks: to feed the ducks at the pond and to gather the warm eggs from the hens in the barn. The children run out, laughing softly, into the bright morning. At the duck pond, they scatter grain for the ducks, who come waddling softly, quacking gently to gobble it up. In the warm red barn, they gather the eggs, warm and smooth and brown, from the soft straw nests, cradling them gently in their small baskets, and they play happily in the soft morning sun among the gentle animals of the peaceful farm. The morning passes softly in gentle work and quiet play. The warm sun climbs slowly into the clear blue sky. The green fields shimmer softly in the gentle breeze, and the whole farm hums quietly with peaceful, unhurried life. The soft lowing of the cows in the meadow, the gentle clucking of the hens, the soft quacking of the ducks, the far-off song of the father working in the fields. At midday, the family gathers again in the cool shade of the great old oak tree beside the farmhouse for a simple, hearty lunch: fresh bread and cheese and cool milk and ripe fruit from the garden, and they rest together in the soft shade out of the warm noon sun, talking softly and laughing gently, content in one another's company. Through the warm afternoon, the gentle rhythms of the farm continue, soft and slow. The children nap drowsily in the cool shade, tired from their happy morning. The grown-ups work on, quietly in the fields and the garden, and the warm afternoon drifts by, softly, peaceful and unhurried, beneath the wide blue sky. And then, as the sun begins to sink slowly toward the western hills, and the golden light of evening spreads softly over the fields, the day's work draws gently to its close. The cows are brought in softly from the meadow, the hens are settled, gently in the barn, and the family gathers once more in the warm farmhouse kitchen for a good supper as the soft dusk falls outside. They eat together warmly by the soft glow of the lamps, a hearty supper of good things from the farm, and they talk softly of the day's gentle work, and the children tell of the ducks and the eggs and their happy play. And Grandma Rose sits at the head of the table, content and warm, surrounded by her loving family, in the heart of the peaceful farm. After supper, as the stars come out, soft and bright, over the quiet fields, the family settles by the warm fire in the cozy sitting room. The children, drowsy now, curl up softly, one on each side of Grandma Rose, and she tells them a soft, gentle story in her warm old voice as the fire crackles quietly and the soft night settles over the peaceful farm. The children's eyes grow heavy, softly as they listen to Grandma's gentle story, warm and safe against her side. The fire glows, softly, golden and warm. The stars shine gently over the quiet fields outside, and a deep and peaceful drowsiness settles over the whole warm farmhouse. At the end of the long and gentle day, one by one, softly, the family drifts toward sleep, the drowsy children carried gently up to their soft, warm beds, the tired grown-ups resting by the last soft glow of the fire, and Grandma Rose, in her old rocking chair, her knitting fallen soft in her lap, her eyes grown gently closed, and the peaceful farm settles softly into the deep quiet of the night, all its gentle creatures resting, all its good folk drifting into warm and peaceful sleep beneath the soft and shining stars. Rest now warm and safe as a farmhouse at the end of a gentle day. Let its deep, unhurried peace settle over you. And now, at the close of all our quiet stories, let us drift together softly into a deep and restful sleep. Story 43. The Lamplighter in an Old Town. In the days before electric lights, when the streets were lit by soft gas lamps, there lived a gentle old lamplighter named Samuel, and every evening as the dusk came softly down, it was his quiet work to walk the winding streets and light the lamps, one by one, filling the darkening town with soft and golden light. Our story begins in the soft blue dusk of a cool autumn evening as Samuel sets out on his gentle rounds. He walks out from his small cottage at the edge of the old town, with his long lamplighter's pole over his shoulder and a small warm flame glowing softly at its tip. And he makes his way slowly into the winding cobbled streets as the soft dusk deepens gently all around him and the first faint stars begin to shine in the darkening sky. The old town is quiet and peaceful in the soft evening light. The narrow cobbled streets wind gently between the old stone houses, with their small glowing windows. A soft mist drifts quietly along the streets in the cool autumn air, and the day's small sounds are fading softly into the deep and gentle quiet of the evening. Samuel comes to the first lamp standing on its iron post at the corner of a quiet street, and he raises his long pole softly, and he touches the small warm flame to the lamp, and it catches gently and glows softly and spreads a warm pool of golden light across the misty cobbles. And Samuel smiles softly and moves on to the next lamp and the next. One by one through the winding streets he lights the soft gas lamps and one by one they glow to life, soft golden lights, blooming gently in the blue dusk, warm circles of light upon the misty cobbles. And slowly, softly, as Samuel makes his gentle rounds, the whole old town fills with warm and golden light, glowing softly through the cool evening mist. There is a deep and gentle peace in his quiet work. He walks slowly from lamp to lamp through the winding streets, in no hurry at all. He greets the folk he passes, softly, a kind word here, a gentle nod there, as they hurry home through the deepening dusk. And he lights each lamp, patiently, tenderly, giving the gift of soft golden light to the darkening town. "Good evening, Samuel," calls a woman softly from a lighted doorway as he passes. "Lighting the lamps again, I see." And Samuel smiles and tips his cap gently. "Good evening to you," he says. "Yes, a bit of light for the night. Sleep well, now." And he moves on softly into the misty streets, leaving a trail of warm golden lamps glowing gently behind him. The soft blue dusk deepens slowly into gentle night. The stars grow bright high above the old town. The mist drifts quietly through the golden lit streets, and Samuel walks on, softly, from lamp to lamp, filling the quiet town with warm and gentle light as the peaceful night comes softly down. At last, when the final lamp is lit and the whole old town glows softly golden in the misty dark, Samuel stands for a moment at the top of a small hill, and he looks back softly over the town he has lit. And it is beautiful, all the soft golden lamps glowing gently through the mist, winding along the quiet streets, warm and peaceful in the deep blue night. And Samuel feels a quiet contentment warm in his gentle heart at the soft and lovely light he has given to the sleeping town. His work is done now for the night, and so Samuel turns, softly, and makes his way home, slowly through the warm lit streets, back to his small cottage at the edge of the town. His steps are slow and tired and content. The soft golden lamps light his way gently, and the stars shine softly high above. He comes at last to his small cottage, and he steps inside, into the warm and quiet dark. He lights a single soft candle, and he sits down softly in his old chair by the last warm embers of his fire, and he rests, tired and content, at the end of his gentle evening's work. Outside, the whole old town glows softly, with the warm golden lamps he has lit all through the winding streets. And knowing this fills Samuel with a deep and quiet peace as he sits drowsily by his soft candle in his warm little cottage. His eyes grow heavy softly in the gentle candlelight. His body grows warm and calm and tired. And there in his old chair by the last soft glow of the fire, with the whole town glowing golden and peaceful outside, the gentle old lamplighter drifts, slowly, softly, into a warm and contented sleep, his quiet work well done, his sleeping town all safe and softly lit. Rest now, warm and gentle as a town full of soft golden lamps glowing quietly through the misty night. Let that soft light soothe you as we move on to our final story. Story 44, The Journey Home. On a cold and quiet winter's evening, a young man named Daniel was traveling home through the soft, snowy countryside to the little village where he was born and where his family was waiting to welcome him warmly for the winter holidays. He had been away for a long while, working in the distant city, but now at last he was going home, and his heart was warm with the thought of it. The little village, the old family home, the warm faces of those he loved, all waiting for him at the journey's end. Daniel traveled the last part of his journey in an old horse-drawn sleigh, gliding softly through the snowy countryside as the winter dusk came gently down. The sleigh slid smoothly over the soft white snow with a gentle hiss of the runners and the soft jingle of the harness bells. The horse trotted on steadily, its breath rising in soft clouds in the cold, clear air, and Daniel sat wrapped in warm blankets, watching the peaceful snowy country glide slowly by. The countryside was beautiful in the soft winter dusk. The fields lay soft and white and still beneath their deep blanket of snow. The bare trees stood quiet and dark, their branches soft with clinging snow. The soft gray sky glowed faintly in the west where the sun had set, and the first soft stars were beginning to shine high above the still white land. The sleigh glided on softly through the peaceful evening, the harness bells jingling gently. Jingle, 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 a soft, sweet, gentle sound in the deep quiet of the snowy dusk. And Daniel rested warm beneath his blankets, watching the soft white country slide slowly by, his heart growing warmer with every mile that brought him closer to home. He thought softly of the home that waited for him, the old stone house with its warm, glowing windows, the great fire crackling in the hearth, his mother and his father and his brothers and sisters, all gathered warmly by the fire, waiting for him, and the good warm supper that would be waiting, and the soft warm bed in his own old room, where he would sleep that night, safe and warm and home at last. The sleigh glided on through the deepening dusk over the soft white snow. The stars grew bright high above, the cold air was clear and sweet, and the harness bells jingled softly, jingle, jingle, as the horse trotted steadily homeward through the beautiful snowy night. And then, at last, as the sleigh came over a gentle rise, Daniel saw it, his village below, in the soft snowy valley, its little houses glowing warm and golden in the winter dark. And there, at the edge of the village, was his own old home, its windows glowing warmest of all, a soft golden light spilling out across the snow, welcoming him home. His heart leapt warmly at the sight. Almost there, he murmured softly to himself, almost home, and the sleigh glided down softly into the snowy valley toward the warm, glowing lights of the village and the old home waiting for him. The sleigh drew up gently before the old stone house, and the harness bells fell quiet. And even before Daniel had climbed down from the sleigh, the door of the house flew open, and warm golden light spilled out across the snow, and his family came hurrying out to meet him, his mother with a warm and hearty welcome, his brothers and sisters laughing and calling his name, and they gathered around him warmly and embraced him and welcomed him home with such warmth and love that his heart overflowed. They drew him inside then, out of the cold, into the warm and glowing house, and oh, how warm it was, and how bright, and how full of love. The great fire crackled golden in the hearth. The table was laid with a warm and hearty supper. The whole house glowed with warmth and light, and the deep, glad joy of a family reunited. They gathered around the table together, and they shared the warm, good supper. And they talked and laughed and told their stories late into the cozy evening. And Daniel sat among them, warm and happy, home at last, his heart full to overflowing with love and warmth and deep contentment. And when at last the evening grew late, and the fire burned low, and the little ones grew drowsy, Daniel climbed the old wooden stairs, softly, to his own old room beneath the eaves, and there was his own old bed, made up warm and soft, waiting for him, just as it always had been, and he climbed into it, gratefully, and sank into its soft, warm depths beneath the heavy quilts. He lay there, warm and safe and deeply content, in his own old room in his family's home, with all those he loved sleeping warmly close by. Outside, the snow fell softly past the frosted window, covering the quiet village in soft white peace. And within, all was warm and golden and full of love. Daniel's eyes grew heavy, softly in the warm and gentle dark. His heart was full and calm and at peace. He was home, he was safe, he was loved, and there was nothing left to do now but rest. And so, wrapped in the deep warmth of home and love, with the snow falling softly outside, Daniel drifted, slowly, gently, into the deepest, warmest, most peaceful sleep. Home at last, safe at last, at rest, at last. Rest now, warm and safe and deeply loved. Home at last as the snow falls soft outside. And now, at the close of all our quiet stories, let us drift together, gently, into a deep and peaceful sleep. Story 45. The Painter by the Lake Among the Quiet Mountains. There lies a calm and beautiful lake, its still blue water cradled softly between the green wooded hills. And beside this lake, one gentle summer, there came a painter named Clara to spend her peaceful days capturing its quiet beauty upon her canvas. Our story follows one soft and golden day of her gentle work beside the calm and beautiful lake. The day begins in the soft light of the early morning, when the lake is at its stillest, wrapped in a soft gray mist. Clara rises early, and she carries her easel and her canvas and her paints down to a quiet spot at the water's edge, beneath an old and spreading tree. And there she sets up her easel softly, and she begins slowly to paint the calm and misty lake. The morning is soft and quiet and still. The lake lies smooth and gray before her, wrapped in its soft mist, holding the dim reflections of the wooded hills. And Clara works gently with soft, slow strokes of her brush, capturing the quiet gray of the misty water and the soft, dark shapes of the sleeping hills and the pale morning sky growing slowly brighter. She works slowly and patiently in the soft morning quiet. There is no hurry in her gentle art. She dips her brush softly in the pools of color, and she lays it gently upon the canvas, stroke by careful stroke, watching the calm lake take shape slowly beneath her patient hand. And as she works, the soft mist begins, gently to lift, and the morning sun begins, softly to rise, over the quiet wooded hills. Slowly, softly, the sun climbs above the hills, and its warm golden light spills across the lake, and the soft gray mist melts away gently into the warm bright air, and the lake is transformed from soft gray stillness to bright shining blue, its calm water now a mirror of the clear blue sky, and the soft green hills and the warm golden sun, and Clara sets aside her first canvas softly and begins a new one to capture the lake in its bright morning beauty. The day drifts on softly, golden and warm. Clara sits beneath her old spreading tree at the edge of the calm blue lake, and she paints, patiently, quietly, capturing the gentle, changing beauty of the water and the hills and the sky. Now and then she rests, softly, and simply gazes out at the calm and beautiful lake, letting its deep peace fill her gently before she takes up her brush again. The lake is so calm, so still, so beautiful. In the warm golden light, a gentle breeze moves softly over the water, sending soft ripples shimmering across its blue surface. A pair of white swans glide slowly and gracefully across the calm lake, leaving soft silver trails behind them, and the green wooded hills rise softly all around, mirrored perfectly in the still blue water below. Clara paints, quietly, through the long golden afternoon, lost in the gentle rhythm of her peaceful art, the soft dip of the brush, the careful stroke upon the canvas, the quiet watching of the calm and beautiful lake, and a deep and gentle peace fills her, soft and warm as the summer sun, as she captures the quiet beauty of the lake, hour by peaceful hour. And then, as the afternoon softens, slowly, toward evening, the light upon the lake grows soft and golden and warm. The sun sinks slowly toward the western hills, and the sky fills with soft gold and rose and gentle amber, and all of it shines softly upon the calm blue water, gold and rose and amber, gently rippling on the still and beautiful lake. And Clara sets up one last canvas, softly, to capture the lake in the soft golden light of evening. She paints the sunset slowly and tenderly, the soft golden sky, the calm rose gold water, the dark green hills against the fading light, the first soft star appearing gently high above. And it is beautiful, the most beautiful of all her paintings, glowing softly with the warm gold of the evening. And Clara lays down her brush, at last, softly, and she gazes out quietly at the calm and golden lake, deeply content with her day's gentle work. The sun sinks slowly behind the western hills. The soft golden light fades gently into soft evening blue, and the calm lake grows soft and still and quiet, holding the last soft colors of the sky and the first bright stars in its calm dark mirror. And Clara sits quietly beneath her old spreading tree at the edge of the peaceful lake, resting and gazing out at the soft and beautiful evening. A deep peace fills her, soft as the twilight, calm as the still dark water. Her day's work is done, and it is good, and she has spent her hours in the quiet company of the beautiful lake, and its peace has settled deeply into her heart, and a gentle drowsiness begins to steal over her, softly in the calm and quiet evening. Her eyes grow heavy in the soft twilight, her body grows calm and still, and there, beneath the old spreading tree at the edge of the calm and beautiful lake, with the soft stars shining gently on the still dark water, Clara drifts slowly, softly, into a deep and peaceful rest, soothed by the quiet beauty of the lake she loves. Rest now, calm and still as a mountain lake at twilight, holding the soft stars in its quiet mirror. Let its deep peace settle over you as we move on to our final story. Story 46. The weaver at her loom in a small cottage. In a quiet village there lives an old weaver named Marta, who spends her gentle days at her great wooden loom, weaving soft and beautiful cloth. In the warm light of her cottage window, our story follows one soft and peaceful day of her gentle weaving. In the quiet warmth of her cottage, the day begins in the soft golden light of the morning, which pours gently through the wide cottage window and falls warmly upon the great wooden loom. Marta sits down at her loom, softly as she has for so many peaceful years, and she takes up her work, gently, beginning the slow and steady rhythm of her weaving. The great loom is strung with soft threads, long threads of gentle color, running, smooth and straight from top to bottom, and Marta weaves her soft-colored thread across them, slowly, back and forth, building the beautiful cloth row by row, with the patient rhythm of her gentle hands. She works with a deep and quiet calm. She passes the shuttle, softly, from one hand to the other, sending the soft thread gliding across the loom, and then she pulls the beater gently toward her, pressing the new thread softly into place, and then she moves the pedals, softly with her feet, lifting and lowering the threads, ready for the next pass of the shuttle, back and forth, and press, and change, back and forth, and press, and change, a slow, steady, gentle rhythm, soothing as a quiet heartbeat. The loom makes a soft and gentle sound as she works, the soft glide of the shuttle, the gentle thud of the beater, the soft creak of the wooden frame, clack and thud, clack and thud. A soft, steady, rhythmic sound filling the warm cottage with a gentle, peaceful music as Marta weaves, slowly, in the warm morning light, and slowly, row by row, the beautiful cloth grows softly upon the loom beneath her patient hands. Soft colors weave together, gently, warm reds and soft blues and gentle greens, and threads of golden yellow, forming slowly a beautiful pattern growing softly, row by row, in the warm cottage light. Marta weaves quietly through the peaceful morning, lost in the gentle rhythm of her work. Back and press and change. The shuttle glides softly. The beater thuds gently. The soft cloth grows, slowly beautiful and warm, and the golden morning light pours gently through the window, filling the warm cottage with a soft and peaceful glow. The day drifts on, softly, in the quiet rhythm of the loom. Now and then Marta rests, softly, and stretches her hands and gazes out the window at the quiet village street and the soft green hills beyond. And then she takes up her work again, gently, and the slow, steady rhythm of the weaving fills the warm cottage once more. Clack and thud, clack and thud, back and forth and press and change. There is such a deep and gentle peace in her patient work. The slow, steady rhythm, the soft growing cloth, the warm cottage light, the quiet turning of the peaceful hours. Marta's mind grows soft and calm and still as she weaves, soothed by the gentle rhythm of the loom, content in her quiet craft. And the beautiful cloth grows, slowly, softly, row by row, warm and lovely beneath her patient hands. As the afternoon softens gently, toward evening the light through the window turns soft and golden and warm. and Marta weaves the last few rows of her beautiful cloth, slowly and tenderly, in the soft golden light. And then, at last, her work is done. A length of beautiful cloth, soft and warm and lovely, woven patiently row by row through the long and peaceful day. Marta runs her hands softly over the finished cloth, so soft and warm and beautiful, glowing gently in the soft evening light, and she smiles, quietly, deeply content with her gentle day's work. And then she rises softly from her loom, and she sits down in her old chair by the warm hearth to rest. At the peaceful close of the day, the evening settles softly over the quiet cottage. The soft golden light fades gently from the window. A small fire glows warmly in the hearth, and Marta rests in her old chair, tired and content, her beautiful cloth folded softly nearby, her gentle day's work done. The soft rhythm of the loom still echoes gently in her mind, clack and thud, back and forth, soothing and slow like a quiet lullaby. And a deep and gentle drowsiness settles over her, softly in the warm and peaceful cottage. Her eyes grow heavy in the soft firelight. Her hands rest gently in her lap. And there, in her old chair by the warm and glowing hearth, the gentle old weaver drifts slowly, softly, into a deep and peaceful sleep, her heart at rest, her beautiful work well done. Rest now soothed by the soft, steady rhythm of the loom, gentle and slow as a quiet heartbeat. And now, at the close of all our quiet stories, let us drift, together, softly into a deep and peaceful sleep. Story 47. The Ferryman and the Quiet River, where a wide and gentle river winds slowly through a green and peaceful country. There is an old wooden ferry that carries travelers softly from one bank to the other, and the ferry is guided by an old ferryman named Jacob, who has rowed these calm waters gently for more years than he can count. Our story follows one soft and peaceful day of his gentle work upon the wide and quiet river. The day begins in the soft gray light of dawn, when the wide river lies calm and still, wrapped in a soft morning mist. Jacob rises early, as he always does, and he walks down to the water's edge, to his old wooden ferry, tied at the small wooden landing, and he sits for a moment on the landing, and he watches the soft mist drift slowly across the calm gray water, and he breathes the cool, fresh river air, and he feels the deep and gentle peace of the quiet morning. Soon the first traveler comes, walking softly down the misty road to the landing, an old farmer with a basket of goods, wishing to cross to the market on the other bank. "Good morning, Jacob," says the farmer warmly. A fine, still morning for a crossing, and Jacob smiles and helps him aboard the ferry gently. "Good morning to you," he says. "Yes, the river's calm as glass today. A gentle crossing," and he takes up his long oars softly and he begins to row. The ferry glides out slowly onto the wide, calm river, leaving the misty landing. Behind, Jacob rows with a slow and steady rhythm, dipping his long oars softly into the still gray water. Dip and pull, dip and pull. The oars slip smoothly through the calm river, and the ferry glides gently across the wide water, leaving soft ripples spreading slowly behind. The river is calm and quiet and beautiful. In the soft morning light, the mist drifts slowly across the still gray water. The green banks lie soft and quiet on either side, and a heron stands motionless in the shallows, watching the ferry glide gently by. Jacob rows, steadily, softly, across the wide, calm river, and the old farmer sits quietly, watching the peaceful water slide slowly past. They reach the far bank gently, and the farmer steps ashore with a warm word of thanks and goes on his way to the market. And Jacob turns his ferry softly and rows back slowly across the wide, calm river to wait for the next traveler at the misty landing. And so the gentle day unfolds, softly, crossing by crossing. Jacob rows travelers slowly back and forth across the wide, quiet river. A young woman going to visit her mother, a peddler with his pack of wares, two children going to school on the far bank, an old couple walking hand in hand. And with each one Jacob shares a kind word and a gentle crossing, rowing them softly over the calm water with the slow, steady rhythm of his patient oars. Dip and pull, dip and pull. As the morning warms into midday, the soft mist lifts gently and the sun climbs warm and golden into the clear blue sky, and the wide river shines softly blue and bright beneath the warm sun. Jacob rows on, slowly, through the golden day, back and forth across the calm shining water, content in his gentle and unhurried work. Between the crossings, Jacob rests softly on his old ferry, drifting gently on the calm water. He eats a simple lunch of bread and cheese, and he drinks the cool river water, and he watches the peaceful river slide slowly by. Dragonflies dart softly over the shining water. Fish rise gently to touch the surface, sending soft rings spreading across the calm river, and the green banks bask quietly in the warm golden sun. The afternoon drifts on softly in the gentle rhythm of the crossings. Dip and pull, dip and pull. Jacob rows his ferry slowly back and forth across the wide, calm river, carrying his travelers gently on their way, hour after peaceful hour, in the warm golden light. And then, as the sun begins to sink slowly toward the western hills, and the golden light of evening spreads softly across the water, the last traveler of the day is carried across, and the ferry falls quiet at the misty landing, and Jacob ties his old ferry gently to the landing, and he sits down softly at the water's edge to rest and to watch the peaceful evening come. The sun sinks slowly over the wide, calm river, and the sky fills with soft gold and rose and gentle amber, and all of it shines softly upon the still water, gold and rose and amber, gently rippling on the calm evening river. And a soft mist begins to rise gently from the cooling water, drifting silver and slow across the wide, quiet river in the fading golden light. Jacob sits quietly at the water's edge, watching the beautiful evening settle over his beloved river. The soft golden light fades gently into evening blue. The first stars appear, softly high above, shining down upon the calm, dark water, and the wide river grows quiet and still and deeply peaceful in the soft and gentle dusk. A deep peace fills the old ferryman, calm as the still water, gentle as the evening mist. His day's work is done, and it is good. a day of gentle crossings and kind words and the slow, steady rhythm of his patient oars, and a soft drowsiness settles over him gently in the quiet evening. His eyes grow heavy softly in the soft dusk. His body grows calm and still, soothed by the deep quiet of the river he loves. And there, at the water's edge beside his old wooden ferry, with the soft stars shining gently on the calm, dark water, the old ferryman drifts, slowly, softly, into a deep and peaceful rest, lulled by the gentle lapping of the wide and quiet river. Rest now, calm and gentle as a wide river flowing softly toward the sea. Let its deep, unhurried peace carry you as we move on to our final story. Story 48. The herbalist's cottage at the edge of a quiet wood, where the meadows meet the trees. There is a small thatched cottage wrapped all around in a fragrant garden of herbs, and here lives a gentle old herbalist named Agnes, who spends her peaceful days gathering herbs and drying them and brewing soft and soothing teas, filling her cottage with sweet and gentle fragrance. Our story follows one soft and fragrant day of her gentle work in and around her herb-scented cottage. The day begins in the soft, cool light of the early morning, when the herb garden sparkles with dew, and the air is sweet with the fresh green scent of the waking herbs. Agnes steps out softly into her fragrant garden with a woven basket over her arm to gather the morning's herbs while they are fresh and cool with dew. Her garden is a soft green tapestry of gentle herbs. There is fragrant lavender, and soft green sage, and sweet chamomile with its small white flowers. There is fresh mint, and gentle thyme, and soft gray rosemary, and there are many more growing softly together, filling the cool morning air with their sweet and gentle fragrance. Agnes moves among them tenderly, brushing her hands softly over their leaves, releasing their sweet scents into the fresh green air. She gathers her herbs gently and carefully, a soft bunch of lavender for calm and peaceful sleep, a handful of chamomile flowers for gentle, soothing tea, a few sprigs of fresh mint and sage and thyme, and she lays them softly in her woven basket, filling it with the fragrant morning harvest. And all the while the sweet scents of the herbs rise gently around her, calming and soft, in the cool morning air. When her basket is full, Agnes carries it softly back into her cottage, and the cottage itself is fragrant with herbs, for bunches of dried lavender and sage and chamomile hang softly from the sun, wooden beams filling the warm air with their sweet and gentle scent. And Agnes hangs her fresh-gathered herbs gently among them to dry softly in the warm cottage air. Then Agnes brews herself a soft cup of morning tea, a gentle blend of chamomile and mint, sweet and soothing, and she sits softly by her open window, looking out at her fragrant garden and the quiet wood beyond, and she sips her warm tea, slowly breathing in its sweet and calming scent, and a deep peace settles over her, gentle as the herb-scented air. Through the soft morning, Agnes does her gentle work, sorting and tying the dried herbs into soft, fragrant bunches, grinding gentle leaves into soft green powders, blending soothing teas and sweet-smelling balms and gentle remedies in the warm and fragrant cottage. She works slowly and patiently, with quiet care, and the sweet scents of the herbs surround her, softly calming and warm, all through the peaceful morning. Now and then, a soft knock comes at her cottage door, and a neighbor comes, seeking one of her gentle remedies, a soothing tea for restful sleep, a fragrant balm for a tired body, a gentle herb for a quiet heart. And Agnes greets each one warmly and listens kindly and gives them what they need with a soft word of gentle care. Here now, she says softly, pressing a small pouch of chamomile into a weary neighbor's hands. Brew this before bed. It'll soothe you and help you rest. Sleep well now. And the neighbor thanks her gratefully and goes, comforted, on their way. As the afternoon softens gently, Agnes takes her basket out once more into the quiet meadows to gather the wild herbs that grow among the soft grass and the wildflowers. And she walks slowly through the warm afternoon meadows, gathering sweet chamomile and soft yarrow and gentle wild mint, filling her basket with the fragrant wild harvest as the warm sun shines softly and the bees hum gently among the flowers. She rests for a while in the warm meadow beneath the soft blue sky, surrounded by the sweet scents of the herbs and wildflowers. She breathes in the fragrant air, slowly, deeply, and feels its gentle calm settle over her, soft and warm, and the bees hum softly, and the warm breeze moves gently through the grass, and the whole fragrant meadow drowses peacefully in the warm afternoon sun. And then, as the day softens toward evening, Agnes carries her fragrant harvest home, softly, to her herb-scented cottage, and as the soft dusk falls, she lights a small warm lamp, and she brews herself a last soft cup of gentle evening tea, a soothing blend of lavender and chamomile, sweet and calming, and she sits softly in her old chair by the warm hearth, surrounded by the sweet scent of the drying herbs, and she sips her gentle tea, and she rests. The warm cottage is deeply fragrant and peaceful in the soft evening light. The dried herbs hang softly from the beams, filling the air with their sweet and gentle scent. Lavender and chamomile and sage and thyme, a soft fragrant calm that soothes the heart and eases the body and quiets the mind. And Agnes rests deeply in her old chair, breathing the sweet-scented air, content and calm at the close of her gentle day. The soothing scent of the herbs settles over her, softly, the gentle lavender, the sweet chamomile, filling her with a deep and drowsy calm. Her eyes grow heavy in the soft lamplight. Her body grows soft and warm and deeply at ease, and there in her old chair by the warm hearth, wrapped in the sweet and gentle fragrance of her beloved herbs, the old herbalist drifts, slowly, softly, into a deep and peaceful sleep, soothed by the sweet-scented calm of her herb-filled cottage. Rest now, soothed by the sweet and gentle fragrance of lavender and chamomile, soft and calming in the warm evening air. And now, at the close of all our quiet stories, let us drift, together, softly into a deep and peaceful sleep. Story 49, A Quiet Sunday at Home. Some of the most peaceful moments in life are the simplest ones. A quiet Sunday at home, with nowhere to be, and nothing that must be done. And in our story tonight, we spend one such gentle Sunday in the small, comfortable apartment of a young woman named Maya In a quiet city neighborhood, Maya wakes slowly on this soft Sunday morning without an alarm. There is no work today, no rushing, no schedule to keep. She opens her eyes gently to the soft gray light coming through her bedroom curtains, and she lies there for a while, warm beneath her blankets, in no hurry to rise. Outside her window, the city is quiet, softer than on a weekday, a distant car, the soft coo of a pigeon on the ledge, the gentle hush of a slow Sunday morning. After a while, Maya stretches softly and rises and pads slowly to her small kitchen, still in her warm pajamas. She fills the kettle and sets it to boil, and she spoons ground coffee into her French press and waits. And soon the small kitchen fills with the warm, rich smell of fresh coffee, one of the small good pleasures of a quiet morning. She pours the hot water slowly and lets it steep, and then she presses it down gently and pours herself a warm mug of coffee. She carries her coffee to the soft armchair by the window, and she curls up in it, comfortably wrapping a soft blanket over her knees. And she sits there, quietly sipping her warm coffee and looking out the window at the quiet Sunday street below, the bare trees along the sidewalk, a neighbor walking their dog, the soft gray morning sky. There is nowhere she needs to be, nothing she needs to do, and the whole slow day stretches out before her, gentle and open and free. After her coffee, Maya makes herself a slow, simple breakfast. She toasts a couple of slices of bread and spreads them with butter and jam, and she slices a ripe banana and pours a glass of orange juice, and she eats slowly at her small kitchen table in the soft morning light, savoring the quiet and the calm. The morning drifts on, softly and unhurried. Maya does a few small, gentle things around her apartment. She waters her houseplants on the windowsill and wipes down the kitchen counter and folds a small pile of clean laundry, warm from the dryer. There is something soothing in these small, quiet tasks, done slowly with no hurry, on a peaceful Sunday morning. And soon her small apartment is tidy and clean and calm, and she settles back into her armchair with a good book to read. She reads for a long while, quietly turning the soft pages, lost in the gentle story as the gray morning brightens, slowly, into soft afternoon. Now and then she looks up and gazes out the window and watches the quiet street, and then returns softly to her book, and the peaceful hours drift by, gently, in the warm and quiet apartment. In the early afternoon, Maya decides to go for a walk. She dresses warmly and steps out into the cool gray day, and she walks slowly through her quiet neighborhood, with no particular place to go. The Sunday streets are calm and soft. She passes small shops, some open, some closed for the day. She passes a little park where a few children are playing and their soft laughter drifts on the cool air. And she walks on slowly, breathing the fresh air, feeling calm and content. She stops at a small neighborhood cafe, the one she loves, warm and cozy inside, and she orders a hot cup of tea and finds a small table by the window, and she sits there, quietly sipping her warm tea, watching the quiet street through the fogged glass, listening to the soft murmur of the cafe and the gentle music playing low. It is warm and peaceful and calm, and she lingers there for a while, in no hurry, content simply to be. On her way home, Maya stops at the small grocery store and she buys a few simple things for her supper: some fresh vegetables, a bit of pasta, some good bread, and she carries them home softly through the cool gray afternoon as the light begins slowly to soften toward evening. Back in her warm apartment, as the soft dusk gathers outside, Maya cooks herself a simple, comforting supper. She fills a pot with water and sets it to boil, and she chops the fresh vegetables slowly on her wooden board. And soon the small kitchen fills with warm, good smells: garlic softening in olive oil, vegetables cooking gently, pasta bubbling softly in the pot, and she cooks calmly, unhurried, enjoying the quiet, homely work. She eats her warm supper at her small table by the soft light of a single lamp, as the city lights begin to glow softly outside her window. The food is simple and warm and good, and she eats slowly, savoring it, content and calm at the peaceful close of her quiet Sunday. After supper, Maya washes her few dishes softly in the warm water and dries them and puts them away. And then she takes a long, warm shower, letting the warm water ease away the small tirednesses of the day until she feels clean and warm and deeply relaxed. And she changes into her soft, warm pajamas, and she is ready now to rest. She settles into her bed, softly propped up against her soft pillows, with her good book to read a little more before sleep. The lamp glows, warm and low, beside her. The city hums, softly and distant, outside her window, and her small apartment is warm and quiet and deeply peaceful at the end of the gentle Sunday. She reads for a little while, softly, but soon her eyes grow heavy and the words on the page grow soft and slow. It has been a lovely day, a quiet, simple, peaceful day, full of small good things: warm coffee, and a good book, and a gentle walk, and a warm supper, and the deep calm of a day with nowhere to be. And a soft, contented drowsiness settles over her gently. Maya sets her book aside softly and turns off her lamp, and the room grows dark and quiet and calm. She nestles down into her warm, soft bed and pulls the blankets up, cozy and warm, and she lies there in the soft dark, feeling calm and content and deeply at peace. And slowly, gently, at the close of her quiet Sunday, she drifts softly into a warm and peaceful sleep. Rest, now, calm and content as the close of a quiet Sunday, with nowhere to be and nothing left to do. Let that simple peace settle over you as we move on to our final story. Story 50. The Evening Train Home. At the end of a long workday, in the middle of winter, a man named David makes his way home, through the cold and quiet city, to the warm apartment where he lives. And there is a deep, familiar comfort in this evening journey home. The letting go of the day, the quiet ride, the warmth waiting at the end. It is early evening and dark already, for it is winter, and the days are short. David steps out of his office building into the cold city evening, and he pulls his warm coat close around him and winds his scarf softly about his neck. The city is aglow with soft lights: the warm windows of the buildings, the glowing shop fronts, the soft yellow street lamps, all shining gently against the dark blue winter dusk, and a few soft snowflakes drift down slowly through the glow of the lamps. David walks slowly through the softly lit streets toward the train station. The workday is behind him now, and he lets it go, gently with each step. Tasks, the meetings, the small cares of the day, all falling away softly into the cold, clear evening. His breath rises in soft clouds in the cold air. The snow drifts down gently past the glowing lamps, and the warm lights of the city shine softly all around him as he makes his way home. He reaches the station and steps inside, out of the cold into the warm, bright bustle of the evening, and he makes his way to the platform and waits, softly among the other quiet travelers, all heading home at the end of the day. Soon the train arrives, gliding smoothly to a stop, its warm lit windows glowing in the winter dark. And David steps aboard gratefully into the warm carriage and finds a seat by the window and settles into it, softly with a quiet sigh. The train pulls away gently from the station and glides out into the winter evening, and David sits warm and comfortable in his seat by the window, watching the city slide slowly by. The warm carriage is quiet and softly lit. The other travelers rest quietly in their seats, reading or dozing or gazing out the windows like David at the passing city. And the train rocks gently with a soft and steady rhythm as it carries them all, softly, homeward through the winter dark. Outside the window, the city glides slowly past, glowing softly in the dark. David watches the warm lit windows of the apartment buildings where other people are settling in for the evening. He watches the glowing shop fronts and the soft street lamps and the snow drifting gently down through their light. He watches the city give way slowly to quieter streets and then to the soft dark edges of town as the train carries him homeward. And the gentle rocking of the train and the soft warmth of the carriage and the quiet of the evening all soothe him gently and ease away the last of the day's small tirednesses. There is a deep and simple peace in the journey home, the letting go of the day, the warm, quiet carriage, the softly passing lights, the gentle rhythm of the train. David feels his shoulders relax softly and his breathing slow, and a calm contentment settle over him as the train carries him gently toward home and warmth and rest. At last the train slows softly and glides into his station, and David steps down onto the quiet platform into the cold winter night. And he walks the last short way home through the soft snowy streets, past the warm glowing windows, with the snow drifting gently down around him. And there, ahead, is his own apartment building, and he climbs the stairs softly and unlocks his door and steps inside into the warm, quiet peace of home. He takes off his coat and his scarf and his cold shoes, and he feels the warmth of home wrap softly around him. He turns on a soft lamp, filling the room with warm, gentle light, and he stands for a moment in the quiet warmth of his home, feeling the deep relief and comfort of having arrived, at last, at the end of the long day. David makes himself a simple, warm supper and eats it slowly at his small table in the soft lamplight as the snow falls gently outside his window. And then he settles into his comfortable couch with a warm cup of tea and lets the evening unwind softly around him. reading a little or listening to soft, quiet music, or simply resting in the warm peace of his home. Watching the snow drift down outside, the evening deepens softly into night. The snow falls gently past the window, glowing softly in the light of the street lamps below. The apartment is warm and quiet and deeply peaceful, and a soft, contented drowsiness begins to settle over David at the close of the long day. At last he rises softly and gets ready for bed and climbs beneath his warm blankets. In the quiet, dark, his body is tired in a good and gentle way and grateful now for rest. The warmth of home surrounds him. Softly, the snow falls quietly outside, and the long day is over at last. Gently, and there is nothing left to do but rest. David nestles down into his warm, soft bed and pulls the blankets close and feels a deep and peaceful calm settle over him. The day is done. He is home and warm and safe, and slowly, gently, as the snow falls softly outside, he drifts at last into a deep and restful sleep. Rest now warm and safe as the close of a long day. Home at last with nothing left to do. And now, at the close of all our quiet stories, let us drift together softly into a deep and peaceful sleep. Story 51. A weekend at Grandma's house. There are few places as warm and comforting as a grandparent's home. And in our story tonight, a young woman named Sophia travels out to the countryside to spend a quiet weekend at her grandmother's old house, as she has loved to do since she was a little girl. Sophia arrives on a soft Friday evening as the sun is setting gold and low over the quiet country fields. Her grandmother's house is an old one at the edge of a small village with a big garden and a wide front porch and warm lamplight glowing softly in the windows. And as Sophia pulls up and steps out of her car, the front door opens, and there is her grandmother, smiling warmly, her arms open wide. "Sophia, there you are," her grandmother says warmly, wrapping her in a soft, warm hug. "Oh, it's so good to see you. Come in, come in. You must be tired from the drive. I've got supper almost ready." And she draws Sophia inside, into the warm and familiar house, so full of soft memories and gentle comforts and love. The house smells wonderful, of a warm supper cooking, of wood smoke from the fireplace, of the old familiar scent that Sophia has known all her life. And everything is just as she remembers it: the soft old sofa, the ticking clock on the mantel, the framed family photographs on the walls, the warm lamplight glowing softly over it all. And Sophia feels the deep comfort of it settle over her, softly like a warm blanket, the deep comfort of coming home to a place and a person so full of love. They sit down together to a warm, home-cooked supper at the old kitchen table, a hearty stew and fresh bread, and a slice of homemade pie for dessert. And they eat slowly and talk softly, catching up on all the small news, the way they always do. Sophia tells her grandmother about her life in the city, and her grandmother tells her about the village and the garden and the neighbors and the small, gentle happenings of country life. And they laugh softly together, warm and content in the cozy kitchen. After supper, they move to the sitting room and settle into the soft old chairs by the crackling fire. Her grandmother brings out a pot of tea and an old photo album worn soft with years. And they sit together, turning the pages, slowly looking at the old photographs. Pictures of Sophia as a little girl, and of her mother when she was young, and of her grandmother decades ago, and of the old house and the family through all the passing years. And her grandmother tells the gentle stories behind each photo, softly in her warm, familiar voice, as the fire crackles and the tea grows warm in their hands. The evening drifts on, softly warm and gentle, in the cozy sitting room. The fire glows, golden and warm. The old clock ticks softly on the mantel. Her grandmother's gentle voice rises and falls, telling the old warm stories. And Sophia listens drowsily, content, wrapped in the deep warmth and love of the old home. When at last the evening grows late and the fire burns low, and Sophia's eyes grow heavy, her grandmother takes her softly up the old wooden stairs to the small guest room where Sophia always sleeps. It is a cozy little room, with soft floral wallpaper and a soft old bed piled high with warm quilts, and a small window looking out over the dark, quiet fields. And her grandmother has aired it out and warmed it and made it up soft and cozy just for her. There now, her grandmother says softly, tucking her in just as she did when Sophia was small. You sleep as long as you like tomorrow. There's no hurry. I'll have a big breakfast waiting whenever you come down. Sleep well, my dear. It's so good to have you home. And she kisses Sophia softly on the forehead and turns off the lamp and leaves the door open just a crack, the way Sophia always liked. Sophia lies in the soft old bed, warm beneath the heavy quilts, in the cozy little room. Outside her window, the country night is deep and dark and quiet, so much quieter than the city, only the soft sounds of the countryside, a distant owl, the whisper of the wind in the old trees. And the house is warm and still and full of love and familiar comfort all around her. She thinks drowsily of the warm evening, the good supper, the fire, the old photographs, her grandmother's gentle voice, and she feels so safe and so loved and so deeply at peace here in this old home that holds so many warm memories. There is a comfort here that she finds nowhere else, the comfort of a place that has loved her all her life. Her eyes grow heavy, softly, in the warm and cozy dark. Her body sinks deeper into the soft old bed beneath the warm quilts. The old house holds her gently, safe and warm. And there in her grandmother's home, wrapped in warmth and love and quiet, Sophia drifts slowly, softly, into the deepest, most peaceful, most comforting sleep. Home again, safe again, loved again. Rest now, warm and safe, deeply loved as if tucked in at a grandmother's house. Let that gentle comfort settle over you as we move on to our final story. Story 52. A night camping by the lake on a warm summer weekend. A young couple named Ben and Leah drive out of the city into the green countryside to spend a quiet night camping beside a peaceful lake. And there is a deep and simple joy in it, leaving the busy city behind and settling into the calm of nature beneath the open sky. They arrive in the late afternoon, after a long and pleasant drive through the green hills, and they find their campsite, a soft grassy clearing at the edge of a calm blue lake, sheltered by tall green trees. and they climb out of the car and stretch and breathe the fresh, clean air and gaze out at the peaceful lake shining softly in the warm afternoon sun. It's perfect, Leah says softly. So quiet, so beautiful, and Ben nods, smiling, and they begin happily to set up their little camp. Together they pitch their tent on the soft grass, working slowly and easily in the warm afternoon light. They spread it out and raise the poles and stake it down softly into the soft ground, and soon their little tent stands, cozy and snug, at the edge of the peaceful lake, with a warm sleeping bag laid soft inside. Then they gather some dry wood from among the trees, and they build a small fire ring of stones, and lay the wood ready for the evening's campfire. As the afternoon softens gently toward evening, they sit together on a soft blanket at the water's edge and simply rest and watch the peaceful lake. The calm blue water stretches out before them, smooth and still, mirroring the green trees, and the soft evening sky. A pair of ducks glides slowly across the calm water. A fish rises gently, sending soft rings spreading across the still surface, and the warm sun sinks slowly toward the far green hills, filling the sky with soft gold and rose. As the sun sets and the soft dusk gathers, Ben lights the campfire, and it catches gently and grows crackling softly, filling the little camp with warm golden light and gentle warmth. And they sit close beside it on their soft blanket as the evening cools, and they cook a simple supper over the fire, warming a pot of stew and toasting bread on long sticks. And the good warm smells rise up, mingling with the soft wood smoke in the cool evening air. They eat their warm supper beside the crackling fire as the last soft light fades from the sky and the first stars appear high above the darkening lake. The food tastes wonderful in the fresh outdoor air by the warm fire, and they eat slowly and talk softly, content and calm, in the deep peace of the quiet lakeside evening. When they have eaten, they sit close together by the fire, wrapped in a soft, warm blanket, and they gaze up at the sky. And oh, how many stars there are out here, far from the city lights. The whole sky is scattered with them, soft and bright, more than they could ever count, glittering gently in the deep dark, with the soft, pale river of the Milky Way flowing across the middle of the sky. And they gaze up quietly in soft wonder at the vast and beautiful starry sky. The fire crackles, softly warm and golden before them. The lake lies calm and dark and still, holding the reflected stars in its quiet mirror. The night is warm and gentle and deeply peaceful, filled with the soft sounds of nature, the gentle lapping of the lake, the soft chirp of crickets, the whisper of the breeze in the trees, the crackle of the fire. And Ben and Leah sit close together, warm and content, wrapped in the deep peace of the quiet lakeside night. At last, when the fire has burned low to soft glowing embers and their eyes have grown heavy, they crawl into their cozy little tent and snuggle down into their warm sleeping bags, side by side. The tent is snug and warm and cozy. Through its soft mesh window they can see the last glow of the embers and the soft bright stars high above, and they lie there warm and comfortable, listening to the gentle sounds of the night. The soft lapping of the lake comes gently through the quiet dark. Lap and hush. Lap and hush. The crickets chirp softly in the warm grass. The breeze whispers gently in the trees, and now and then, far off, a night bird calls softly across the still water. And all these gentle sounds of nature wrap around them, softly, soothing, and calm, in the warm, cozy tent. Ben and Leah lie there, drowsy and content, in the deep peace of the lakeside night. The fresh, clean air and the warm sleeping bags and the gentle sounds of nature all soothe them softly toward sleep. Their eyes grow heavy, their breathing slows and deepens, and a deep natural drowsiness settles over them. Gently in the quiet dark, there is nowhere they must be, nothing they must do. There is only this: the cozy tent, the warm sleeping bags, the gentle lapping of the lake, the soft chirp of the crickets, the deep peace of the starry night. And wrapped in the calm of nature, soothed by its gentle sounds, they drift, slowly, softly, into a deep and peaceful sleep, beside the calm dark lake, beneath the soft bright stars. Rest now calm and peaceful as a night beneath the stars, soothed by the gentle lapping of a quiet lake. And now at the close of all our quiet stories, let us drift, together, softly into a deep and peaceful sleep. Story 53. A Snow Day at Home. There is a special kind of peace that comes with a heavy snowfall, when the world outside turns soft and white and quiet, and everything slows down, and there is nothing to do but stay warm and cozy indoors. And in our story tonight, a young woman named Anna spends one such peaceful snow day at home in her small, warm apartment. Anna wakes on this winter morning to a strange and beautiful quiet, a soft, hushed stillness unlike any ordinary morning. She lies in bed for a moment, listening, and then she understands. It has snowed heavily in the night. She rises and goes to the window and pulls back the curtain, and there it is, a world transformed. The whole city is blanketed in deep, soft snow, white and clean and beautiful, and the snow is still falling gently in soft, thick flakes from the soft gray sky. The rooftops are white. The streets are white and quiet, hushed beneath the deep snow, and everything is soft and still and peaceful. Anna smiles softly. It is a snow day. There will be no going out today. The buses will not run. The roads are deep with snow. There is nowhere she can go and nothing she must do but stay home warm and cozy and watch the beautiful snow fall. And a deep, happy contentment fills her at the thought. She pads to her small kitchen, still in her warm pajamas, and makes herself a big mug of hot cocoa, rich and warm and sweet, and she carries it to her armchair by the window, and wraps herself in a soft, warm blanket, and settles in to watch the snow. The snow drifts down gently past the window, soft, thick flakes falling slowly, silently, covering the quiet white world below ever deeper. And Anna sips her warm cocoa and watches, softly, feeling calm and cozy and deeply content. The morning drifts by, slow and peaceful. Anna is in no hurry to do anything at all. She reads a little in her cozy chair. She watches the snow. She makes herself a warm, slow breakfast, some oatmeal, warm and sweet, with honey and cinnamon, and she settles back into her chair warm and content as the snow falls on, softly, outside, and the quiet white world grows deeper and softer and more beautiful. In the afternoon, Anna decides to bake. There is nothing cozier on a snow day than baking, with the oven warming the kitchen and the sweet smells filling the home. So she gathers her ingredients and she mixes up a batch of cookie dough, slowly and happily in her warm kitchen. She measures the flour and the sugar and cracks the eggs and stirs in the soft butter and mixes it all together into a smooth, sweet dough. And she spoons it onto the baking tray and slides it into the warm oven and waits. Soon the whole apartment fills with the warm, sweet smell of baking cookies, one of the coziest smells in all the world. And Anna stands by the warm oven, breathing it in, happy and content, as the snow falls softly outside the window. And when the cookies are done, golden and warm, she takes them out and lets them cool. And then she pours herself a glass of cold milk and sits down with a warm cookie, soft and sweet, and it is perfect. The afternoon softens gently toward evening, and still the snow falls, softly deepening the quiet white world outside. Anna curls up on her sofa, wrapped in her soft blanket, with a good book and a plate of warm cookies, and she reads, quietly, as the soft gray light fades slowly into evening blue, and the street lamps come on softly outside, glowing warm and golden, and the falling snow drifts down through their light in soft silver streams. As evening comes, Anna makes herself a simple, warm supper, a bowl of hot soup and some warm bread, and eats it slowly at her small table, cozy and content as the snow falls on gently outside her window. And afterward, she makes a pot of warm herbal tea and settles back onto her sofa and puts on some soft, quiet music and simply rests, warm and peaceful in her cozy home, watching the beautiful snow. The evening deepens softly into night. The snow keeps falling gently, glowing softly in the light of the street lamps, blanketing the whole quiet city in deep, soft white. Anna's apartment is warm and cozy and deeply peaceful, the soft music playing low, the warm tea in her hands, the beautiful snow drifting down outside, and a deep, contented drowsiness begins to settle over her at the close of the lovely snow day. It has been such a peaceful day, a whole day of warmth and coziness and quiet, with nowhere to go and nothing to do but rest and bake and read and watch the beautiful snow. And Anna feels so calm, so content, so deeply at peace. At last she rises, softly, and gets ready for bed and climbs beneath her warm blankets in the quiet dark. The snow falls on softly outside her window, hushing the whole world into deep, soft quiet. Her bed is warm and soft and cozy, and the deep peace of the snow day settles over her, gently as she nestles down, warm and content. Her eyes grow heavy, her breathing slows, and there, warm and cozy in her bed, as the soft snow falls silently over the sleeping white city, Anna drifts, slowly, gently into a deep and peaceful sleep. Rest now, warm and cozy as a snow day at home, while the soft snow falls silently outside. Let that deep, hushed peace settle over you as we move on to our final story. Story 54. The first night in the new home. There is something quietly special about the first night in a new home. A fresh start, a new chapter, a place that will hold new memories yet to come. And in our story tonight, a young man named Marco spends his first peaceful night in his new apartment, in a new city, at the beginning of a new life. It has been a long day, the day of the move. Marco has carried box after box up the stairs, and now, in the soft evening light, the work is nearly done. The furniture is in place, the bed made up, the sofa in the corner, the small table by the window. Boxes still stand here and there, half unpacked, but the essentials are done, and the new apartment is beginning, slowly, to feel like home. Marco stands for a moment in the middle of his new living room, in the soft glow of the single lamp he has set up, and he looks around, softly, at his new home. It is small, but it is bright and clean and full of quiet promise. Through the window he can see the lights of his new city glowing softly in the evening dusk. A whole new place, full of new possibilities, spread out before him, and he feels a deep, quiet contentment mixed with a soft and hopeful excitement at the beginning of this new chapter. He is tired from the long day of moving, but it is a good and satisfying kind of tired, and he decides to take a break from unpacking and simply to rest and to enjoy this first quiet evening in his new home. He orders a simple supper, a warm meal, delivered to his new door, and while he waits, he unpacks a few more small things, some books onto the shelf, a framed photo onto the table, a soft blanket onto the sofa, and with each small thing he places, the new apartment feels a little more like home. When his supper arrives, Marco sits down on his sofa with the warm food, and he eats slowly, looking out at the lights of his new city glowing softly in the dark. And as he eats, he thinks, softly, about the new life ahead of him, the new job he will start, the new neighborhood he will explore, the new friends he will make, the new memories he will build here in this new place. And a soft hope and a quiet excitement fill his heart, gently along with the deep contentment of the peaceful evening. After supper, Marco makes himself a warm cup of tea, and he opens the window just a little to let in the cool evening air and the soft, distant sounds of his new city. And he sits on his sofa, wrapped in his soft blanket, sipping his warm tea, and simply resting in the quiet peace of his new home. The lamp glows, softly, warm and gentle. The city lights shine softly outside, and a deep calm settles over him at the close of the long and meaningful day. He walks slowly through his new apartment, once more in the soft lamplight, looking at each room, the cozy little living room, the small clean kitchen, the bright bedroom with its freshly made bed. And though there are still boxes to unpack and things to arrange and a whole new life to settle into, he feels that this place is already quietly becoming his, a home, a haven, a fresh new start. And the thought fills him with a deep and quiet peace. At last, tired from the long day and content in his new home, Marco gets ready for bed. He takes a warm shower, washing away the dust and tiredness of the move, and changes into soft, warm pajamas. And he climbs into his freshly made bed in his new bedroom and sinks into the soft, clean sheets, warm and comfortable and deeply at rest. He lies there in the soft dark of his new bedroom, listening to the gentle new sounds of his new city, the soft, distant hum of traffic, a far-off train, the quiet of the night. It is all new and unfamiliar, and yet somehow it feels right and peaceful and full of quiet hope. and he feels a deep contentment settle over him, warm and gentle on this first night in his new home. He thinks drowsily of the day behind him and the new life ahead, and he feels grateful for this new home, this fresh start, this new chapter beginning, and he feels, too, a deep and peaceful calm, and a quiet, hopeful joy at the thought of all the good things yet to come, here in this new place. His eyes grow heavy softly in the quiet dark. His body sinks deeper into the soft new bed. The new apartment holds him gently, warm and safe and full of quiet promise. And there, on his first peaceful night in his new home, at the beginning of his new life, Marco drifts slowly, softly into a deep and restful sleep, content and hopeful and at peace. Rest, now calm and hopeful as the first quiet night in a new home, full of gentle promise. And now, at the close of all our quiet stories, let us drift together softly into a deep and peaceful sleep. Story 55. The Early Morning Walk. There is a quiet magic to the early morning. Before the world fully wakes, a soft, still hour, when the streets are empty and the light is gentle, and the whole day lies fresh and new ahead. And in our story tonight, a woman named Clara rises early, before the city wakes, to take a peaceful morning walk. It is still dark when Clara wakes in the soft gray hour before dawn, but she does not mind rising early. She loves this quiet time when the world is still asleep. She dresses warmly in the soft dark, and she slips quietly out of her apartment and down the stairs and out into the cool, still morning. The city is quiet and empty and beautiful. In the soft gray light before dawn, the streets are hushed and calm. No traffic yet, no crowds, only the soft quiet of the sleeping city. The street lamps still glow softly, golden in the gray dawn light, and the air is cool and fresh and clean, with the gentle stillness of the early morning. Clara breathes it in deeply, and she feels calm and peaceful and quietly happy, alone in the soft, quiet morning. She walks slowly through the empty streets, in no hurry at all, simply enjoying the peaceful quiet. Her footsteps are soft on the empty sidewalk. The closed shops slumber quietly, their windows dark. A single early bird sings softly, somewhere in a tree, and the sky in the east begins slowly to lighten, from soft gray to pale rose to gentle gold as the dawn draws near. Clara makes her way softly toward the park at the edge of her neighborhood, and she enters through the old iron gate and walks along the quiet paths beneath the tall trees, still and peaceful in the soft dawn light. The park is empty and calm and beautiful. The grass is soft with morning dew, glistening faintly in the growing light. The trees stand quiet and still, their leaves whispering softly in the gentle morning breeze, and the birds are beginning now to sing softly their sweet morning songs, filling the quiet park. Clara walks to a small hill in the middle of the park, where she loves to watch the sunrise, and she stands there softly at the top of the little hill, looking east as the sky grows brighter and brighter. And then slowly, softly, the sun rises, a soft golden glow spreading across the eastern sky, and then the first warm rays spilling gently over the horizon, and then the sun itself, rising slowly, warm and golden, filling the whole world with soft golden light. Clara stands quietly, watching the beautiful sunrise, feeling the first warm rays of the sun on her face. The golden light spreads softly across the park, and the city, touching the trees and the grass and the dew, and setting them all aglow, soft and golden and beautiful. The birds sing sweetly, welcoming the new day, and Clara feels a deep and quiet joy and a peaceful gratitude at the beauty of the morning and the gift of the new day. After a while, Clara walks on, slowly, through the waking park and back into the neighborhood where the city is just beginning, softly to stir, and she stops at a small cafe on the corner that has just opened for the morning, its warm light glowing golden and inviting. And she steps inside into the warm and cozy cafe and orders a hot cup of coffee and a warm pastry fresh from the oven. She finds a small table by the window and sits down and sips her warm coffee and watches the city slowly, gently, coming to life outside. The early shops are opening their doors. The first people are walking to work in the golden morning light, and the whole city is waking softly into the fresh new day. And Clara sits quietly, warm and content, in the cozy cafe, savoring her coffee and the peaceful morning and the gentle beginning of the day. There is such a deep peace in it, the quiet early hour, the empty streets, the beautiful sunrise, the waking city, the warm cafe. Clara feels calm and rested and quietly happy, at peace with the world and the gentle morning. And though the day is only beginning, she feels she has already received its greatest gift, this quiet, peaceful, beautiful morning, all to herself. She finishes her coffee slowly and lingers for a while in the warm cafe, watching the golden morning, feeling calm and content. And a soft, peaceful drowsiness settles over her gently, the deep, easy calm of a mind at peace, and a heart content in the soft golden light of the early morning. Let that gentle morning peace settle over you now, the quiet hour, the soft golden light, the calm of a world just waking. Rest in it, softly, as we move on to our final story. Story 56. A rainy Saturday at the cafe. Some of the coziest hours in life are spent on a rainy day, warm and dry inside, watching the rain fall softly outside. And in our story tonight, a young man named Leo spends a peaceful rainy Saturday afternoon at his favorite little neighborhood cafe. It has been raining softly all day, a gentle, steady rain falling from the soft gray sky, and Leo, with a free Saturday and nowhere he needs to be, decides to spend the afternoon at the small cafe down the street, one of his favorite places in the world, warm and cozy and quiet, a perfect place to pass a rainy afternoon. He walks the short way there, under his umbrella, through the softly falling rain, and he arrives, a little damp, and steps inside into the warm and welcoming cafe. And at once he is wrapped in warmth, the warm air, the soft golden light, the rich smell of coffee, the gentle murmur of quiet conversation, the soft music playing low, and he feels the cozy comfort of it settle over him, softly as he shakes off his umbrella and finds a table by the window. The cafe is warm and cozy and half full of quiet Saturday patrons, a few people reading, a pair talking softly over coffee, a woman writing in a notebook, all sheltering contentedly from the rain. Leo settles into his seat by the window, and he orders a warm coffee and a slice of cake, and he takes out the book he has brought with him, and he settles in, happily. For a long and peaceful afternoon, his coffee comes, warm and rich, in a big ceramic mug, and Leo wraps his hands around it, warming them, and takes a slow, gentle sip. And then he opens his book and begins to read slowly, comfortably, as the rain falls softly outside the window and the warm cafe hums gently all around him. He reads for a long while contentedly, lost in his book, pausing now and then to sip his warm coffee or to look up and gaze out the window at the softly falling rain. The rain runs down the window glass in soft, slow streams, blurring the gray street outside. The people who pass hurry by under their umbrellas through the gentle rain, and Leo watches them softly from his warm and cozy seat, feeling snug and content and deeply at peace. There is such a gentle comfort in it, to be warm and dry and cozy inside, with a good book and a warm coffee while the rain falls softly outside. Leo feels no hurry at all, no cares, no worries, only the deep, easy calm of a peaceful rainy afternoon, spent exactly as he wishes, and the soft sounds of the cafe wrap around him gently, the low murmur of voices, the soft clink of cups, the quiet music, the gentle patter of the rain, soothing and warm. The afternoon drifts by, slowly and peacefully. Leo reads, and rests, and watches the rain. He orders another warm coffee and a bit more cake, and lingers contentedly in no hurry to leave. The soft gray light through the window slowly softens as the afternoon wears on toward evening, and still the gentle rain falls, softly, steadily outside, and the warm cafe glows, cozy and golden, within. As the light begins to fade softly toward evening, Leo sets down his book, at last, and simply rests for a while, gazing out at the rainy street, savoring the deep peace of the moment. The rain falls gently past the window. The warm cafe hums softly around him. The soft music plays low and gentle, and Leo feels a deep and simple contentment, warm and calm, in the cozy shelter of the cafe on this peaceful, rainy afternoon. A gentle, drowsy calm settles over him, softly in the warmth and the quiet and the soft sound of the rain. His body is relaxed and at ease. His mind is quiet and calm, and he feels so peaceful, so content, so deeply at rest, warm and cozy while the gentle rain falls on softly outside. There is nowhere he must be, nothing he must do. There is only this, the warm cafe, the good book, the soft rain, the deep and easy peace of a quiet rainy afternoon. And Leo lets it hold him gently, this simple, perfect contentment, as the rain falls softly and the warm light glows and the peaceful afternoon drifts gently toward evening. Rest now, warm and cozy as a rainy afternoon in a favorite cafe, with nothing to do but rest and watch the rain. And now, at the close of all our quiet stories, let us drift together softly into a deep and peaceful sleep. Story 57, A Slow Morning Baking Bread. There are few things as warm and comforting as the smell of fresh bread baking in the home. And in our story tonight, a woman named Elena spends a slow and peaceful weekend morning baking bread in her warm and sunny kitchen. It is a soft, bright Saturday morning, and Elena has nowhere to be and all the time in the world, and so she decides to bake bread, as she loves to do, on quiet weekend mornings. She ties on her apron, and she gathers her ingredients in the warm morning light: the flour, the yeast, the salt, the water, the little bit of honey, and she sets them all out, softly, on her wooden kitchen counter. She begins by waking the yeast, stirring it gently into a bowl of warm water with a little honey, and setting it aside to rest. And after a few minutes it begins to foam softly and bubble, coming alive, and Elena smiles, for this is the first small magic of bread making. Then she measures the flour into a large bowl, soft and white, and adds a pinch of salt, and pours in the foaming yeast, and begins slowly to mix it all together into a rough and shaggy dough. And now comes the part she loves best, the kneading. She turns the dough out onto her floured counter, and she begins to knead it, slowly, with her two hands. She pushes it away from her with the heels of her hands, and folds it back over, and turns it, and pushes again. Push and fold and turn. Push and fold and turn. It is slow, rhythmic, gentle work, and there is a deep calm in it. And beneath her patient hands, the dough slowly changes from rough and sticky to smooth and soft and elastic, warm and alive. When the dough is smooth and soft, Elena shapes it into a round and places it in a clean bowl and covers it with a soft cloth and sets it in a warm spot to rise. And now she must wait, for bread cannot be hurried. So she makes herself a cup of coffee, and she sits by the sunny window, and she waits, patiently, contentedly, as the dough rises slowly in its warm bowl. And slowly over the quiet hour the dough rises, swelling softly, growing round and full and puffy, rising up beneath the soft cloth filled with life and air. And when at last it has doubled in size, soft and full, Elena uncovers it and gently presses it down, and turns it out once more, and shapes it softly into a loaf. And she places the loaf in a pan, and covers it again, and lets it rise once more, as she warms the oven. When the loaf has risen again, soft and full, Elena slides it gently into the warm oven. And now the best part begins, for slowly, as the bread bakes, the most wonderful smell begins to fill the whole warm kitchen. The warm, rich, comforting smell of baking bread, one of the oldest and best smells in all the world. It fills the kitchen and drifts through the whole home, warm and golden and comforting. And Elena breathes it in, deeply, happily, as she waits for her bread to bake. She watches through the oven window as the loaf slowly rises and browns, turning from pale to gold, to a deep and beautiful golden brown. And at last, when it is baked golden and crusty and perfect, she takes it out carefully and turns it out of the pan onto a rack to cool. And there it sits, a beautiful golden loaf of fresh, warm bread, filling the kitchen with its warm and wonderful smell. Elena waits patiently for the bread to cool just enough, though the smell is so tempting she can hardly wait. And then at last she cuts a thick, warm slice and spreads it with soft butter, which melts instantly into the warm bread. And she takes a bite. And oh, it is wonderful, warm and soft and fresh, with a crisp golden crust and the sweet good taste of fresh baked bread. and she closes her eyes softly and savors it deeply. Content, she sits by her sunny window in her warm kitchen, eating her warm fresh bread and sipping her coffee, feeling deeply, quietly happy. There is such a simple, honest joy in it, in the slow, patient work of baking, in the warm, good smell, in the fresh, warm bread itself. And Elena feels calm and content and grateful for this slow and peaceful morning and the simple pleasure of bread made by her own two hands. The warm kitchen glows softly in the bright morning light, filled with the wonderful smell of fresh bread, and a deep, warm contentment settles over Elena, gentle and calm as she rests by her sunny window, savoring the simple, peaceful joy of her slow baking morning. Let that warm contentment settle over you now, the comfort of fresh bread, the calm of slow and patient work, the simple joy of a peaceful morning. Rest in it, softly, as we move on to our final story. Story 58. A summer evening on the porch. On a warm summer evening, as a gentle rain begins to fall, a man named Thomas sits on the covered porch of his old country house, watching the soft rain and enjoying the deep peace of the summer evening. And there is a special comfort in it, to sit, warm and dry, on a sheltered porch and watch the gentle rain fall softly over the evening world. The day has been warm and the evening is soft and mild, and the gentle summer rain comes softly, cooling the warm air and filling it with the sweet fresh smell of rain on warm earth. Thomas sits in his old wooden rocking chair on the covered porch with a cool glass of iced tea beside him, and he rocks gently and watches the soft rain fall over his quiet garden and the green fields beyond. The rain falls softly and steadily from the soft gray evening sky. It patters gently on the porch roof above him, a soft, soothing sound, pitter patter, steady and calm. It falls softly on the green garden and the leaves of the trees, making them glisten and drip, and it falls on the fields beyond, soft and gray and misty in the gentle rain. And Thomas rocks slowly in his old chair, watching it all deeply calm and content. There is such a deep peace in it, the soft, steady rain, the cool, fresh air, the sweet smell of the summer earth, the gentle patter on the roof. Thomas sips his cool iced tea and rocks gently in his creaking chair and simply watches the rain with no hurry and no cares and no thoughts at all but the quiet peace of the moment. The garden drinks in the soft rain gratefully. The flowers nod gently beneath the falling drops. The green leaves glisten softly and drip, and a soft gray mist rises gently from the warm earth, drifting slowly over the quiet fields. The birds have gone quiet, sheltering in the trees, and the whole world is soft and gray and peaceful, washed clean by the gentle summer rain. Thomas rocks slowly in his old wooden chair, listening to the soft music of the rain, the gentle patter on the roof, the soft drip from the eaves, the quiet hush of the falling rain over the garden and the fields. Pitter patter, so soft and steady and soothing, and it fills him with a deep and gentle calm, easing away every care, quieting every thought, filling his heart with peace. The soft rain falls on gently as the summer evening deepens, slowly, toward dusk. The gray light softens gradually, and the world grows dim and soft and quiet. And still Thomas sits contentedly on his sheltered porch, rocking slowly, watching the gentle rain, sipping his cool tea wrapped in the deep peace of the summer evening. And then, slowly, the rain begins to ease. The soft, steady patter grows gentler and gentler, until only a few last drops fall softly from the eaves, and the rain passes gently on, leaving the world washed clean and fresh and glistening in the soft evening light. The air is cool and sweet and clean, filled with the fresh smell of rain, and a deep, soft quiet settles over the garden and the fields and the whole peaceful evening world as the last light fades softly into gentle dusk. The first fireflies appear, blinking softly. In the cool, wet garden, small points of gentle golden light, drifting slowly among the glistening leaves. And the first stars appear softly high above in the clearing evening sky, and the frogs begin softly to sing in the wet grass, a gentle summer chorus filling the cool evening air. And Thomas rocks slowly on his porch, watching the fireflies and the stars and listening to the soft song of the frogs, deeply calm and content. The evening is soft and cool and beautiful after the gentle rain. The garden glistens softly in the last dim light. The fireflies drift gently among the leaves. The stars shine softly high above, and the frogs sing quietly in the cool, wet grass. And Thomas sits contentedly in his old rocking chair, wrapped in the deep and gentle peace of the summer evening. A soft drowsiness settles over him, gently, as he rocks slowly in the cool evening air. His body is relaxed and at ease. His mind is quiet and calm, and he feels so peaceful, so content, so deeply at rest on his quiet porch in the soft summer dusk, after the gentle rain. There is nowhere he must be, nothing he must do. There is only this, the cool evening air, the glistening garden, the drifting fireflies, the soft song of the frogs, the deep peace of the summer night. And Thomas rocks, slowly, gently, drifting toward rest, wrapped in the calm and beauty of the peaceful summer evening. Rest, now calm and peaceful as a summer evening after gentle rain, soft with fireflies and the quiet song of frogs. And now, at the close of all our quiet stories, let us drift together softly into a deep and peaceful sleep. Story 59. A morning at the farmer's market on a bright Saturday morning in early autumn, a woman named Nadia walks to the farmer's market in the town square, as she loves to do each weekend. And there is a simple, cheerful joy in it. The fresh air, the colorful stalls, the good fresh food, the friendly faces, the gentle bustle of a market morning. Nadia sets out early with her woven basket over her arm and walks the few blocks to the town square through the cool and sunny morning. The autumn air is crisp and fresh, and the sky is a clear, soft blue, and the morning sun shines warm and golden over the town. And as she nears the square, she can hear the cheerful sounds of the market, the friendly voices, the soft music, the gentle bustle, and she smiles happily, looking forward to her peaceful morning. The market is a lovely sight. In the bright morning light, rows of colorful stalls fill the town square, each one heaped with good fresh things. There are stalls piled high with autumn fruit and vegetables, red apples and orange pumpkins, and golden squash and deep purple grapes. There are stalls of fresh bread, warm from the oven, and stalls of golden honey and homemade jam. There are buckets of fresh-cut flowers in every soft color, and people wander happily among the stalls, filling their baskets with the good fresh food. Nadia wanders slowly through the market, in no hurry at all, enjoying the cheerful bustle. She stops at the fruit and vegetable stalls and looks over the good fresh produce, choosing carefully. "These apples look wonderful," she says to the friendly farmer. "Are they sweet?" And he smiles and offers her a slice to taste, and it is crisp and sweet and delicious. "They're perfect," she says. "I'll take a dozen, please." And she fills a paper bag with the crisp red apples and adds them to her basket. She moves on slowly through the busy market, gathering the good fresh things she loves. She buys a golden squash and a bunch of fresh carrots and a basket of ripe tomatoes, still warm from the sun. She stops at the bread stall and buys a warm loaf of crusty bread, its wonderful smell filling the air. And she buys a small jar of golden honey and a pot of homemade strawberry jam from the smiling woman who made them. At the flower stall, Nadia lingers, admiring the buckets of fresh-cut flowers in their soft autumn colors, golden sunflowers, and deep red dahlias, and soft purple asters, and she chooses a cheerful bunch of sunflowers, bright and golden, to brighten her kitchen table. "They're beautiful," says the flower seller, warmly, wrapping them softly in paper. "They'll last you all week," and Nadia thanks her and adds the golden sunflowers to her basket, their bright faces peeking out cheerfully. Her basket is growing full now with all the good fresh things, crisp apples and ripe tomatoes, and golden squash and warm bread and honey and jam and bright sunflowers. And Nadia wanders on happily through the cheerful market, greeting the friendly faces, breathing the fresh autumn air, enjoying the simple pleasure of the market morning. She stops at last at a little coffee cart and buys a warm cup of coffee, and she finds a bench at the edge of the square in the warm morning sun, and she sits down softly to rest and to watch the cheerful market, sipping her warm coffee, her full basket beside her. The market bustles happily before her, people browsing the stalls, children laughing, vendors calling out their wares, soft music playing, and the warm sun shines golden and gentle over the whole cheerful scene. And Nadia sits contentedly, warm and happy, enjoying the simple joy of the peaceful morning. There is such a gentle happiness in it, the fresh air, the good food, the friendly faces, the cheerful bustle, the warm autumn sun. Nadia feels calm and content and quietly joyful, at peace with the pleasant world of the market morning. And she lingers happily on her sunny bench, savoring her coffee and the good fresh smells and the cheerful sounds, in no hurry at all to leave. When at last she has finished her coffee and rested her fill, Nadia gathers her full basket and walks slowly home, through the bright autumn morning, with all her good fresh things. And back in her warm kitchen, she unpacks her basket softly and puts away the good food and arranges the bright sunflowers in a vase on her table, where they glow cheerful and golden in the morning light. And she feels a deep and simple contentment, warm and calm, at the close of her happy market morning. Let that cheerful contentment settle over you now, the simple joy of a bright market morning, full of good things and friendly faces and warm autumn sun. Rest in it softly as we move on to our final story. Story 60, a country road trip on a beautiful summer day. A couple named Mark and Julia set out on a relaxed road trip through the countryside. With no particular destination and all the time in the world, just the open road, the beautiful scenery, and the simple pleasure of the journey, they set out in the soft morning light, with the windows down and soft music playing, and a thermos of coffee between them. And they drive out of the town and onto the country roads, winding gently through the beautiful summer countryside. And at once, the peace of it settles over them. The open road ahead, the green hills all around, the warm sun, the fresh air, the simple freedom of the journey. The country road winds gently through the beautiful landscape. It rolls over soft green hills and along quiet valleys and past golden fields and green meadows and small peaceful farms. Cows graze quietly in the green pastures. Old stone farmhouses nestle in the folds of the hills, and the warm summer sun shines golden and bright over the whole beautiful country. And Mark and Julia drive on, slowly, in no hurry at all, drinking in the beautiful scenery, deeply calm and content. They talk softly as they drive, or fall into comfortable silence, just watching the beautiful country roll by. The soft music plays gently. The warm breeze drifts softly through the open windows, carrying the sweet smells of summer, the cut hay, the wildflowers, the warm earth, and the beautiful landscape unfolds endlessly before them. Green hill after green hill, golden field after golden field in the warm summer light. Now and then they come to a beautiful viewpoint where the road crests a hill, and a whole valley opens up below, green and golden and beautiful, stretching away to the distant blue hills. And they pull over softly and stop and get out and simply stand for a while, gazing out at the beautiful view, breathing the fresh air, feeling the warm sun. And the beauty of it fills them softly with a deep and peaceful joy. They drive on gently through the beautiful morning, following the winding country road wherever it leads. They pass through small, quiet villages with their old stone houses and their little shops and their peaceful town squares. They cross old stone bridges over gentle streams, and they wind on slowly through the beautiful summer country, deeply content, in no hurry to be anywhere at all. At midday, they come to a pretty little town, and they decide to stop and stretch their legs and find some lunch. They park softly in the quiet town square, and they wander slowly through the pretty streets, and they find a small cafe with tables outside in the warm sun. And they sit down and order a simple lunch, and they eat slowly, contentedly, watching the peaceful little town, enjoying the warm summer day. After lunch, they wander happily through the pretty town for a while, browsing a little shop, admiring the old buildings, buying a cold ice cream to enjoy in the warm sun. And then, refreshed, they climb back into the car and set out once more onto the open road to continue their beautiful journey through the summer country. The afternoon drifts by, softly golden and warm, as they drive on through the beautiful countryside. The soft music plays. The warm breeze drifts through the windows. The beautiful landscape rolls by endlessly green and golden in the summer sun, and a deep, easy peace settles over them both. The peace of the open road, the beautiful country, the warm summer day, the simple pleasure of the journey. As the afternoon softens gently toward evening, the golden light grows warm and long, gilding the green hills and the golden fields in soft amber light. And Mark and Julia drive on slowly through the beautiful golden evening, deeply calm and content, wrapped in the peace of the summer country and the gentle journey. They find a quiet spot, at last, on a hilltop where they can watch the sunset, and they pull over, softly, and stop, and sit on the warm hood of the car, together gazing out over the beautiful country, and they watch the sun sink slowly over the distant hills, filling the whole wide sky with soft gold and rose and gentle amber, and casting its warm golden light over the beautiful summer land. And they sit together quietly in deep contentment, watching the beautiful sunset at the peaceful close of their lovely day. The sun sinks slowly behind the hills. The golden light softens gently into soft evening dusk. The first stars appear, softly, high above the darkening country, and a deep and gentle peace fills them both, calm and warm and content, after their beautiful day on the open road. And a soft drowsiness settles over them, gently in the soft summer dusk, at the peaceful end of the lovely journey. Rest now, calm and content as the peaceful close of a beautiful day on the open road, watching the sunset over quiet hills. And now, at the close of all our quiet stories, let us drift together softly into a deep and peaceful sleep. Story 61. A quiet afternoon in the garden. On a warm and sunny spring afternoon, a man named Daniel spends a few peaceful hours working in his small backyard garden, and there is a simple, honest joy in it: the warm sun, the fresh air, the good earth, the quiet satisfaction of tending growing things. Daniel steps out into his garden in the early afternoon in his old, comfortable clothes, with his gardening gloves and his small tools. The garden is small, but he loves it. A little green space behind his house, with flower beds and a small vegetable patch, and an old wooden bench beneath a young apple tree. And on this warm spring afternoon, there is much gentle work to be done, and all afternoon to do it in. The spring sun is warm and bright, and the air is soft and fresh, full of the sweet green smell of the waking garden. Birds sing cheerfully in the trees. Bees hum softly among the early flowers, and Daniel breathes it all in, deeply, and feels a quiet happiness and a peaceful calm at being out in his garden on this beautiful spring day. He begins with the flower beds, which need tending after the long winter. He kneels down softly on the warm earth, and he begins to clear away the old dead leaves and to pull the small weeds gently from among the flowers. The soil is soft and dark and warm from the sun, and it feels good beneath his hands, and as he works, the flower bed grows tidy and clean, and the young flowers stand up bright and fresh in the warm spring sun. There is a deep calm in the gentle work, the kneeling in the warm earth, the pulling of the weeds, the quiet tending of the growing things. Daniel's mind grows soft and calm and quiet as he works, soothed by the simple rhythm of the gardening and the warmth of the sun and the sweet smells of the garden. and the birds sing and the bees hum softly all around him as he works peacefully through the warm afternoon. When the flower beds are tidy, Daniel moves to his small vegetable patch to plant the spring seeds. He rakes the soft, dark soil gently until it is smooth and fine, and then he makes small furrows softly with his finger, and he plants the seeds carefully, one by one, seeds of lettuce and carrots and beans and peas, covering them gently with the warm, dark earth. And he thinks softly of how they will grow over the coming weeks into good, fresh vegetables, and he smiles at the quiet hope of it. When the seeds are planted, Daniel takes his watering can and he waters the garden softly. He waters the flower beds and the newly planted seeds and the young green plants, letting the water fall gently like soft spring rain. And the garden drinks it in gratefully, and the soil grows dark and moist, and the plants stand up fresh and bright in the warm afternoon sun. His work done, for now, Daniel sits down softly on the old wooden bench beneath the young apple tree to rest. He pours himself a cool glass of iced tea from a thermos, and he sits back contentedly and looks out over his garden, the tidy flower beds, the freshly planted vegetable patch, the young green plants standing bright in the warm sun, and he feels a deep and quiet satisfaction at the good work done and the beautiful garden before him. He sips his cool iced tea slowly and rests in the warm afternoon sun. The apple tree above him is just coming into blossom, soft and pink and white, and its sweet scent drifts down gently around him. A bee hums softly among the blossoms. A bird sings sweetly in a nearby tree, and a soft, warm breeze drifts through the garden, carrying the sweet green smells of spring, and Daniel sits contentedly on his old bench, wrapped in the warm and peaceful beauty of his garden. There is such a simple, honest peace in it. The warm sun, the good earth, the fresh air, the growing things, the quiet satisfaction of the gardening. Daniel feels calm and content and deeply at peace, resting in his beloved garden on this beautiful spring afternoon, and a soft, warm drowsiness settles over him, gently in the warm sun, on his comfortable old bench. His eyes grow heavy, softly in the warm afternoon light. His body relaxes deeply, tired in a good and honest way from the gentle work. And there on his old wooden bench, beneath the blossoming apple tree, in his peaceful garden warmed by the spring sun, Daniel drifts slowly, softly toward a gentle rest, deeply content, at peace with the good green world. Let that simple contentment settle over you now. The warm sun, the good earth, the quiet peace of a garden in spring. Rest in it softly as we move on to our final story. Story 62. A cozy evening cooking dinner at the end of a long day. There are few pleasures as warm and comforting as cooking a good meal at home, in a cozy kitchen, on a quiet evening. And in our story tonight, a woman named Sarah spends a peaceful evening cooking a comforting dinner in her warm little kitchen. It is evening, and the day's work is done, and Sarah is home at last, in her cozy apartment. Outside, the soft dusk is gathering, and the first lights are glowing in the windows across the street. And Sarah decides to cook herself a good, comforting dinner. Nothing fancy, just a warm and simple meal, made slowly and with care, to enjoy at the peaceful close of the day. She changes into her comfortable clothes and ties on her apron and turns on some soft, quiet music, low and gentle. And she pours herself a small glass of wine and sets it on the counter. And she gathers her ingredients softly in the warm kitchen light. Some fresh vegetables, some garlic and onion, some good olive oil, some pasta, and a few herbs. And she begins, slowly and contentedly, to cook. She starts by chopping the vegetables, slowly on her wooden board, the onion and the garlic and the bright peppers and the ripe tomatoes. There is a gentle rhythm to it. The soft, steady chopping, the good fresh smells rising up, the quiet music playing low, and Sarah works calmly and happily, in no hurry at all, enjoying the peaceful, homely task. She heats some olive oil in a pan and adds the onion and garlic, and they begin to soften and sizzle, gently, filling the warm kitchen with a wonderful savory smell. She stirs them softly with a wooden spoon, and then she adds the peppers and the tomatoes and a little salt, and the sauce begins to simmer, softly bubbling gently in the pan, filling the whole kitchen with its warm, delicious aroma. While the sauce simmers, Sarah fills a pot with water and sets it to boil for the pasta, and she takes a sip of her wine and stirs the sauce gently and sways softly to the quiet music, deeply content in her warm and cozy kitchen. The good smells fill the air, the soft music plays, the sauce bubbles gently, and Sarah feels calm and happy and at peace, cooking her good dinner on the quiet evening. When the water boils, she adds the pasta and stirs it softly and lets it cook gently, and she tastes her sauce and adds a little more salt and a little more herbs until it is just right, warm and rich and delicious. And soon everything is ready, the pasta cooked, the sauce simmered, the good dinner made. Sarah drains the pasta and spoons it into a warm bowl and ladles the rich warm sauce over it and sprinkles a little cheese on top. And she carries her good dinner to her small table by the window, where she has lit a small candle, its soft flame glowing gently, and she sits down softly with her warm dinner and her glass of wine and the soft candlelight and the quiet music and the soft evening beyond the window. She eats her dinner slowly, savoring each bite, the warm pasta, the rich, delicious sauce made with her own hands with care, and it tastes wonderful, warm and comforting and good. And she sips her wine and gazes out the window at the soft evening lights of the city, glowing gently in the dusk, and she feels a deep and quiet contentment, warm and calm, at the peaceful close of the day. There is such a gentle comfort in it. The warm, home-cooked meal, the soft candlelight, the quiet music, the peaceful evening. Sarah feels relaxed and nourished and deeply content, alone with her good dinner and her quiet thoughts at the end of the long day. And the warmth of the food and the softness of the candlelight and the gentle music all wrap around her, softly soothing and calm. When she has finished her dinner, Sarah sits for a while at her table in the soft candlelight, sipping the last of her wine and simply resting in the warm quiet of her home. The candle flickers gently, the music plays softly, the city glows dimly outside the window, and a deep, warm drowsiness begins to settle over her at the peaceful close of the evening. At last she rises, softly, and washes her few dishes in the warm water, and blows out the candle, and turns off the music, and she gets ready for bed, softly, in the quiet warmth of her home, and she climbs into her bed, warm and comfortable, deeply relaxed and content, her belly full of good warm food, her heart calm and at peace. She lies there in the soft, dark, warm, and cozy, thinking drowsily of the pleasant evening, the good dinner made with care, the soft candlelight, the quiet music, the peaceful close of the day, and she feels so calm, so content, so deeply at rest. Her eyes grow heavy, her breathing slows, and there, warm and cozy in her bed, at the end of the gentle evening, Sarah drifts, slowly, softly, into a deep and peaceful sleep. Rest now, warm and nourished and content as the close of a cozy evening at home, a good meal made with care and eaten by candlelight. And now, at the close of all our quiet stories, let us drift together softly into a deep and peaceful sleep. Story 63, A Quiet Evening of Rest After a Long and Busy Week. There is nothing quite so restoring as a quiet evening of rest at home, an evening set aside just for slowing down and being gentle with oneself and letting all the week's tiredness melt away. And in our story tonight, a woman named Layla gives herself just such a peaceful evening. It is a Friday evening, and the busy week is finally over, and Layla is home, tired but content, with the whole quiet evening ahead of her, and nothing at all that she must do. And she decides to spend it gently, resting and unwinding and caring softly for herself. At the peaceful close of the week, she begins by tidying her space just a little, plumping the cushions on her sofa, lighting a few soft candles around her living room, until the whole room glows with warm, gentle candlelight. She puts on some soft, quiet music, low and soothing, and she dims the lights until her home is soft and warm and calm, a peaceful haven at the end of the week. Then she runs herself a warm bath. She fills the tub with warm water and adds a little scented oil, lavender and chamomile, until the warm water is fragrant and soft. And she lights a candle by the bath, and its soft flame flickers gently on the water. And she slips into the warm bath, slowly, and sinks down softly into the warm, fragrant water, and lets out a long, slow sigh of deep relief. The warm water wraps around her softly, easing away the tiredness of the long week. She rests her head back and closes her eyes and simply soaks quietly in the warm, fragrant water, breathing in the soft, calming scent of lavender, listening to the quiet music drifting in from the other room, and she feels the tension melt from her body slowly, muscle by muscle, until she is deeply, softly relaxed, warm and calm in the gentle water. She soaks for a long while, contentedly, in the warm bath in no hurry at all. The candle flickers softly, the warm water soothes her, the gentle scent of lavender calms her, and all the week's cares and worries and tiredness drift slowly away, dissolving softly into the warm, fragrant water until she feels light and calm and deeply at peace. When at last the water begins to cool, Layla rises softly from the bath and wraps herself in a soft, warm towel and then in her softest, coziest robe, and she feels clean and warm and deeply relaxed, her body soft and loose, her mind calm and quiet, and she pads softly back into her candle-lit living room, warm and content. She makes herself a warm cup of herbal tea, a gentle blend of chamomile and honey, sweet and soothing, and she curls up on her soft sofa, wrapped in her cozy robe, with her warm tea and a soft blanket over her knees, and she simply rests, quietly in the warm candlelight, sipping her tea, listening to the soft music, letting the peaceful evening hold her gently. There is such a deep comfort in it, the warm bath, the soft candlelight, the gentle music, the soothing tea, the cozy robe. Layla feels calm and cared for and deeply at peace, wrapped in the gentle warmth of the quiet evening. All the busyness of the week has fallen away, and there is only this soft, warm, peaceful evening given entirely to rest. She reads a little, softly from a gentle book in the warm candlelight, or she simply sits quietly sipping her tea, gazing at the soft flickering candles, letting her thoughts grow slow and soft and calm. And the peaceful evening drifts by, gently, warm and quiet and restful, soothing away every last trace of the week's tiredness. As the evening deepens softly into night, a warm and gentle drowsiness settles over Layla, deep and soft and complete. Her body is deeply relaxed, warm and loose and at ease. Her mind is quiet and calm and peaceful, and she feels so rested, so soothed, so deeply at peace at the gentle close of her quiet evening. At last she rises, softly, and blows out the candles, one by one, and turns off the soft music, and pads quietly to her bedroom, and she climbs into her bed, warm and soft and inviting, and sinks down gratefully into its gentle softness, deeply relaxed and calm. And she pulls the soft blankets up, cozy and warm, and settles down softly for a good night's rest. She lies there, in the soft, dark, warm and calm, and deeply at peace, her body soft and relaxed, her mind quiet and still. All the week's cares are gone, soothed softly away by the gentle evening of rest, and she feels only calm and comfort and deep contentment, warm and safe in her soft bed. Her eyes grow heavy, her breathing slows softly and deepens, and there, warm and deeply relaxed at the peaceful close of her quiet evening, Layla drifts slowly, gently into a deep and restful sleep, rest now soft and soothed, deeply relaxed, as if wrapped in the warm calm of a gentle evening's rest. Let all your own cares melt softly away as we move on to our final story. Story 64. A lazy Sunday brunch. There is a special, easy pleasure in a lazy Sunday brunch, a leisurely late morning meal, with no hurry at all, enjoyed slowly in the warm light of a peaceful weekend. And in our story tonight, a young couple named Emma and Jack spend just such a gentle, unhurried Sunday morning together at home. They wake late on this soft Sunday morning, without an alarm, in no hurry to rise. The soft morning light comes gently through the curtains, and they lie in bed for a while, warm and drowsy, listening to the quiet of the peaceful Sunday. And then slowly they rise, still in their comfortable pajamas, and pad into the kitchen to make a lazy brunch together. It is a warm and sunny morning, and the kitchen is bright and cheerful, filled with soft golden light, and Emma and Jack move about it, together, easily and happily, in no hurry at all, making their leisurely brunch. Jack starts the coffee, and soon the kitchen fills with its warm, rich smell. And Emma begins to make pancakes, mixing the soft batter in a bowl as the soft music plays, low and gentle, and the morning sun streams in through the window. There is a warm and easy pleasure in it. The two of them together in the bright morning kitchen, making their lazy brunch. They talk softly as they cook about nothing in particular, the week behind them, the quiet day ahead, small easy things. They laugh gently together, and they move about the kitchen comfortably in the warm morning light, deeply content in each other's company. Emma cooks the pancakes, golden and fluffy, on the warm griddle, one by one, stacking them softly on a plate. Jack fries some eggs and warms some fresh bread and slices some ripe fruit, sweet strawberries, and juicy oranges, and soft ripe bananas. And soon the good brunch is ready, a warm stack of golden pancakes, and fresh eggs, and warm bread and sweet fruit, and hot coffee, all laid out on the table in the bright morning sun. They sit down together at their small table by the sunny window to enjoy their lazy brunch, and they eat slowly, contentedly, in no hurry at all. The warm, fluffy pancakes drizzled with sweet syrup, the good fresh eggs, the sweet ripe fruit, the warm rich coffee. And it all tastes wonderful in the warm morning light at the peaceful start of the lazy Sunday. They linger over their brunch happily for a long while, sipping their coffee and talking softly and gazing out the sunny window at the quiet Sunday morning. There is nowhere they need to be and nothing they must do, only this warm, easy, peaceful morning to enjoy together, slowly at their leisure. And they savor it deeply, this simple, gentle pleasure of a lazy Sunday brunch. The warm sun streams in through the window, filling the kitchen with soft golden light. The soft music plays gently. The good coffee warms them, and Emma and Jack sit together contentedly at their sunny table wrapped in the warm and easy peace of the lazy Sunday morning. There is such a deep, simple happiness in it. The good food, the warm coffee, the sunny morning, the easy company, the leisurely, unhurried peace. After their brunch, they clear the table together softly and wash the dishes easily side by side, and then they move to the living room and settle onto the soft sofa, together in the warm morning sun with their last cups of coffee, and they read quietly or talk softly or simply rest together in the warm and peaceful light, letting the lazy Sunday drift gently on. The soft morning drifts slowly toward noon, warm and golden and peaceful. Emma and Jack rest together on the soft sofa in the warm sun, deeply content, in no hurry at all, and a soft, easy drowsiness settles over them. Gently, the deep, contented calm of a peaceful weekend morning, with nowhere to be, and nothing to do, and all the time in the world. They rest there, together in the warm sunlight, drowsy and content, at peace with the gentle day and each other. Their eyes grow heavy, softly in the warm morning sun. Their bodies relax deeply into the soft sofa, and a warm and gentle calm fills them, soft and deep and complete, at the peaceful heart of the lazy Sunday morning. Let that easy contentment settle over you now. The warm sun, the good coffee, the gentle peace of a lazy Sunday with nowhere to be. And now, at the close of all our quiet stories, let us drift together, softly, into a deep and peaceful sleep. Story 65. Tending the houseplants on a quiet evening. In her small city apartment, a woman named Priya spends a peaceful hour tending to her many houseplants, a gentle ritual she loves at the calm close of the week. Priya's apartment is full of green, growing things. Over the years, she has gathered a whole small jungle of houseplants, tall leafy plants by the window, trailing vines on the shelves, small succulents on the windowsill, a big leafy fern in the corner. And on this quiet evening, with soft music playing low, she moves slowly from plant to plant, tending each one gently, with quiet care. She begins with her watering can filled with cool, fresh water, and she moves softly from plant to plant, giving each one a careful drink. She checks the soil first, with a gentle finger to see which ones are thirsty. The big fern in the corner, she finds, is dry, and she waters it slowly, letting the water soak gently into the dark soil. The small succulents on the windowsill need little water, so she gives them only a small, careful sip. As she waters, she talks softly to her plants, the way she always does, an old, gentle habit. "There you go," she murmurs to the tall, leafy plant by the window. "That's better, isn't it?" And she moves on, softly, to the next one, tending it with the same quiet care. After the watering, Priya takes up her small pair of scissors and moves slowly around the room again, trimming away the old yellow leaves and dead stems from among her plants. She works gently and carefully, snipping away only what needs to go and leaving the healthy green growth to flourish. And with each small snip, her plants look a little tidier, a little healthier, a little more content. She turns her plants too gently, so that each side gets its share of the window light. For plants, she knows, lean toward the sun, and turning them keeps them growing straight and even. She rotates the pots, slowly, one by one, softly murmuring to each as she goes, and the soft evening light falls gently through the window, warm and golden, upon her green and leafy plants. There is a deep and simple peace in this quiet work. Priya moves slowly, from plant to plant, with no hurry at all, giving each one her full and gentle attention. The soft music plays, low and calm. The evening light softens gradually outside the window, and her small apartment feels alive and green and peaceful, full of her many growing, breathing plants. She mists the leaves of her fern softly, with a small spray bottle, watching the fine mist settle gently on the green fronds. She wipes the dust tenderly from the broad leaves of a tall plant by the window until they shine soft and glossy in the evening light. And she checks carefully for any small trouble, a curling leaf, a dry patch, tending to each thing softly with quiet care. As she works, Priya feels a deep contentment settle over her, the simple, quiet joy of caring for living things, of tending her small green world with patience and gentle attention. There is something deeply calming in it, this slow and careful ritual done at the end of a long week, surrounded by the soft green quiet of her plants. When her gentle work is done, Priya stands for a moment in the middle of her leafy apartment and looks around softly at her many plants, green and healthy and content, tended with care. And she feels a quiet pride and a deep peace at her small indoor garden thriving softly around her. She makes herself a cup of warm tea, and she settles into her favorite chair in the corner surrounded by her plants, and she rests quietly in the soft evening light. The tall fern stands, green and glossy, beside her. The trailing vines drape softly from their shelves. The small succulents rest quietly on the windowsill, and Priya sits among them, calm and content, sipping her warm tea in the peaceful green quiet of her plant-filled home. The evening deepens softly around her. The soft music plays on, gently, her green plants stand quiet and content, and a deep, gentle drowsiness begins to settle over Priya as she rests among her leafy green companions, warm and calm and deeply at peace. Her eyes grow heavy, softly in the warm and quiet room. Her body relaxes gently into her comfortable chair. And there, surrounded by her tended, thriving plants, in the soft green peace of her quiet apartment, Priya drifts slowly, gently, toward a calm and restful sleep. Let that gentle green peace settle over you now. The quiet ritual of tending and caring and simple growing things. Rest in it, softly as we move on to our final story. Story 66. An Afternoon at the Library. On a quiet weekday afternoon, a man named Oscar walks to the public library, as he often does, to spend a few peaceful hours among the books, in the calm and gentle quiet of the reading room. The library is an old, beautiful building in the heart of the town, with tall windows and high wooden shelves, and a deep and settled quiet that Oscar has always loved. He steps inside, softly, and the quiet wraps around him at once, the hushed, peaceful quiet of a library, unlike any other silence in the world, soft and full and calm. He walks slowly through the tall aisles of books, his footsteps soft on the old wooden floor. The shelves rise up around him, filled with thousands of books, their spines a soft patchwork of colors, old and new, in the warm light filtering down from the tall windows above. And Oscar wanders unhurried among them, running his fingers softly along the spines, browsing gently for something to read. He finds a book that interests him and pulls it softly from the shelf and turns it over in his hands, reading the back cover slowly. And he finds another and another, gathering a small stack of books, in no hurry at all, simply enjoying the quiet pleasure of browsing among so many good stories. When he has chosen his books, Oscar makes his way to the reading room, a large quiet room with long wooden tables and soft reading lamps and tall windows looking out over the quiet street. A few other patrons sit, scattered at the tables, reading quietly or working softly at their laptops, and the whole room hums with a deep, gentle, comfortable silence. Oscar finds a quiet table by the window and settles into a comfortable chair and switches on the small reading lamp, and he opens his first book softly and begins to read. The library is so quiet, so peaceful, that he can hear only the softest of sounds, the gentle turning of a page, somewhere across the room, the soft tick of a large clock on the far wall, the faint hush of the street outside, muffled by the thick old windows. He reads for a long while, softly, lost in his book, in the gentle quiet of the reading room. The soft afternoon light falls warmly through the tall windows and across his table. Now and then he looks up and gazes out at the quiet street below, watching the world move slowly by before returning softly to his book. There is a deep peace in this quiet library afternoon. The hushed stillness, the soft light, the good books, the gentle unhurried hours. Oscar feels calm and settled and deeply content in this peaceful place, surrounded by countless stories and countless quiet readers, all sharing in the same gentle silence. He finishes one book softly and sets it aside and takes up another and reads on contentedly as the afternoon light slowly shifts and softens across the old wooden table. Time seems to slow gently in the library's deep quiet. An hour passes like a soft, peaceful breath, unhurried and calm. As the afternoon wears on, Oscar takes a small break and walks softly to the library's reading nook by the tall front window where a few soft armchairs sit, looking out over the town square, and he settles into one, softly and simply rests for a while, gazing out at the quiet square, watching people pass, unhurried below. He returns, after a while, to his table and reads a little more until the afternoon light begins, softly, to fade toward evening, and at last, contentedly, he closes his book and gathers his small stack to borrow, and makes his way, slowly, to the front desk to check them out before the library closes for the day. Walking home, in the soft fading light, with his new books tucked under his arm, Oscar feels a deep and quiet contentment, the simple, gentle pleasure of a peaceful afternoon spent among good books, in the calm hush of the library. And that quiet peace stays with him softly all the way home. That evening, at home, Oscar settles into his own comfortable chair with one of his new books and a warm cup of tea, and he reads on softly into the quiet evening, still wrapped in the same deep calm he found at the library, and a gentle drowsiness begins to settle over him as the soft evening deepens and his eyes grow heavy over the quiet pages. Rest now, calm and settled as a quiet afternoon spent among good books, wrapped in a deep and peaceful sleep. And now, at the close of all our quiet stories, let us drift, together, softly, into a deep and peaceful sleep. Story 67, A Morning Pottery Class. On a quiet Saturday morning, a woman named Ruth walks to her weekly pottery class held in a small studio above an old bookshop, where she spends a peaceful hour shaping clay and losing herself in gentle, focused work. Ruth has been coming to this small studio for several months now, and she has grown to love the quiet ritual of it, the walk through the cool morning streets, the climb up the narrow wooden stairs, the warm and dusty smell of the studio, full of clay and glazes, and quiet concentration. She arrives a little early, as she likes to, and she ties on her apron and takes her seat at one of the old wooden wheels and waits, softly, for the class to begin. The studio is calm and unhurried this Saturday morning. Soft light falls through the tall windows upon the shelves of finished pots, and the tables scattered with tools, and the quiet, focused faces of the other students settling into their own seats. A gentle teacher moves among them, softly, offering a quiet word here, a small correction there, in no hurry at all. Ruth takes a lump of soft gray clay, and she presses it, gently, onto the center of her wheel, and she wets her hands in the small bowl of water beside her, and she begins, slowly, to work, pressing the clay, softly to center it, feeling it grow smooth and even beneath her steady hands as the wheel begins to turn. There is a deep calm in this beginning work, the centering of the clay, the slow spin of the wheel, the cool, wet clay beneath her fingers. Ruth breathes slowly and lets her shoulders drop and settles into the familiar rhythm of it, the small worries of the week falling gently away as she focuses only on this, the turning wheel, the shaping clay, the quiet studio around her. Once the clay is centered, smooth and true, Ruth begins to open it gently, pressing her thumbs softly into the middle and slowly widening the shape into a soft, hollow bowl. The wheel spins steadily beneath her hands, and the clay rises slowly, taking its gentle form, guided by her careful, patient touch. She works slowly, unhurried, lifting the walls of the bowl a little higher, a little thinner, with each careful pass of her hands. The wet clay is cool and smooth beneath her fingers. The wheel hums softly as it turns, and Ruth loses herself gently in the quiet, focused work, her mind growing calm and still, entirely absorbed in the simple, patient shaping of the clay. Around her, the other students work quietly too, each at their own wheel, each lost in their own gentle concentration. The soft studio hums with a peaceful, shared quiet, the soft whir of the wheels, the occasional murmur of a question, the gentle, patient rhythm of everyone's careful hands, and Ruth feels a quiet contentment in being part of this calm, shared space, working alongside others in comfortable, companionable silence. Her bowl slowly takes shape beneath her hands, smooth and round and simple, its walls rising evenly, its curve growing graceful and true. She smooths the rim gently with a damp sponge, and she steps back for a moment to look at her work, turning slowly on the wheel. It is not perfect, but it is hers, made slowly and patiently with her own two hands, and she feels a quiet pride in it. The morning drifts on, softly, in the calm and focused studio. Ruth finishes her bowl and begins another, enjoying the simple, repetitive pleasure of the work, the steady rhythm of shaping and centering and lifting. The soft light shifts, gently, through the tall windows as the morning wears on toward midday. At last, the class draws to its quiet close, and Ruth sets her finished pieces, softly, on the drying shelf, alongside the work of the other students, to dry slowly before their firing. She washes the clay from her hands in the cool water and unties her apron and looks back, for a moment, at her morning's work, resting quietly on the shelf. Walking home, through the soft midday light, Ruth feels a deep and simple contentment, the quiet satisfaction of slow, careful work, done with her own hands, in the calm company of others. And that peaceful feeling stays with her, gently, through the rest of her quiet Saturday, like a soft echo of the studio's calm. Rest now, calm and centered as clay turning slowly on a quiet wheel, shaped gently by patient hands. Let that peace settle over you as we move on to our next story. Story 68. An Evening Walk with the Dog. At the end of a quiet day, a man named Peter takes his old dog Biscuit for their evening walk through the neighborhood, as they do every day, rain or shine. A small, simple ritual that has become one of the gentlest parts of his day. The evening is soft and cool, as Peter clips the leash onto Biscuit's collar, and the old dog wags his tail, slowly, happily, sensing the familiar routine. They step out together, into the quiet evening street, and Biscuit trots along beside him, softly, sniffing at the familiar lampposts and the low garden walls with the unhurried curiosity of an old and contented dog. They walk their usual route slowly through the quiet neighborhood streets as the soft evening light begins, gently, to fade. The day's warmth still lingers softly in the air, cooling gradually as the evening deepens, and Peter walks at an easy, unhurried pace, matching Biscuit's slow, gentle steps, in no hurry at all to reach anywhere in particular. They pass the small park at the end of the street, and Biscuit tugs softly toward the gate, and Peter smiles, and they turn in together onto the quiet park path. A few other evening walkers move softly along the paths, some with their own dogs exchanging a quiet nod or a soft word as they pass. The grass is cool and green, and the tall trees stand quiet and still in the soft fading light. Biscuit sniffs happily along the path, pausing here and there at some interesting scent, tail wagging gently. And Peter walks slowly beside him, content simply to be out in the cool evening air with his old faithful companion. There is a deep, simple peace in it, the unhurried pace, the quiet park, the old dog's happy company, the soft settling of the evening around them. They walk on, slowly, past the small pond, where a few ducks paddle, softly, on the still water, and Biscuit watches them, with mild interest, before trotting on. They pass beneath the tall old trees, whose leaves whisper gently in the cool evening breeze, and the soft light continues to fade, gently, from gold to rose to soft evening blue, as they walk their familiar peaceful loop. Peter lets his mind wander, softly, as they walk, not thinking of anything in particular, just letting the quiet evening and the gentle rhythm of walking calm his thoughts, gently. After the busyness of the day, Biscuit trots along beside him, content and unhurried, occasionally glancing up at him with soft, trusting eyes. They reach the small bench at the top of the park's gentle rise, where Peter likes to pause and rest for a few minutes before heading home. He sits down, softly, and Biscuit settles contentedly at his feet, resting his old gray muzzle on his paws, and together they watch the evening deepen over the quiet park, the first soft stars beginning to appear, gently, in the darkening sky. There is such a simple, deep contentment in this quiet moment. The old dog resting at his feet, the cool evening air, the soft emerging stars, the peaceful hush of the park settling into night. Peter reaches down and strokes Biscuit's soft gray head gently, and the old dog sighs contentedly and leans softly into his hand. After a while they rise together and make their slow way home through the cool and quiet evening streets. The street lamps glow softly, golden, lighting their gentle path. Biscuit trots along happily, tired now in the good and easy way of a dog who has had a lovely evening walk. And Peter walks beside him, calm and content, feeling the day's small cares settle gently into peaceful quiet. They reach home at last, and Peter unclips the leash softly, and Biscuit pads contentedly to his soft bed by the fire, and curls up with a deep, satisfied sigh. And Peter settles into his own chair nearby, feeling the same gentle contentment, the quiet satisfaction of a peaceful evening walk, shared with an old and faithful friend. Rest now, calm and content as an old dog curled by a warm fire after a gentle evening walk. And now, at the close of all our quiet stories, let us drift, together, softly, into a deep and peaceful sleep. Story 69. The Early Shift at the Bakery. Before the sun rises over the quiet town, a young woman named Inez walks softly through the dark and empty streets to open the small neighborhood bakery where she works, and to begin the calm, familiar rhythm of the early morning shift. The streets are silent and still and cool at this early hour, wrapped in a soft pre-dawn dark. Ines walks alone, her footsteps the only sound, past the sleeping houses, their windows dark, their curtains drawn. She loves this quiet hour, the town all to herself, the cool, fresh air, the deep hush before the day begins. And she reaches the bakery, at last, and unlocks the door softly and steps inside into the dark and waiting kitchen. She turns on the lights, one by one, and the kitchen wakes, gently around her, the familiar counters, the big ovens, the shelves of baking tins, all standing ready for the morning's work. Ines ties on her apron and washes her hands, and begins calmly the quiet ritual she knows so well. First, she turns on the great ovens to let them warm. Then she takes out the dough, which has rested overnight in the cool of the walk-in fridge, risen slowly and quietly through the dark hours, while the town slept. She lifts it out, softly, soft and cool and full of quiet life, and she carries it to the long wooden counter to begin her gentle, patient work. She shapes the loaves, one by one, with slow and practiced hands, rounding them softly, folding them gently into their familiar forms. Round loaves and long loaves, soft and pale, ready for the oven. She works quietly in the still and empty bakery, with only the soft hum of the warming ovens for company, and the deep, comfortable quiet of the early morning. As she shapes the last of the loaves, the sky outside the small kitchen window begins, slowly to lighten, from deep dark to soft gray, and then gently to the first pale gold of the coming dawn. Ines glances up, now and then, softly, watching the world slowly wake, as she works on, calmly in her warm and quiet kitchen. When the loaves are shaped, she slides them carefully into the great warm ovens, one tray after another, and then, at last, she can rest for a few quiet minutes while the bread bakes. She makes herself a cup of coffee, and she sits, softly, on a stool by the window, watching the sky brighten gently over the sleeping town, sipping her warm coffee in the deep and peaceful quiet. Slowly, as the bread bakes, a warm and wonderful smell begins to fill the kitchen, the rich, comforting smell of fresh bread rising gently into the cool morning air. Ines breathes it in, deeply, with the same quiet contentment she feels every morning. No matter how many years she has done this gentle work, it never grows old, this simple, good smell, this quiet start to the day. She rises after her coffee and continues her calm preparations, mixing a fresh batch of pastry dough, laying out trays of sweet rolls, arranging the morning's other baked goods softly and carefully on their trays. She works steadily, unhurried, moving through her familiar tasks with the easy rhythm of long practice. Outside, the sky continues to brighten, softly, gold and rose spreading gently across the pale morning. And little by little, the sleeping town begins to stir. A light appears in a window, across the street. A car passes, softly, in the quiet dawn. A single early bird begins to sing, somewhere nearby, and Inez works on, calmly, in her warm and fragrant kitchen, as the world slowly wakes around her. At last, the bread is ready, and she takes it from the ovens, golden and warm and perfect, and sets the loaves, carefully, on the cooling racks, where they release their wonderful warm smell into the bakery's front room. She arranges them, softly, in the front window and on the shelves, ready for the morning's customers, soon to arrive. And, just as she finishes, the soft morning light spills gently through the bakery's front windows, warm and golden, filling the small shop with a soft and welcoming glow. Inez stands for a moment in the quiet, fragrant bakery, surrounded by her fresh, warm bread, and she feels a deep, simple satisfaction, the quiet pride of good work, well done, in the calm hours before the world awakes. Soon, the first customers will arrive, and the quiet morning will give way to the gentle bustle of the day. But for this one soft moment, Inez stands alone in her warm, fragrant kitchen, in the golden morning light, deeply content with her calm and steady work. Rest now, warm and content as fresh bread cooling in golden morning light, the quiet reward of gentle, patient work. Let that peace settle over you as we move on to our next story. Story 70. An evening of gentle tidying on a quiet evening, with nothing else planned. A man named Felix decides to spend a peaceful hour tidying his small apartment, not out of any urgency, but simply for the quiet, satisfying pleasure of it, and the calm it always brings him. He puts on some soft, gentle music, and pours himself a glass of water, and looks around his apartment, softly, deciding where to begin. It is not messy exactly, just a little unsettled, the way a home becomes after a busy week, with small things not quite in their places. And Felix moves, slowly and without hurry, from room to room, gently restoring order. He begins in the living room, plumping the cushions on the sofa, and folding the soft throw blanket neatly over its arm. He gathers the stray mugs and glasses from the coffee table and carries them to the kitchen, softly, to wash. And he straightens the books on his shelf, running his fingers gently along their spines, pausing now and then to remember a favorite one. There is a quiet satisfaction in this simple work, the small, steady progress, the gradual return of order and calm to his space. Felix moves slowly through his apartment, giving his full attention to each small task, in no hurry at all, simply enjoying the gentle rhythm of it. In the kitchen, he washes the few dishes, softly, in warm soapy water, and dries them and puts them away, each in its place. He wipes down the counters until they gleam softly in the evening light. He empties the small bin and takes out the rubbish, and slowly the kitchen grows tidy and clean and calm, its small, orderly surfaces catching the soft evening light. He moves to his bedroom next, and he makes his bed properly, smoothing the sheets and plumping the pillows until it looks soft and inviting. He gathers a few stray clothes and folds them gently and puts them away in their drawers. He straightens the small items on his dresser, his watch, his wallet, a small stack of books, until everything sits neatly in its place. As he works, Felix's mind grows quiet and calm, settling into the same gentle rhythm as his hands. There is something deeply soothing about this simple physical work, the folding, the wiping, the careful arranging, a kind of quiet meditation that clears the mind as surely as it clears the room. He finds himself thinking of nothing much at all, just moving, softly, through his small and simple tasks. He waters his few houseplants, gently, and dusts the windowsill where they sit. He straightens the small rug in the hallway and hangs his coat properly on its hook instead of over the back of a chair, where it usually ends up. And little by little, his whole small apartment grows tidy and calm and orderly, each small thing resting quietly in its rightful place. The evening light softens, gradually, outside his windows as he works, unhurried, through his gentle tasks. The soft music plays on, low and calm, and Felix moves through his home, slowly, restoring its quiet order, feeling more settled and more at ease, with every small thing set right. When at last his gentle work is done, Felix stands for a moment in the middle of his tidy living room and looks around, softly at his calm and orderly home. Everything rests quietly in its place, the cushions plumped, the books straightened, the dishes washed, the bed made soft and smooth, and he feels a deep, simple satisfaction, a quiet peace at this small, gentle restoration. He makes himself a warm cup of tea and settles into his tidy, comfortable sofa and looks around at his calm and orderly home, feeling deeply content. There is such a quiet pleasure in a tidy space, not perfect, not grand, just calm and orderly and cared for. And that simple order Felix has always found brings a matching order to the mind. He sips his tea softly in the peaceful, tidy quiet of his living room as the evening deepens gently around him. The soft music plays on, low and calm, and a gentle drowsiness begins to settle over him, softly, in the calm and orderly peace of his freshly tidied home. Rest now, calm and settled as a quiet home restored gently to order, every small thing resting softly in its place. And now, at the close of all our quiet stories, let us drift, together, softly, into a deep and peaceful sleep. Story 71. An Afternoon at the Animal Shelter. Every Wednesday afternoon, a retired teacher named Margaret walks to the small animal shelter at the edge of town to spend a few gentle hours volunteering, a quiet, meaningful ritual that has become one of the warmest parts of her week. She arrives at the shelter in the early afternoon, greeted, as always, by the soft chorus of gentle barks and the friendly wag of tails as she steps through the door. The staff know her well by now and greet her warmly. "Afternoon, Margaret," calls the young shelter worker at the desk. "The dogs have missed you." And Margaret smiles softly and ties on her volunteer apron, ready for her gentle afternoon of work. She begins, as she always does, by walking slowly through the quiet kennels, greeting each dog in turn, softly, speaking to them in a warm and gentle voice. Some wag their tails eagerly, pressing against the bars for a gentle scratch behind the ears. Others watch her, more shyly, from the back of their kennels, and she speaks to them softly, patiently, letting them grow used to her calm and gentle presence. Today, her first task is to walk a gentle old dog named Rusty, a gray-muzzled retriever who has been at the shelter for some months now, quietly waiting for a home. Margaret clips on his leash, softly, and he leans against her leg gratefully, his tail wagging, slow and content. And together they step outside into the soft afternoon sun for a peaceful walk around the shelter's grounds. Rusty walks slowly beside her, sniffing at the grass, content simply to be outside in the warm sun with gentle company. Margaret walks at his easy pace, unhurried, letting him pause wherever he likes, speaking to him softly as they go. "There's a good boy," she murmurs, as he sniffs happily at a patch of clover. "Isn't it a lovely afternoon?" And Rusty looks up at her with soft, grateful eyes and wags his tail gently. They walk their slow loop around the shelter's quiet grounds, past the small garden and the shaded benches and the fenced play yard, where a group of younger dogs romp happily in the afternoon sun. Rusty watches them, calmly, from a respectful distance, content with his own quiet, gentle walk, and Margaret feels a deep contentment in this simple task. The warm sun, the old dog's gentle company, the quiet satisfaction of caring for a creature who has waited so long, so patiently for a little kindness. After their walk, Margaret settles onto a bench in the shade, and Rusty lies down softly at her feet, resting his gray head on his paws with a contented sigh. She strokes his soft ears gently, and he leans into her hand, his tail giving a slow, happy thump against the ground. They rest together, quietly for a while, in the warm and peaceful afternoon. Her next task takes her to the cat room, a quiet, sunlit space where several cats doze, softly, on soft cushions, or watch her, calmly, from their perches by the window. Margaret moves slowly among them, speaking gently, offering a soft hand for any who wish for attention. A small tabby cat approaches her, cautiously, and rubs against her ankle, and she kneels gently to stroke its soft fur, and it begins to purr, softly, content in the warm afternoon light. She spends a peaceful while in the quiet cat room, brushing the soft coats of a few who enjoy it, refreshing water bowls, and simply sitting quietly, letting the shyer cats grow comfortable with her calm, patient presence. There is a deep peace in this gentle work, the soft purring, the quiet room, the simple, patient kindness of it. As the afternoon softens, gently, toward its close, Margaret makes her way back through the shelter, saying a soft goodbye to each dog and cat she has visited, promising quietly to return next week. Rusty watches her go, from his kennel, with soft, hopeful eyes, and she pauses, for a moment, to give him one last gentle scratch. "I'll see you soon," she tells him softly. "You're such a good boy." Walking home, in the soft golden light of the late afternoon, Margaret feels a deep and quiet contentment, the simple, meaningful satisfaction of a few hours spent in gentle kindness, tending to creatures who needed a little patient care. It is a small thing, she knows, in the wide scope of the world, but it is a good thing, done with a full and gentle heart. That evening, resting in her favorite chair with a warm cup of tea, Margaret thinks softly of Rusty's gentle eyes and the small tabby's soft purring, and she feels the same warm contentment she always feels after her Wednesday afternoons at the shelter, a quiet, simple joy that stays with her gently into the peaceful evening. Rest now, warm and content as a gentle afternoon spent in quiet kindness, a soft paw resting trustingly in an open hand. Let that peace settle over you as we move on to our next story. Story 72, An Evening Learning the Piano. On a quiet evening, a man named Julian sits down at the old piano in the corner of his living room, as he does most evenings now, to practice, slowly and patiently, the gentle art he began learning only a few months ago. He is not by any means an accomplished pianist. He began as a complete beginner, in his 40s, simply because he had always wanted to learn and finally decided that it was not too late to begin. And there is something he has come to love deeply about these quiet evening practice sessions, not the ambition of mastery, but the simple, peaceful pleasure of slow, patient learning. He sits down softly on the piano bench and opens his worn practice book to the gentle piece he has been working on this week, a simple, slow melody, well suited to his beginner's hands, and he rests his fingers gently on the cool keys and takes a slow breath and begins, softly, to play. His playing is slow and careful and far from perfect. He pauses often to check the notes and sometimes strikes a wrong key and softly corrects himself and begins the phrase again. But there is no frustration in this slowness, only patience and quiet concentration and the simple satisfaction of gradual, gentle progress. He plays through the piece, slowly, from beginning to end, his fingers finding their careful way across the keys. Some phrases come easily now, familiar from a week of practice, flowing smoothly beneath his hands. Others still require his careful attention, and he plays them more slowly, softly, working through the notes one at a time, with patient concentration. There is a deep calm in this quiet practice. The evening light softens gently outside his window as he plays. The soft notes fill his living room, simple and unhurried, rising and falling in the gentle melody, and Julian's mind settles, softly, into the music, all the small cares of his day quieting gently as he focuses only on this, the keys beneath his fingers, the notes rising softly into the evening air. He plays the piece through several times, slowly, gradually growing more sure of it, with each patient repetition. A phrase that felt awkward at first grows smoother, softer, more familiar beneath his practicing hands, and he feels softly a small and simple joy with each small gain, each phrase that comes a little more easily than before. After working through his current piece, Julian pauses and rests his hands for a moment in his lap, and then, softly, just for the pleasure of it, he plays through an easier piece, one he learned weeks ago and now knows well, and his fingers move, more easily now, more confidently, across the familiar keys, and the simple melody flows smoothly into the quiet evening room. And there is a real, quiet pleasure in this, in playing something, finally, with a little grace, a little ease, after weeks of patient, careful practice. He plays for perhaps half an hour in total, moving between his current, challenging piece and his easier, more familiar ones, in no hurry at all, simply enjoying the gentle process of it. The evening deepens, softly, around him as he plays, the room growing, dim and cozy in the fading light. When at last he closes his practice book softly and rests his hands, Julian feels a deep and simple satisfaction, not the satisfaction of mastery, but something gentler and perhaps more valuable, the quiet contentment of patient, unhurried learning, pursued simply for its own quiet pleasure. There is no test to pass, no audience to please, only this slow, gentle progress, made softly, evening by evening, for himself alone. He closes the piano lid softly and sits for a moment in the quiet evening room, feeling the last soft echoes of the music settle gently into silence. And a calm and peaceful contentment fills him, the particular quiet satisfaction that comes from spending an evening on something gentle and unhurried and entirely his own. Rest now, calm and unhurried as a simple melody, learned slowly and patiently, note by gentle note. And now, at the close of all our quiet stories, let us drift, together, softly, into a deep and peaceful sleep. Story 73. The Violin Restorer's Workshop. In a small workshop, above a quiet music shop, an old craftsman named Henrik spends his gentle days repairing and restoring violins, breathing new life into old, worn instruments, with the same slow and patient care he has practiced for nearly 50 years. Our story finds him on a soft afternoon, working at his cluttered wooden bench, beneath the warm light of a tall workshop window, restoring an old violin that a young student has brought to him, its varnish worn thin, one string broken, its voice grown quiet and tired with age and long neglect. Henrik lifts the old violin, gently, and turns it slowly in the soft afternoon light, examining it with the same careful attention he has given to thousands of instruments before it. There now, he murmurs softly to the worn old violin, as if greeting an old, tired friend. Let's see what we can do for you. He begins his work slowly, methodically, laying out his small tools on the bench before him, delicate brushes and soft cloths and small bottles of oil and varnish, each in its familiar place. And he sets to work, first, cleaning the old instrument, gently wiping away years of dust and grime with a soft, careful cloth, revealing slowly the warm wood grain beneath. There is a deep and settled peace in his careful work. Henrik moves slowly, unhurried, giving his full attention to each small task. He examines the old varnish softly, noting where it has worn thin, where small cracks have appeared with age, and he begins, patiently, to repair them, applying a thin layer of fresh varnish, gently, with a small soft brush, restoring, slowly, the old wood's warm and gentle glow. The afternoon light shifts, softly, through the tall window as he works, falling warm and golden across his cluttered bench, and the old violin resting there. Dust motes drift, slowly, through the sunbeam, and the workshop is quiet, save for the soft sounds of his careful work, the gentle scratch of a small file, the soft whisper of a cloth against wood. He turns his attention, next, to the violin's bridge, the small wooden piece that holds the strings aloft, and finds it slightly warped with age. He removes it, gently, and selects a new one from his collection, and begins, patiently, to carve and shape it with a small, sharp knife to fit this particular instrument exactly. He works slowly, checking his progress often, shaving away the thinnest slivers of wood with careful, practiced hands. There is something deeply meditative in this precise, patient work. Henrik has performed this same careful task countless times over his long career, and yet each instrument, he has found, requires its own particular attention, its own gentle adjustments. He works without hurry, entirely absorbed in the careful shaping of the small wooden bridge, until at last it fits perfectly snug and true. He restrings the old violin next, threading each new string carefully through its careful path, and tuning it gently with slow and practiced turns of the small tuning pegs. And as the strings grow taut and true, he lifts the violin softly to his shoulder, and draws the bow gently across the strings to test its restored voice. The note that rises, soft and warm, into the quiet workshop is a small, simple thing, and yet Henrik smiles, softly hearing it. The old violin's voice, once thin and tired, now sounds warm and clear, and full again, restored, gently through his slow and careful hours of work. He plays a few soft notes more, adjusting the tuning slightly, until the instrument sings sweetly, exactly as it should. He sets the violin down gently on a soft cloth to let the fresh varnish cure, and he steps back, for a moment, to admire his afternoon's careful work. The old instrument gleams softly in the afternoon light, its wood warm and glowing, its voice restored to its full, sweet clarity. And Henrik feels the same quiet satisfaction he has felt countless times before, the deep, simple pleasure of patient work, well done, and an old, worn thing made whole again. As the afternoon softens gently toward evening, Henrik tidies his workbench, softly, returning each small tool to its familiar place, and cleaning away the day's small debris. And he sits, for a moment, in his quiet workshop, in the fading golden light, resting after his careful, patient work, deeply content with the old violin's restored and gentle voice. Rest now, calm and restored as an old violin's voice, brought gently back to warmth and clarity through slow and patient care. Let that peace settle over you as we move on to our next story. Story 74, A Quiet Morning of journaling. On a soft, unhurried morning, a woman named Celeste sits by her window with a cup of warm tea and an old leather journal to spend a quiet hour writing down her thoughts in the gentle, unhurried way she has practiced for many years. The morning light is soft and gray, just beginning to warm toward gold. As Celeste settles into her favorite chair, by the window, her journal open on her lap, her warm tea steaming gently on the small table beside her. She has no particular plan for what she will write, only the quiet intention to sit, softly, and let her thoughts settle onto the page unhurried and honest. She begins, as she often does, simply by describing the morning around her. The soft gray light, the quiet street below, the warm tea in her hands. She writes slowly in a gentle, looping hand, pausing often between sentences to simply sit and breathe and let her next thought arrive softly in its own good time. There is no hurry in this quiet practice, only a slow, gentle unfolding word by patient word. The soft scratch of her pen against the page is a soothing sound, rhythmic and calm, filling the quiet room. Celeste writes of small things, a pleasant conversation from the day before, a small worry that has been lingering gently at the edges of her mind, a simple gratitude for the warm tea and the soft morning light, and this quiet, unhurried hour set aside just for herself. She pauses now and then to sip her tea and to gaze out the window at the quiet street below, gathering her thoughts softly before returning to the page. There is a gentle honesty in this private writing. No one else will read these pages, and so she writes freely and softly, without any need to explain or justify or perform. Just her own quiet thoughts, unfolding gently onto the paper. As she writes, Celeste finds her small worry, the one that had been lingering at the edges of her mind, growing clearer and gentler on the page. Writing it down slowly and honestly seems to loosen its hold somehow. The worry, once vague and heavy, becomes simply a sentence, a small and manageable thing, set down softly in ink, no longer swirling unformed in the back of her mind. She writes on softly, letting her thoughts wander where they will, a small memory surfacing gently, a simple hope for the coming week, a soft appreciation for a kindness a friend showed her recently. The morning light continues to warm gently outside her window, gold now spreading softly across the quiet street as she fills page after gentle page with her slow, unhurried thoughts. There is a deep peace in this quiet practice, not the peace of accomplishing anything grand, but the simpler, gentler peace of attention and honesty and unhurried reflection. Celeste has found, over her years of this quiet morning ritual, that it settles her, gently, for whatever the day ahead might hold, not by solving anything, necessarily, but simply by giving her small thoughts and feelings a soft, patient space to exist. She writes for perhaps half an hour in total, her pen moving slowly across the page, pausing often for quiet reflection, until, at last, she feels a natural sense of completion, and she closes her journal, softly, resting her hand on its worn leather cover. She sits for a few moments more, simply resting in the quiet aftermath of her writing, sipping the last of her now cooling tea, watching the morning light continue to soften and spread across her quiet room, and she feels a gentle, settled calm, the particular quiet peace that comes from having spent an unhurried hour in honest attention to her own soft and simple thoughts. Rest now, calm and settled as quiet thoughts unfolding gently onto paper, unhurried and honest in the soft morning light. And now, at the close of all our quiet stories, let us drift, together, softly, into a deep and peaceful sleep. Story 75. A Weekend Building a Bookshelf. On a quiet Saturday, in his small garage workshop, a man named Aaron spends a peaceful afternoon building a simple wooden bookshelf, working slowly and carefully with his own two hands, at the gentle, unhurried pace of a hobby he loves. He has been planning this small project for a few weeks now, sketching out the simple design in an old notebook and gathering the wood piece by piece from the local lumber yard. And now, at last, on this soft Saturday afternoon, with no other plans, he is ready to begin the quiet, satisfying work of building it. Aaron pulls on his old work apron and switches on the single overhead light in his small garage and lays out his materials, softly, on the sturdy workbench, the cut pieces of pale wood, his careful measurements marked in pencil, his small collection of well-worn tools, and he takes a moment, simply standing there, in the quiet garage, breathing in the familiar, comforting smell of fresh sawdust and wood. He begins with the sanding, taking each piece of wood, in turn, and smoothing it, slowly, with fine sandpaper, working in gentle, even strokes, until the surface grows soft and smooth beneath his fingers. There is a deep calm in this repetitive physical work, the steady rhythm of his hand moving back and forth, the fine dust rising softly into the afternoon light, the gradual transformation of rough wood into something smooth and ready. The garage is quiet, save for the soft whisper of the sandpaper and the occasional distant sound of a neighbor's lawnmower or a bird singing in the tree outside. Aaron works without hurry, taking his time with each piece, checking the smoothness with his palm, softly, before moving on to the next. When the sanding is done, he turns to the careful work of assembly, referring now and then to his simple sketch, checking his measurements twice before making each cut, each joint. He works slowly and methodically, taking real pleasure in the precision of it, the careful marking, the steady sawing, the satisfying way two well-cut pieces fit snugly together. He fits the side panels together, first, gently, checking that they stand square and true, before securing them with careful screws, and slowly, piece by piece, the simple frame of the bookshelf begins to take shape, resting there on his workbench, still rough and unfinished, but recognizable now as the thing he had sketched weeks before in his quiet notebook. There is a particular satisfaction in this kind of work, Aaron has always found, the satisfaction of building something real and useful with patient attention and his own two hands. Unlike the abstract tasks of his weekday work, this has a clear and simple shape, a piece of wood, a careful cut, a solid joint, a shelf taking form, slowly, beneath his steady hands. He fits the shelves in next, measuring, carefully, to make sure each sits level and true, and securing them, gently, with the same careful attention he has given to every other step. And as the afternoon light shifts, softly, through the small garage window, the bookshelf grows, slowly, into its final form, simple and sturdy, and entirely his own. He pauses, now and then, to step back and look at his progress, checking the lines, softly, with a careful eye, before returning to the next small task. There is no rush in any of it, only the quiet, steady pleasure of patient, careful work, done for its own gentle sake, on a peaceful Saturday afternoon. When at last the bookshelf stands complete, Aaron gives it one final careful sanding, smoothing away any rough edges, until the whole piece feels soft, finished beneath his hands, and he steps back one more time to look at it. A simple, sturdy bookshelf, built slowly and carefully with his own two hands over one quiet, peaceful afternoon. He wipes the fine sawdust from his hands and from the surface of his new creation, and he feels a deep and simple satisfaction, the particular quiet pride of a thing made well and made slowly with patient care. He will apply a coat of oil to it tomorrow, he decides, to bring out the warm grain of the wood. But for today, his gentle work is done, and he rests contentedly in his quiet garage, admiring his simple, handmade creation. Rest now, calm and satisfied as a simple thing built slowly and well, with patient hands and quiet care. Let that peace settle over you as we move on to our next story. Story 76. An evening of backyard birdwatching. As the soft light of early evening settles over her small backyard, a woman named Iris carries her cup of tea outside to her comfortable garden chair and settles in for her favorite evening ritual, the quiet, patient pleasure of watching the birds that visit her small garden feeders. She has set up her feeders carefully over the months in the corner of her small backyard near a cluster of flowering shrubs, and she has learned, slowly and with quiet delight, to recognize the different birds that visit, each with their own particular habits and calls and small personalities. Iris settles into her chair, softly, with her warm tea, and a small pair of binoculars resting on the table beside her, and she waits, patiently, in the gentle quiet of the evening, for her small feathered visitors to appear. The evening light is soft and golden, filtering gently through the leaves of the old tree that shades one corner of her garden, and the air is cool and calm and pleasant. The first to arrive, as is often the case, is a small, cheerful chickadee, darting in from the nearby hedge, landing softly on the edge of the feeder, and quickly selecting a single seed before darting away again to crack it open on a nearby branch. Iris watches quietly, with soft delight, following its quick, darting movements with the calm, patient attention she has come to love in these gentle evening hours. Soon, a small group of sparrows arrives, more boldly, hopping about beneath the feeder, gathering the fallen seeds, chattering softly to one another in their gentle, familiar way. Iris smiles, watching them, recognizing now some of their small individual habits, the bold one who always claims the best spot, the shyer one who waits patiently at the edge for its turn. A cardinal appears. Next, its bright red feathers a vivid splash of color against the soft green garden, and it settles, regally, on the feeder's edge, taking its time, unhurried, selecting its seeds with careful deliberation. Iris lifts her small binoculars, softly, to watch it more closely, admiring the particular beauty of its bright plumage in the soft golden evening light. There is a deep and settled peace in this quiet watching. Iris has found, over her years of this gentle hobby, that there is something deeply calming about simply observing. No goal, no task, only the patient, attentive pleasure of watching small wild lives unfold, gently, in her own quiet backyard. Her mind grows still and calm, entirely absorbed in the small, unhurried dramas of her garden visitors. A small woodpecker arrives, next, working its way, methodically, up the trunk of the old shade tree, tapping, softly in its particular rhythm, searching for insects beneath the bark. Iris watches it, quietly, with soft fascination, following its slow, careful progress up the tree, until it disappears, at last, into the higher branches. The evening deepens, gently. Around her, the golden light softening gradually into the deeper gold of approaching sunset. The birds continue their gentle visits, coming and going in their small, familiar patterns as Iris sits contentedly in her garden chair, sipping her now cooling tea, entirely at peace in this quiet, patient watching. A pair of mourning doves settles softly beneath the feeder, in the fading light, cooing gently to one another in their soft, mournful call that Iris has always found strangely comforting rather than sad. She watches them quietly as they forage calmly together in the deepening evening light, their soft gray feathers catching the last warm glow of the setting sun. As the light continues to fade softly into the gentle blue of dusk, the birds, one by one, begin to settle for the night, their visits growing less frequent, the garden growing quieter and calmer around her. Iris finishes the last of her tea and sits, for a few more peaceful minutes, in the settling dusk, simply enjoying the deep, quiet calm of her garden as it prepares for the night. There is such a simple, gentle contentment in this quiet ritual, the patient watching, the small feathered visitors, the peaceful garden, the soft settling of the evening. Iris rises at last, softly, gathering her teacup and her small binoculars, feeling deeply calm and restored by her gentle hour of quiet, patient observation. Rest now, calm and patient as an evening spent quietly watching small, gentle lives unfold in a peaceful garden. And now, at the close of all our quiet stories, let us drift, together, softly, into a deep and peaceful sleep. Story 77, An Afternoon Writing Letters. On a quiet Sunday afternoon, a woman named Beatrice sits at her small writing desk with a pot of tea and a stack of clean paper and a favorite pen to spend a gentle hour writing letters to people she loves, an old habit she has never quite let go of, even in a world of quicker messages. She has always found something different, something more considered in the writing of a proper letter. The slowness of it, the care it requires, the simple pleasure of choosing her words softly, one at a time, rather than typing them out in a hurry. And so, on quiet Sunday afternoons like this one, she likes to set aside an hour, unhurried, for this old and gentle practice. She begins with a letter to her sister, who lives now in a distant city and whom she has not seen in several months. Beatrice sits for a moment, first, simply thinking of her sister, softly, letting her mind settle on small memories and gentle news she wishes to share before she begins to write. She dips her pen and begins, slowly, in her familiar looping hand, a warm greeting first, and then the small news of her week, the garden coming into bloom, a pleasant visit from a neighbor, a book she has been enjoying. She writes at an unhurried pace, pausing often to consider her next sentence, letting her thoughts settle, gently, before committing them to the page. There is a particular pleasure in this slow, careful writing, quite different, Beatrice has always felt, from the quick tapping of a message on a screen. Each word written by hand feels more considered, somehow more deliberately chosen, more truly her own, and she takes her time with it, unhurried, filling the page, slowly, with warm and gentle news for her sister. She writes of small things, mostly, the particular color of the roses this year, a funny thing her cat did, her quiet hope that her sister is well and happy in her new city. And beneath the small details, she lets a warmth show through, a simple, honest affection, expressed more easily somehow in this slow-written form than it ever manages to be in a hurried phone call. The afternoon light shifts softly through her window as she writes, warm and golden, falling gently across her desk and the growing pages of her letter. She pauses now and then to sip her tea, gathering her thoughts before returning softly to her pen and paper. When she finishes her sister's letter, she folds it carefully and sets it aside, and begins a second letter, this one to an old friend from her school days, with whom she has maintained this same gentle correspondence for many years now. This letter takes a different tone, warmer still, filled with the easy, familiar affection of a very old friendship, and she writes it with a soft smile, remembering fondly small shared moments from their long years of friendship. There is a deep and settled peace in this quiet practice. Beatrice's mind grows calm and unhurried, entirely absorbed in the slow, careful crafting of her gentle words. The soft scratch of her pen against the paper is a soothing sound, rhythmic and calm, filling the quiet room, along with the occasional gentle chime of her old clock, marking the slow passage of the peaceful hour. She writes a third letter, shorter, to a young niece away at university, filled with warm encouragement and a small, funny story to make her smile. And she writes a fourth, briefer still, a simple thank you note to a kind neighbor who had helped her recently with a small errand. By the time she sets down her pen, at last, Beatrice has filled several pages, in her careful looping hand, with warm words for the people she loves. She gathers the letters, softly, and folds each one, and slides them into their envelopes, addressing each, slowly and carefully, in her familiar hand. She will post them tomorrow, she decides, on her morning walk, but for now she simply sits, for a few peaceful moments, at her small desk, in the soft afternoon light, feeling a deep and gentle satisfaction, the quiet pleasure of an unhurried hour spent in careful, considered kindness, sent softly out into the world for people she loves. Rest now, calm and considered as words chosen slowly and sent with care to someone you love. Let that peace settle over you as we move on to our next story. Story 78, A Morning at the Community Garden. In the early morning light, before the day grows warm, a retired engineer named Walter makes his way to his small plot at the community garden, at the edge of the neighborhood, to spend a peaceful hour tending his vegetables, in the cool and quiet hush of the early hour. The community garden is a patchwork of small plots, each tended by a different neighbor, and Walter has kept his own small square of earth here for several years now, ever since he retired and found himself happily with time enough for this gentle, patient hobby. He arrives early, as he always does, when the garden is quiet and cool, and mostly empty, save for a few other early risers tending their own plots in comfortable, companionable silence. He kneels down, softly, at the edge of his small plot and surveys his morning's work. The rows of young tomato plants, staked and growing steadily, the leafy green rows of lettuce and spinach, the climbing bean vines, reaching slowly toward their trellis, and he feels the same quiet satisfaction he always feels, seeing his small garden thriving, gently, beneath his patient care. He begins with the watering, filling his can from the garden's shared water barrel, and moving slowly along his rows, giving each plant its careful, gentle drink. The cool water falls, softly, onto the dark morning soil, and the plants seem to lift, gently, in gratitude, their leaves still damp with the night's dew, catching the soft early light. There is a deep calm in this quiet, familiar work. Walter moves slowly, unhurried, from row to row, checking each plant with a careful, practiced eye. He finds a few small weeds pushing up between his lettuce rows, and he kneels down softly to pull them gently, taking care not to disturb the tender roots of his growing vegetables. The morning is cool and quiet and peaceful. Birds sing softly in the trees that border the garden. A gentle breeze moves through the rows, carrying the fresh green smell of growing things and the rich, dark smell of the well-tended soil. And Walter works on, contentedly, in no hurry at all, enjoying the simple, patient rhythm of his gentle morning task. He checks his tomato plants next, tying a few new growing stems to their stakes, gently with soft garden twine, supporting them as they reach steadily toward the warming sun. A few small green tomatoes have appeared since his last visit, and he examines them softly with quiet satisfaction, imagining the warm, ripe fruit they will become in the coming weeks of summer sun. A neighbor tending the plot beside his calls out a soft, friendly greeting, and Walter looks up and smiles, and they exchange a few quiet words about the weather and their plant's progress and the small pleasures of their shared gentle hobby. And then they return, each to their own quiet work, in the comfortable, companionable silence of the early morning garden. And then they return, each to their own quiet work, in the comfortable, companionable silence of the early morning garden. Walter turns, next, to his climbing beans, checking their progress up the trellis, gently guiding a few wandering tendrils back toward their support. He harvests a handful of ripe beans from an earlier planting, dropping them softly into his small basket, already anticipating the simple pleasure of cooking them fresh for his supper. As the morning light grows warmer and brighter, spreading gently across the whole quiet garden, Walter finishes his careful rounds, checking each row one final time, ensuring every plant has what it needs before the day grows hot. And he sits back for a moment on his gardening stool at the edge of his small plot, simply resting and surveying his morning's peaceful work. There is a deep and simple satisfaction in this quiet ritual, the cool morning air, the growing plants, the patient, careful tending. Walter has found in his retirement a particular peace in this small garden plot, a peace quite different from the busy demands of his working years, but no less meaningful in its own slow, patient way. He gathers his tools softly and his small basket of fresh beans and makes his way slowly out of the garden as the morning continues to warm and brighten. Around him, other neighbors beginning now to arrive for their own gentle morning tending. And he carries with him, walking home, the same quiet contentment he always carries from these peaceful morning hours, spent in patient care for small, growing things. Rest now, calm and patient as a garden tended gently in the cool morning light, each small green thing growing steadily toward the sun. And now, at the close of all our quiet stories, let us drift, together, softly, into a deep and peaceful sleep. Story 79. Restoring an Old Chair. In the quiet of her garage, on a soft Sunday afternoon, a woman named Odette works slowly to restore an old wooden chair, one she found, weeks ago, at a small flea market, its joints loose, its seat worn, but its simple shape still full of quiet promise. She had seen it, at once, standing among the other worn and forgotten things at the market stall. A simple, sturdy chair, its wood grown dull with age and neglect, but its lines still graceful, still good. And something in her had wanted, immediately, to bring it home and to give it, slowly, the gentle care it seemed to be asking for. Now, on this quiet Sunday, Odette sets the chair, carefully, on a soft cloth spread across her garage floor, and she gathers her materials softly around her. Sandpaper and wood glue and a soft cloth and a small can of fresh oil, and she begins patiently the slow work of restoration. She starts by testing the chair's joints, gently rocking each leg, softly, to feel where the old glue has weakened and the wood has grown loose. She finds two joints that need attention, and she works, carefully, to loosen them further, gently prying the pieces apart, just enough to clean away the old crumbling glue before applying fresh and pressing the joints firmly back together. There is a deep and settled peace in this careful, patient work. Odette clamps the repaired joints softly and sets the chair aside to let the glue cure and set, and she moves on, meanwhile, to the gentler work of cleaning the chair's surface, wiping away years of dust and grime with a soft, damp cloth, revealing slowly the warm wood grain beneath. The afternoon light falls softly through the small garage window, warm and golden, as she works, unhurried, taking real pleasure in the slow transformation beginning to unfold beneath her careful hands. She has always found something deeply satisfying in this kind of work, the patient rescue of a good, worn thing, given new life through slow and careful attention. Once the chair is clean and its joints have had time to properly set, Odette begins the gentle work of sanding, smoothing the old, worn surface with fine sandpaper, working in soft, even strokes, following the natural grain of the wood. She works slowly, unhurried, checking her progress often with her palm, feeling the surface grow gradually smoother, softer, more inviting beneath her patient hands. The fine dust rises, softly, into the afternoon light as she works, and the old chair's true wood grain begins, slowly, to reveal itself, warm and rich, beneath the worn old finish. Odette pauses now and then to step back and admire the gradual transformation before returning softly to her patient, careful sanding. When the sanding is done, she wipes the chair clean once more with a soft cloth, removing every trace of dust, and she prepares to apply the fresh oil that will restore and protect the wood's natural warmth and beauty. She works slowly and carefully with a soft cloth, rubbing the oil gently into the wood grain, watching it deepen and warm and glow beneath her patient hands. There is something almost meditative in this slow, repetitive motion, the soft circular strokes, the gradual deepening of the wood's warm color, the quiet satisfaction of watching something worn and neglected slowly reclaim its natural beauty. Odette works, unhurried, section by careful section, until the whole chair glows, softly, warm and rich in the afternoon light. She sets the chair upright, at last, and steps back, to properly admire her afternoon's careful work. The old chair, once dull and loose and worn, now stands solid and warm and glowing, its simple, graceful lines restored to their quiet dignity. She runs her hand, softly, along its smooth, oiled surface, feeling a deep and simple satisfaction at this slow, patient rescue. She will let the oil cure overnight, she knows, before it is truly ready for use. But for now, she simply sits, for a few peaceful moments, on the floor of her quiet garage, in the soft afternoon light, admiring her patient work and feeling the particular gentle contentment that comes from giving a good, worn thing the slow and careful attention it deserved. Rest now, calm and restored as old wood brought slowly back to warmth and life through patient, careful hands. Let that peace settle over you as we move on to our next story. STR finished it in luster simplicity. STR finished it in luster simplicity as mild hand from the rooftop. On a clear summer evening, a young man named Theo climbs the narrow stairs to the flat rooftop of his apartment building, carrying a soft blanket and a thermos of tea to spend a peaceful hour watching the stars slowly emerge over the quiet city. He has discovered this small rooftop ritual only recently, since moving into his apartment, and he has come to treasure these quiet evening hours, away from the glow of his own small rooms beneath the wide open sky. He spreads his blanket softly on the flat rooftop near the low parapet wall and settles down, comfortably, with his warm thermos beside him, and looks up into the deepening evening sky. The city spreads out below him in every direction, its lights just beginning to glow softly as the last soft colors of sunset fade gently from the western sky. Theo can see, from up here, the familiar shapes of his neighborhood, the quiet streets, the small park nearby, the distant glow of the busier downtown, its taller buildings catching the last soft light of the fading day. He pours himself a cup of warm tea from his thermos and settles back, comfortably, against a folded cushion, gazing up softly at the darkening sky, waiting patiently for the first stars to appear. The evening air is warm and still, carrying the faint, distant sounds of the city below, a passing car, a snatch of music from an open window, the gentle hum of ordinary evening life. Slowly, as the sky deepens from soft blue to deeper indigo, the first star appears, faint and solitary, high above the fading western light. Theo watches it, softly, with quiet pleasure, before another appears, and then another, gradually, scattered across the darkening sky, like small lights being switched on, one by one, in some vast and distant house. He has learned, over his weeks of this gentle habit, to recognize a few of the brighter stars, and the simple shapes of a few familiar constellations, and he searches for them now, softly tracing their patterns against the darkening sky, with the same quiet pleasure he always feels in this simple recognition. There, low in the east, the first faint outline of a familiar shape. There, higher up, a bright and steady point he has learned to name. The city lights below him do not entirely drown out the stars, though they soften them, somewhat, compared to the truly dark skies he remembers from childhood visits to his grandparents' countryside home. But there is something he has come to appreciate, specifically, about this rooftop view, the quiet negotiation between the city's warm human glow below and the ancient distant stars above, both visible together, from this one small peaceful vantage point. He sips his warm tea, slowly, and settles more comfortably into his blanket, letting his mind grow quiet and unhurried as more stars continue to emerge, gradually filling the deepening sky. There is a particular calm that comes, he has found, from simply looking up and out, beyond the small immediate concerns of his daily life, towards something so much larger and older and more patient than any of his own small worries. A soft breeze moves, gently, across the rooftop, carrying the cooling air of the settling night. Theo pulls his blanket a little closer and continues to watch, patiently, as the sky grows fuller and darker and more thickly scattered with soft, distant light. Somewhere below, a dog barks, softly, and then falls quiet again, and the ordinary sounds of the city continue their gentle, distant hum. He stays for perhaps an hour, in total, simply watching and resting, and sipping his tea, in no hurry at all to return to his small apartment below. There is something he finds deeply restorative in this simple practice, this quiet hour, spent looking upward and outward, letting the vast, patient stillness of the night sky settle gently into his own small and busy mind. As the evening deepens further and a pleasant tiredness begins to settle over him, Theo gathers his things softly and makes his way slowly back down the narrow stairs, carrying with him the same quiet calm he always carries down from these peaceful rooftop evenings. A small, gentle reminder of how large and patient and quietly beautiful the world remains, above the busy rush of ordinary days. Rest now, calm and small and peaceful as a single quiet watcher beneath a vast and patient sky, full of soft, ancient light. And now, at the close of all our quiet stories, let us drift, together, softly, into a deep and peaceful sleep. Story 81. An Afternoon at the Chess Club. Every Thursday afternoon, an old man named Bernard walks slowly to the small community center at the end of his street to spend a peaceful hour or two playing chess with the small familiar group of friends he has come to know over many quiet years at the neighborhood chess club. Bernard has been coming here for nearly a decade now, since he first retired, and the club has become, gently, one of the settled pleasures of his week, not for any great ambition of winning, particularly, but for the quiet, focused pleasure of the game itself, and the comfortable, easy company of the small group who gather here, faithfully, each Thursday afternoon. He arrives, as he always does, a little early, and takes his usual seat by the window at the small wooden table where he has played countless games over the years with his old friend Harold, who arrives soon after with his familiar cheerful greeting. "Bernard, good to see you. Ready for a proper contest today?" And Bernard smiles softly and begins unhurried to set up the worn wooden pieces. The community center room is quiet, calm, filled with the soft, focused hush of several small games underway at scattered tables around the room. A few other regulars nod softly in greeting as Bernard and Harold begin their own familiar game, the soft click of wooden pieces the only real sound, beneath the low murmur of occasional quiet conversation. Bernard opens with his usual familiar move, and Harold responds thoughtfully, and the two old friends settle, gently, into the slow, unhurried rhythm of their game. There is a deep comfort in this familiar ritual. The worn wooden board, the old friend across the table, the quiet, focused pleasure of careful, patient thought. They play slowly, unhurried, each considering their moves, softly, with real care, though neither is in any particular hurry to reach a conclusion. Bernard studies the board, softly, weighing his options, enjoying the quiet, focused pleasure of the game's slow unfolding, the patient consideration of possibilities, several moves ahead. "You're getting sneaky in your old age," Harold says softly with a small appreciative smile, as Bernard makes an unexpected move. "I didn't see that one coming." And Bernard chuckles quietly, pleased with himself, though he knows well enough that Harold will find a clever response of his own, soon enough. There is a comfortable, easy quality to their conversation, between moves. Small, gentle remarks about their week, or a shared memory from their long friendship, or simply comfortable silence as each considers the board carefully before making their next patient move. This is, Bernard has always felt, one of the particular pleasures of chess with an old friend. The game gives a comfortable structure to their time together, a shared, focused activity that leaves room, too, for easy silence and gentle conversation. The afternoon light shifts softly through the tall windows as their game continues unhurried, each move considered with real care. Around them, the quiet hum of other games continues softly, an occasional soft exclamation, a gentle laugh, the steady click of pieces being moved carefully across worn wooden boards. Bernard finds himself in a difficult position. Midway through their game, his pieces somewhat constrained, and he studies the board, softly, for several long, quiet minutes, considering his options, patiently, working through the careful calculations that the game requires. There is no hurry in this consideration, only the quiet, focused pleasure of careful thought, given its own unhurried time. At last, he finds his move and executes it, softly watching Harold's careful response, with quiet interest. Their game continues, slowly unhurried, each move a small, considered step in their patient, shared contest. And gradually, over the unhurried afternoon, the game moves toward its natural conclusion, each old friend giving the other his full, careful, respectful attention. When at last Harold achieves a clever, well-earned victory, Bernard nods softly, with genuine appreciation. "Well played," he says, warmly. "You had me there, at the end." And Harold smiles, pleased, and they begin, together, unhurried, to reset the board for another game, their comfortable afternoon ritual continuing, gently, into its familiar second round. There is a deep and settled contentment in these quiet Thursday afternoons, not the excitement of great triumph, but the gentler, more enduring pleasure of focused thought and comfortable friendship, and the shared, unhurried enjoyment of a game they both have loved for many patient years. Rest now, calm and focused as a quiet game shared with an old friend, each patient move considered with care. Let that peace settle over you as we move on to our final story. Story 82, A Slow Morning Tea. Ritual. On a peaceful morning, before the rest of her household stirs, a woman named Amara sits alone in her kitchen, practicing the slow, careful tea ritual her own grandmother taught her many years ago. A gentle morning practice she has come to treasure as her own quiet time. She rises early before her family wakes, in the soft gray light of early morning, and moves quietly through her still sleeping house to her small kitchen where she begins, unhurried, the familiar, careful steps of her morning ritual. There is something she has always loved about this particular quiet, the whole house asleep around her, the morning entirely her own, for these gentle, unhurried minutes. She fills her kettle softly with fresh water and sets it to heat, and while she waits, she takes down her grandmother's old teapot, small and simple, its glaze worn soft with many years of gentle use. She warms it first, as she was taught, with a little hot water, swirled softly around its interior, before pouring it away and measuring in her careful spoonful of loose tea leaves. There is a particular pleasure in this slow, deliberate process, quite different, Amara has always felt, from simply dropping a tea bag into a hurried cup. Her grandmother taught her patiently, many years ago, that tea made properly, with real care and attention, becomes something more than a simple morning drink. It becomes instead a small, quiet ceremony, a gentle practice of mindful attention given freely to oneself at the start of the day. She pours the hot water, slowly, over the waiting tea leaves, watching them unfurl, softly in the warm water, releasing their gentle fragrance into the quiet morning kitchen. And then she waits, patiently, exactly as long as her grandmother taught her, resisting any urge to rush this small essential step. While the tea steeps, Amara stands, quietly by her kitchen window, looking out at her small garden, still soft and gray in the early light, watching the first gentle stirrings of morning, a bird beginning its early song, the sky slowly lightening from gray toward soft gold. There is no hurry in this waiting. It is, itself, a small part of the gentle ritual, this patient, quiet pause. When the tea has steeped exactly long enough, She pours it, slowly and carefully, into her favorite cup, one that belonged also to her grandmother, its simple pattern worn soft with many years of gentle, careful use. And she carries it, softly, to her small kitchen table and sits down, alone, in the quiet morning light, to drink it slowly and mindfully, exactly as she was taught. She holds the warm cup in both hands, feeling its gentle warmth against her palms, and she breathes in its soft fragrance before taking her first slow, careful sip. The tea is warm and fragrant and made with real attention, and there is something in that careful attention she has always found that makes it taste different, somehow richer and more satisfying than tea made in any greater hurry. She drinks it slowly in the quiet morning kitchen, giving the whole small ritual her full, unhurried attention. This is not a task to be completed quickly on the way to something else. It is, instead, its own small, complete practice, deserving of this gentle, focused care. And in giving it this attention, Amara finds she settles gently into a calm and peaceful readiness for whatever the day ahead might hold. She thinks softly of her grandmother, as she often does during this quiet ritual, remembering her patient, careful hands, demonstrating each small step many years ago in her own quiet kitchen. There is a particular tenderness in this memory, carried forward, gently, in this small, repeated practice, connecting her, still, to a woman she loved deeply, and lost some years ago. As she finishes her tea, slowly, and the house begins, gently, to stir around her, a soft sound from upstairs, the first signs of her family's waking, Amara feels a deep and settled peace, the particular quiet contentment of a morning ritual, performed with real care and real attention and real gratitude for this small, gentle inheritance. Rest now, calm and warm as tea made slowly and mindfully, in quiet gratitude for gentle things passed down with love. And now, at the close of all our quiet stories, let us drift, together, softly, into a deep and peaceful sleep. Story 83. Repairing the Old Bicycle. On a quiet Saturday morning in the small shed behind his house, a man named Victor spends a peaceful hour repairing his old bicycle, a familiar, well-loved machine that has carried him faithfully through many years, and now needs a little patient attention. He wheels the bicycle into his small shed, softly, and props it carefully on its stand, and stands for a moment, simply looking it over, noting the small things that need his attention: a slightly loose chain, a worn brake pad, a soft, familiar squeak in the pedals that has been growing, gradually more noticeable. He has been meaning to give it this care for some weeks now, and this quiet Saturday morning with nothing else planned seems the right unhurried time for it. He gathers his tools softly from their small shelf, a set of wrenches, worn smooth with years of use, a small oil can, a soft cloth, and he lays them out, carefully on his workbench, in the order he will need them. And he begins, unhurried, with the chain, turning the bicycle gently onto its side, to examine the links closely, in the soft morning light filtering through the shed's small window. He finds the chain has grown a little dry and stiff in places, and he sets to work, patiently, cleaning it, first, with clothes bunches and clothes, places, and he sets to work, patiently cleaning it, first, with his soft cloth working away the accumulated grime link by careful link. There is a deep and settled satisfaction in this simple physical work, the steady rhythm of his hands, the gradual transformation of the dirty, stiff chain into something clean and smooth and ready for fresh oil. Once the chain is clean, he applies the fresh oil, slowly and carefully, working it gently into each link, turning the petals softly to draw the oil through the whole length of the chain. He works without hurry, giving his full attention to this careful task, enjoying the familiar, satisfying rhythm of maintenance well done. Next, he turns his attention to the worn brake pads, examining them closely in the soft morning light. He finds them worn thinner than he had realized, and he retrieves a fresh pair from his small stock of spare parts, kept, always, in a small drawer for exactly this purpose. He works, patiently, loosening the old pads and fitting the new ones, checking his work, carefully, against the wheel rim, adjusting softly until they sit exactly right. There is a particular satisfaction Victor has always found in this kind of careful, mechanical work. The clear, tangible problem, the patient diagnosis, the gradual hands-on solution. Unlike the more abstract puzzles of his working life, this offers something direct and simple and satisfying. A worn part, identified and replaced, with his own careful hands. He turns, finally, to the soft, persistent squeak in the pedals, working through the possibilities, patiently, testing each pedal, softly, listening closely for the source of the sound. He finds eventually that one pedal's bearing has grown slightly dry, and he disassembles it carefully, cleaning away the old grease and applying fresh before reassembling it, softly, testing it again until the squeak has finally, satisfyingly disappeared. Morning light shifts gently through the shed's small window as he works unhurried through his careful list of small repairs. He pauses now and then to test his progress, wheeling the bicycle a short distance, softly listening for any remaining sounds, checking the smooth action of the newly oiled chain, the firm, responsive grip of the fresh brake pads. When at last his careful work is done, Victor wipes down the whole bicycle, softly, with his cloth, removing the last traces of dust and grime until it gleams gently in the morning light. He steps back, for a moment, to admire his patient morning's work, the bicycle restored, once more, to smooth and quiet function, ready for many more miles of faithful service. He wheels it out of the shed, softly, for a short test ride around the quiet street, feeling the smooth, satisfying response of the freshly oiled chain, the firm, confident grip of the new brakes, the blessed absence of that small, persistent squeak, and he feels a deep and simple satisfaction, the particular quiet pride of a familiar, well-loved thing, given the patient care it needed, and restored gently to its full and faithful function. Rest now, calm and smooth as an old machine restored gently through patient, careful hands. Let that peace settle over you as we move on to our final story. Story 84. Watching the tide come in on a quiet summer evening, a woman named Delphine walks down to the shore near her small coastal home to sit on the smooth rocks and watch, patiently, as the evening tide slowly comes in, a peaceful ritual she has practiced, gently, for many years. She arrives at her favorite spot, a flat, smooth rock, just above the current waterline, and she settles down, softly, wrapping her light shawl around her shoulders against the cooling evening breeze. The tide is out still when she arrives, leaving a wide stretch of damp sand and scattered tide pools glistening softly in the low evening light. She has learned over her years of this gentle practice to read the subtle signs of the tide's slow return, the particular pattern of the waves, gradually growing bolder, reaching a little further up the sand with each patient advance. And she settles in now to watch this slow, ancient rhythm unfold, unhurried before her. The evening light is soft and golden, spreading gently across the calm water, and the first small waves lap softly at the edge of the wet sand, retreating and then advancing just slightly further with each patient repetition. Delphine watches quietly this slow, deliberate rhythm, feeling her own breathing settle gradually into its calm, unhurried pace. A small crab scuttles briefly across the wet sand before disappearing into a nearby tide pool, and Delphine smiles softly, watching it go. The tide pools themselves hold small, patient worlds of their own. She can see from her rock the soft movement of small fish and the delicate waving of sea anemones in the clear, still water, patiently waiting for the returning tide. The waves continue their slow advance, each one reaching, just slightly, further up the sand than the one before, in the patient, ancient rhythm of the returning tide. Delphine watches, unhurried, this same slow rhythm she has watched countless times before, and yet it never grows old, this patient, gentle reclaiming of the shore. The evening deepens, gradually, the golden light softening, slowly, toward the deeper gold, and then the soft rose of approaching sunset. And with the deepening evening, the tide continues its patient advance, the waves growing gradually bolder, covering slowly the wide stretch of sand that had been exposed when she first arrived. There is a deep peace in this quiet watching, this patient witnessing of nature's slow, unhurried rhythm. Delphine has always found something deeply calming in the tide's utter reliability, its patient, ancient pattern, entirely indifferent to her own small daily concerns, and yet, somehow, deeply reassuring in its steady, gentle constancy. She watches as the small tide pools, one by one, become absorbed, gently, back into the returning sea, their small, patient worlds rejoining the larger rhythm of the ocean. The crab she had watched, earlier, has long since retreated further up the beach, wisely staying ahead of the advancing water. The sun begins its slow descent toward the horizon, painting the sky and the increasingly full water in soft, warm colors, gold and rose and deepening amber. Delphine watches quietly as the beautiful colors reflect softly on the now rising water, the whole scene bathed in this soft, warm evening light. By the time the sun has nearly reached the horizon, the tide has risen considerably, the water now lapping gently at rocks that had stood dry when she first arrived. Delphine remains on her own higher rock, still comfortably above the rising water, watching patiently as the last of the sunset colors spread softly across the now much fuller sea. There is such a deep and settled peace in this evening ritual, this patient watching of an ancient, reliable rhythm, entirely unhurried, entirely indifferent to human concerns, and yet deeply calming in its patient constancy. Delphine feels her own thoughts settle, gently, into a similar unhurried rhythm, matching somehow the patient pace of the returning tide. As the last soft colors fade from the sky and the first stars begin to appear, faintly above the now much fuller darkening sea, Delphine rises, softly, gathering her shawl a little closer, and makes her slow way back toward home, carrying with her the same deep, patient calm she always carries from this gentle evening ritual. Rest now, calm and patient as an ancient tide returning slowly and surely to the waiting shore. And now, at the close of all our quiet stories, Let us drift, together, softly, into a deep and peaceful sleep. Grand outro, the final drift into sleep. Read very slowly, very softly, and now our stories are done. You have traveled, gently, through many quiet places tonight. A little house by the sea, a tall, kind lighthouse, a beautiful garden, a green and peaceful forest, a warm bakery and a gentle train, a calm sea and a snowy cabin, a quiet bookshop, a soft river, green hills and the gentle rain. And in all of them there was only peace, only calm, only quiet, gentle rest. Now you can let all of it go, softly. You do not need to remember the stories. You do not need to hold on to anything. The gentle words have done their quiet work, and now there is only sleep. Let your body be soft and heavy and warm. Let your arms grow heavy. Let your legs grow heavy. Let your whole body sink, gently, into the soft warmth of your bed. There is nothing holding you. There is nothing you must do. There is only rest. Take one slow breath in and let it go, slowly, and another, slow and soft and deep. And with every breath, you sink a little deeper into calm. With every breath, you drift a little further toward sleep. If any thought comes into your mind, let it float away, softly, like a small cloud, drifting across a wide and quiet sky. You do not need to follow it. You only need to rest, to breathe, to drift gently into sleep. The night is quiet, all around you. The world is soft and calm and still, and you are safe, you are warm, you are held, gently, by the peaceful night. There is nothing to worry about, nothing to fear, nothing to do. Only this soft bed, only this quiet night, only your slow, gentle breathing carrying you softly down into sleep. Rest now, sleep now, let go completely. And if you are still awake, that is all right too. The quiet stories will begin again, softly, and you can drift along with them, gently, as many times as you need, all through the peaceful night. There is no hurry, there is all the time in the world, and the gentle words will be here, softly, to carry you, whenever you are ready, into a warm and quiet sleep. Breathe softly, rest deeply, and sleep gently, all through the calm and quiet night. Good night, sleep well, and dream of gentle, peaceful places. Rest now and sleep.